All right, let's get started and see what's happening in the world. I wonder if they found this suspect yet from the Brown University shooting. This is live. Police are busy. Get a drink.
That's not blueberry.
Yeah, that's blueberry.
Not blueberry.
That one's not blueberry. Keep an eye. Turn the microphone up. Make sure we're loud enough. Make sure to put my drink back.
Oh, I gotta start taking over.
You're gonna start tipping over from what?
I gotta start taking over. Oh, am I spinning?
Spinning too much.
I think it's too bad.
Spinning very fast.
Acts may be linked, and this is from multiple law enforcement sources to both us, our 5 Investigates team, and ABC News. And that information about this connection was developed in the last 24 hours as detectives working on both cases.
The information about the DNA is widely out. The fact that the task force is working some DNA, there's some reporting that it's from shell casings found at the scene.
Like and subscribe to the channel, hit the bell to get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Make sure you still subscribe to this channel, like this video, comment this video, share this video, and y'all make sure y'all pray for my voice. Let's get into this.
Yeah, it's going. Blueberry bagel.
I'm still really incredibly perplexed that they have not found the shooter in this case. This wasn't complicated. A person goes on campus, shoots people, flees. This wasn't a trained assassin.
Yeah.
This wasn't anything of the nature. And
Could
now
have had
that
some
they
type
found
of
shell
training.
casings or live round, live ammunition, there's a potential that they can get this gentleman or this person that's involved and they can find their DNA and prosecute him. But I do find it weird at the way they're handling this. And I try not to be a hypocrite because I felt like that the FBI,
They are being
generally
very weird
speaking,
with how they're
handled Charlie Kirk's situation properly. You know, some of those things that they put out, the things that they didn't put out, in my personal opinion, were things that they couldn't put out. When it comes to this scenario,
They're being super
I feel like there's
secretive.
things that they can put out, but they're refusing to put out for political reasons.
Yep.
They are saying this was a targeted incident. How do you know it's targeted? You have to have some investigatory information to lead you to believe that it's targeted. Also, the person yelled something before they ever did anything. They yelled
Whether that be Allah
and called into
Akbar
police. I mean, the reality is that this is a 7-story physics and engineering building that was unlocked, but this individual went to a specific classroom that was essentially in a study session for an exam on economics and chose that classroom. And we know from a witness inside that this gunman yelled something. We don't know what this individual yelled, and then began shooting.
Right?
Why won't they disclose what they yelled? In my personal opinion, they don't want to do it because they know it has some connection to probably an anti-Jewish thing, some terrorist attack type thing. something of that nature that I think that will embarrass
Probably
the
is
narrative that
Islamic.
they've been
Probably has
holding on
something to do with the
That's just
Australian
my
thing that
opinion.
just
They
happened
could
too.
I could be totally
'Cause
wrong.
that's what they yelled.
We shall find out when they finish the investigation. But if you want to have more information and be up to date on what's going on at the Brown University situation, you can go to ground.news and you can find out what people are saying about it from every angle, from the left, from the center, from the right. You could even go over here.
A lot of
You
people
can
are
match up
paying attention.
Brown University or Providence, Rhode Island, if you want to have a specific search where you can follow all things Providence. And so here's where it's at, ground.news. And you also know if you're getting biased.
And it's just super sad. It's the same story
you
in
can
like
say
every
it's from the
situation.
left, you know how they go. From the right, you know how they
Just
go. When
different
it's center,
people getting
you know how they
killed,
might go.
unfortunately.
So this is the best place to check out concrete news. You know exactly where your news is coming
Rhetoric
from,
needs
and you
to
get it
change in
aggregated
general.
for everybody that's reporting
From
on it. You
both
get it all
sides.
in one place. Ground.news/Tatum. Go to ground.news/Tatum.
for
I think
people.
we can give you 40% off.
Some
You
of
guys
it's
join
bred
Advantage
in
plan,
and
which is
taught
the unlimited
from
plan that I
birth, and
use.
others
So go to
newfounded
ground.news. I
for
think we
some
got the link
reason.
in the description section. Let's play a couple clips for you guys of the line round recovered the news clip. I want to play that news clip so you can see exactly what they were referring to. I wrote a clip.
The information about the DNA is widely out. The fact that the task force is working some DNA, there's some reporting that it's from shell casings found at the scene. What I can tell you from my sourcing is that I think quite significantly they have live rounds. That is, rounds that were not fired, undetonated rounds. Why does that matter? Because shell casings have enclosed a detonation. That's how bullets work, which means they often
wait, you got the
destroy
space, or is
evidence
that-
and they're scorched. In the case of live rounds, think about what happens there on a 9mm automatic. The perpetrator has to fat finger those rounds,
Yeah.
bullets, into a magazine, which
Unless
is the
they're wearing
sleeve that
gloves.
holds them, and that gets put into the handle of the gun. That's how a semi-automatic works. So you have a perpetrator handling rounds that have not been exploded that are found at the scene. It's the same thing we saw, if you recall, in Luigi Mangione.
Discharge
When the
would have been a
gun
better word.
jammed, he also had a semi-automatic. He had to rack the slide to try to get it to work and clear the jam. He did, but that ejects the live rounds. Live rounds at the scene, I think, is a hopeful sign for getting usable DNA, even if he's not in the database. Remember, they can use that familial DNA technique that we saw in the Koberger case. It gets to a cousin or something, you work back from there. So I think that's a positive sign for the investigation, and I can tell you they're scraping very hard at it.
Willa, we have to talk about that. I think there's great potential that there could be DNA on the rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's out of the ordinary. However, I'm just going to give you guys a caveat so you don't get your hopes up. If a person is wearing gloves and they were meticulous about the rounds, which means that they ordered the rounds, they took the rounds in, put gloves on, load the rounds into the gun, fired the rounds, misfired, whatever, they ejected them, whatever way they did it, and they didn't get any fingerprints on it. That's one reality that could be the case. The other reality could be very well that the person was stupid, which they're stupid enough to shoot people in the first place, but stupid enough to think, I'm going to wear gloves when I do the shooting, but they didn't think about wearing gloves when they had to load the rounds in because it is annoying. And I was on the SWAT team and we had gloves on. It is not that easy to load the rounds, or it's not as easy to load the rounds into the rifle, to the magazine when you got gloves on. It's easier to take a glove out and load them in like this or get a loader, which I think you kind of gay if you have a loader anyway. Like, you better just thumb them rounds in there or I'm going to question your manhood. But regardless of that, so there could be a possibility there could be DNA evidence on there. I'm hopeful that there is DNA evidence.
The two attacks may be linked, and this is from multiple law enforcement sources to both us, our 5 Investigates team, and ABC News. And that information about this connection was developed in the last 24 hours as detectives working on both cases. So Providence Police taking the lead in Rhode Island, and Brookline Police with Mass State Police taking the lead here in Massachusetts. They compared notes, and the sources said investigators believe they are close to identifying a suspect, which would be be a huge break.
Yeah,
And frankly, a sigh of relief for the whole region.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, them comparing notes. We only have those enhanced images of the person of interest in Providence. And as you mentioned, in Brookline, these are both pretty residential areas, right? Very residential areas. And when we talk about what happened to that MIT professor here, Noodle Herrero, there are reports that neighbors heard the gunshots that went off and likely were able to look back and see if they had any video or anything like that to go into their investigation, hopefully is leading police to figure out if there is a possible link here or not. Our Emily Maha is in Providence. She's at Brown University. She has been talking with professors there on hand, talking with students there throughout this investigation. What are you hearing now with this new update that's been coming in?
Well, Jessica, you had mentioned this is kind of the first really big update we've gotten in several days, and people here, people in the community, students, staff, faculty, they're anxious for information. They're anxious for any kind of answers, any kind of way to help them understand what happened on their own campus. We're here on South Main Street. Brown University is just up the hill, but there are a number of Brown University buildings across this area, and it is all anyone is talking about. I spoke with one staff member and I asked her, I said, how are you doing? How does everything feel right now? And she said, it feels surreal. It feels like we're living in this alternate universe where you're just constantly checking your phone, checking for updates, asking people if they've heard anything, because
It almost looks like they're moving them for an arrest. Right? You got police blocking off an area, all kinds of SWAT or whatnot. It's like a standoff. So it says armed police at suspect vehicle, major update Brown shooting. It's not being updated really well. We'll keep this kind of.
nobody knows. It's for a lot of the people I've heard from, the students, the staff, they say it feels so strange that someone was able to walk into the School of Engineering, commit this atrocious crime, and then seemingly just walk right out and vanish. So a lot of the people I've been hearing from are waiting for answers. They are hoping for any kind of information, any kind of update that will help them better understand this mass shooting that claimed the lives of 2 very incredible Brown University students and hurt 9 others. It's been a really difficult time on campus. It's been a really difficult time in this community. There's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of grief, and there's a lot of heaviness that just until this moment doesn't seem to have any kind of answer.
Yes, we got a couple other clips that I want to show you guys. Let's go with clip 802. Is the shooter exiting? The shooter exit had no cameras. Roll the clip.
Gunman, primary person of interest, the suspect, came out of that entrance or exit and started walking this way and passing this dumpster. If you just look around this parking lot to show everybody, there are no cameras that we can see out here, right outside of the Barris and Hawley building. You can see there are no cameras that we see visible to the eye. So that is something that has been a big sticking point in this investigation.
Why wouldn't you put cameras on the perimeter of campus so you can see who's coming on the campus and who's coming off? That's security 101.
There was a rational reason. I don't think it was a good reason, meaning that shouldn't have happened, but there's a reason why there were potential cameras on the building, but not on every aspect of the building. And the official explains it, I believe, in the second clip, where out of all the stuff that they're saying, this made the most sense. People have to be rational about this. You know, I know it's inflammatory. Some of the things that they say can pee you off. But at the end of the day, I really do believe that it is invaluable to think these things through, because there was a modern building add-on to the older building. There were cameras on the modern side, but there weren't many cameras on the antiquated side, which makes sense. It happens all the time. But it is, in my opinion, a lack of due diligence from the university to have cameras that are functional, even if it's a older building. Because when stuff like this happen, what you gonna do? Now you don't have no evidence. When y'all got enough money to put this stuff together like you're supposed to. Let's roll the clip 803.
The camera in that building that Brown put up because the sanctuary city law that we have. You don't want to record illegal immigrants, and you don't want to provide the footage to the FBI or immigration authority. One camera in that building, it come out from your detectives, they are friends of mine, they're angry at this investigation that these people in Brown University put the camera up, they can identify that person. You imagine how the family want to go through? Tell the truth to the media here. Putting cameras off.
We heard from both the Brown police chief and the provost at Brown, who have shared that they have been fully cooperative and been forthcoming with all data and evidence that they have. The City of Providence's experience is the same, which is that Brown has been entirely cooperative and collaborative and fully sharing with us.
They're
we will be
hiding
back
stuff.
here tomorrow.
They deleted images
once again,
off their website.
If you are not on the press list.
In the clip, the police chief mentioned that there was a reason why that there was no cameras on some of these buildings, which makes sense. Let's get to the next clip, 804.
News alert, Providence police just moments ago releasing this photo here on your screen. We'll pop it up, of a second man they say was in the proximity of the person of interest in the Brown University shooting, meaning the videos we've been showing on your screen of the alleged perp that has been walking around, this person was seen in that one's vicinity. So they are asking for the public's help identifying who this person is on your screen and urging anyone with information to please call the tip line. And remember, no tip, no thought, no anything that you have is too small to be of potential value to the FBI and to those undergoing this investigation. Thank you.
Let's get to the clip that we have of the actual suspect. Nick put together this. I think he was telling me that he put together a clip where you have a potential suspect, and you have kind of his cadence, the way he walks, the way he's doing things. He's an activist, and he's. I think they believe he's a suspect. I don't think they have officially announced that he is, but 2 and 2 look like 4 in many cases. So let's play the clip that we have structured where we can kind of see this guy side by side, because you can see the way this guy looks, his build, the way he walks.
It's similar
in comparison to the person that they think could be a possible suspect. Roll the clip. Y'all look at the way he walk. Look at the way that penguin walking. Walking stomach first. It look like the same guy.
This suspension is a clear.
Same build, similar jacket. Walking with his stomach first. I'm not saying that it is, but you know it looked like it. But the question is this another reason why they're not being as forthcoming as I think that they could?
Wasn't that the image that they took down on their website?
It alludes to activists, potential terrorists, and the same people that we've been.
Well, Brown University was all for these activists. They were promoting their anti-Semitic marches and free Palestine crap.
Saying have been violent on campuses that they should have been paying attention to. And it makes me wonder, it's like, do they know who these people that potentially did it? They don't want you to know because it implicates them, because they may have had signs and symptoms. They let this kid protest on campus, talking about free Palestine, all this other stuff, and then what does he do? He goes shoot up a place where you got a young Republican leader there and some other people. I heard, it was on social media. I don't know if it's verified, but I heard that the teacher was like a Jewish teacher, and she had a class or something like that, where it could have been a connection in that way. The person was on Brown's website, but has now been scrubbed, according to Well, my guys looked up. Is there a video? Do we have video footage of the scrubbing? All right, roll it.
I believe some web pages for students or faculty have been taken down. Is that a response to any external threats to anyone in the community?
We have been
She just
working
looks
very
sneaky, too.
closely with law enforcement to provide them with all of the internal to Brown information that they need to do this investigation. It's their investigation. They're the professionals. So we're providing information. We're not in the job of reviewing it for them. I know nothing about web pages being taken down as part of this. It's the first I've heard of it.
In the back.
You know, it's the first time they addressed that, but
Mustafa.
you go look at it right here, and I think this is an example of where you go to search for it, and it no longer exists. So allegedly, that kid, see, here it go.
He looks exactly.
That kid
He
was
meets the
previously on that
profile.
website, and now all of a sudden it doesn't exist. And it's the same guy who we saw protesting, who we saw with the kafifa, or whatever you call that stupid thing they wear around their head and neck. The same guy. You know, it makes me wonder, was it a staff member? And they know it's a staff member, and they're trying to cover the trail.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's very weird and suspicious because these leftist universities are known for this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. This university is very tilted. So we'll keep that up for now. Yep, Trump rescheduled marijuana. Moving forward towards full federal legalization. Eva, stop.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on December 18th, so all information is up to date as of December 18th, and we have some big news. President Donald Trump has taken a drastic measure along with the United States government and the United States military to potentially stop an invasion of Taiwan by Chinese forces, or at least give Taiwan a fighting chance to buy time for U.S. reinforcements to show up once the shooting and the bombing starts. And this is big, big news amid a historic weapons deal that has been completed. We're going to get into what it means, where we go from here. I'm going to break it all down for you. But before we get started, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. Do you believe China will invade Taiwan? Who do you think will win a war between the United States and China? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the bell, all notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then right here, Instagram, David_Hookstead, X, Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. And the link to join our members-only tiers is in the video description and in the pinned comment. Now, let's get into it. As we've covered extensively on this channel, military experts believe a hot war between the United States and China is 2 to 7 years away, somewhere in that window, that 5-year time window. Why do I say that? Military experts within the United States believe the window for China to invade Taiwan opens in 2027 and closes in 2032. Xi Jinping, the communist leader of China, has made it clear in no uncertain terms he is going to take Taiwan one way or another. Will it be through a political process? That's what the Chinese government says they want. If that fails, they have also made it clear they will go with a military option by invading Taiwan and reunifying it with China in their language. I'm using their language there, through complete and total military force. The United States, while not officially
I think this
saying
is
it, we
coming
all know
sooner
the
than
United
later,
States
honestly.
and
I
other
think it's
Asian
gonna be within the
countries,
year.
specifically Japan, has come out and
Within
said it,
next year.
will rush to Taiwan's
2026,
defense.
2027.
Now, Taiwan's military strategy is they will tell you, if you go over there and talk to them, or you talk to experts involved with it, is that they know they cannot beat China one-on-one. They have no chance. What they need to do is buy time for the United States and other regional allies to rush to their defense. How do you buy time? You need weapons. You need weapons, ammo, planes,
Anti-ship,
bombs. You have to
anti-air.
make it as costly for the Chinese as possible in the early stages to make sure that the U.S. can get there before the whole thing's over. Well, the United States is doing what it can to make sure that the Taiwanese have a chance against the Chinese. It says, this comes from Reuters. It says U.S. approves $11.1 billion arms package for Taiwan, largest ever. It says the United States on Wednesday approved $11.1 billion in arms sales to Taiwan, the largest ever U.S. weapons package for the island, which is under increasing military pressure from China. The Taiwan arms sales announcement is the second under U.S. President Donald Trump and comes as Beijing ramps up its military and diplomatic pressure against Taiwan, whose government rejects Beijing's sovereignty claims. And then if we go down here, I'll highlight this. It says the proposed arms sales cover 8 items: HIMARS, howitzers, Javelin anti-tank missiles, Alloy, is that pronounced Altois? I don't even know. If you know, let me know in the comments. Loitering munition drones and parts for other equipment, Taiwan's defense ministry said in a statement. It says the United States continues to assist Taiwan in maintaining the sufficient self-defense capabilities and in rapidly building strong deterrent power and leveraging asymmetric warfare advantages, which form the foundation for maintaining regional peace and stability. So this is what you see, the historic arms deal for HIMARS, javelins, artillery, drones. What we are trying to do with the biggest arms package that we have ever sent Taiwan is arm them to the teeth. Now, why are we doing that? Why are we giving them $11.1 billion in arms? What's the best way to win a war? As I always say, don't fight one. What's the best way to not fight a war? Deterrence. If you have strong deterrence, you can make it so, you can raise the stakes so high that the enemy wouldn't dare try to test you, that the enemy wouldn't dare try to fight you. So what we are doing is we are arming Taiwan with highly advanced weapon systems so that they can fight for themselves. We're essentially being a gun store for the Taiwanese, so they can arm themselves so that in the opening days of a conflict with China, they have the ability to cause great losses to the Chinese forces. And that gives the United States government time to go in and get there, bring in air power, bring in naval power, bring in troops, bring in missiles, bring in bombs, bring in what you need to fight. Now, to give you a look at some of the weapons here that the United States is supplying, the big one is probably the HIMARS, which is described as a light multiple rocket launcher developed in the late 1990s for the United States Army and mounted on a standard U.S. Army family of medium tactical vehicles, M1140 truck frame. So right here, that is what a HIMARS is. It is an incredibly powerful rocket system. So you could use this to fire at the advancing Chinese forces. You can see it on your screen right now. There's a good look at one. There's one being loaded off a plane. There's a look at the rocket tubes. And there's another look at a Ukrainian HIMARS. Whoops. Hold on a second. We got a tech issue. So we had a tech issue there. I apologize. So that is just one of the systems. They cost $3.5 million each, roughly. You can see some of the specs here. Let's see if it says what its range is. So it looks like the more advanced, sophisticated ones. Yes. So the PRSM can punch out to a total of 310 miles. The M57 can go 190 miles. The M48 can do 190. The M39A1 can do 190 miles out. 190 miles for launching. So this is an incredibly destructive weapon that would hopefully give Taiwan a chance. Now, to the surprise of absolutely nobody, the Chinese government is livid, with a Chinese official stating here, the U.S. blatantly announced its plan to sell advanced weapons. This comes from, I believe this comes from the Chinese government, and it says to sell advanced weapons to China's Taiwan region. This move grossly violates the One China principle and the three China-U.S. joint communiques, infringes on China's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and undermines peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and sends a gravely wrong signal to Taiwan independence, separatist forces. China firmly opposes and strongly condemns it. And to that, I would say, I don't really care if China firmly opposes and strongly condemns it.
Don't really care what China
thinks. The United
thinks.
States of America. We can sell weapons to whoever we want. We can do business with whoever we want to. We're not restricted from doing whatever we want. We are the world's biggest superpower. And we are allies with Taiwan, just like we're allies with South Korea and Australia and Japan. And you know what we do with all those countries? We arm them. We give them weapons. Why? Because a war with China will be unlike anything we've seen since World War II. And we are incentivized to make sure
we have to remember
China
they have
is not able
nuclear
to win.
capabilities as well.
We do not want China to be able to dominate large chunks of the globe and have influence over our allies. We want to be able to stop that. How do you stop it? Goes back to what I said earlier. Greatest way to win a war is not fight one. How do you not fight one? You have strong deterrence. Now, this also comes as China continues some provocative moves. So it says here, China's newest carrier transits Taiwan Strait as tensions rise. It says the Chinese PLAN, the Chinese People Liberation Army, newest aircraft carrier, the Fujian, transited the Taiwan Strait on Wednesday, marking the second time the carrier has passed through the sensitive waterway. According to the Taiwan Ministries of National Defense, the Taiwanese military said they monitored the carrier's movement and responded in line with established procedures. The transit comes amid heightened Chinese military activity around Taiwan and renewed attention on Beijing's expanding naval capabilities. So what China is doing is they are regularly harassing Taiwan with military force. They have this new aircraft carrier, the Fujian, and I'll put that up on the screen for you all who haven't seen it yet. So let me get this on the screen. So this is the Fujian. This is their most advanced aircraft carrier. It's not even nuke powered. So China's most advanced aircraft carrier is not even nuke powered. They sailed this through the strait to send a message to Taiwan to try to intimidate Taiwan, but that is far from the only thing they have done. Our aircraft carrier capabilities dwarf what China has. China has 3 operational carriers. We have 11, and we are building more. And ours are capable of carrying a hell of a lot more planes.
We need to make destroyers again.
Highly advanced
destroyers
planes
were
as well.
awesome boats.
So it's concerning that they are certainly building out their
Yep.
aircraft fleet, but ours are still better. So they continue to try to intimidate.
Able to do
And then just at the start,
from
or in earlier December,
from sea.
said Russian Chinese bombers fly joint patrol near Japan, South Korea. Says Russia, this comes from USNI News. Russia and Chinese bombers conducted a joint patrol Tuesday, flying over the East China Sea and Western Pacific, prompting Seoul and Tokyo to scramble fighter aircraft to monitor the flights. At approximately 10 a.m. local time, 7 Russian military aircraft and 2 Chinese military aircraft entered the Korean Air Defense Identification Zone over the Sea of Japan. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff said on the same day in a news release, no airspace violation occurred. The release reads. So I believe they might have a picture of it. Yeah, so this is the Chinese bomber, the H-6, that went right up to North Korea, did not violate the 12-mile border, but did go into their defense zone. And I'm trying to see if they've got... So this is a look. This picture right here, that's a Russian bomber with a Chinese fighter jet escort. So they are continuing provocative actions, continuing to cause problems, continuing to be a huge headache. This is just what the Chinese government does. On that note, I did want to talk to you guys a little bit about this. So China is trying to build its own B-2 stealth bomber called the H-20. It's been in design since 2016. It is supposedly operational at this point. We do not know its capabilities. We do not know what it can or can't do or how stealthy it is or isn't. I don't even think there's any photos of it. I'll see if I can find any. Doesn't look like there are. So China's trying to build a stealth bomber to compete with the United States. Another sign they are rapidly trying to expand their military capabilities. And the thing is, though, we don't know if any of these things work because China's not been in a real conflict. We'll find out rather quickly. I'm going to pull this off the screen now. We'll find out rather quickly if we do get into a real conflict over Taiwan. We'll find out real fast how well these Chinese weapon systems work. But I fully and fundamentally support the move
stuff
to arm Taiwan because the greatest way to make sure we don't have to fight a war with China, and South Korea doesn't have to fight a war with China, and Japan doesn't have to fight a war with China, and Australia doesn't have to fight a war with China, is to make sure that the stakes are too high for China to even fight. So what the U.S. government has done now is given Taiwan a historic arms package to make sure that Taiwan is capable of defending itself, at least up until the point we can show up. and the Japanese can show up, and the Australians can show up, and we can bring the might of the U.S. military. Now, the biggest concern is air superiority. We can fight with the planes we can bring from Guam and our carriers, maybe Japan. We would probably position stealth bombers there. China can just bring all the planes they have right up to the coast and then fly them. So you would see a intense combat situation for the skies of Taiwan, and you would likely see U.S. submarines go into the strait and obliterate any ships we could find that would be trying to land troops or their aircraft carriers. It would be brutality on a scale nobody has seen since World War II. That's the fact.
I'm afraid that's what's coming.
I don't
with
say
Russia
that
first,
to be
though.
flippant. I say that because it's true. So we need to do everything possible to make sure China's influence does not grow and instead is scaled back. And that is the smartest strategic move. Eye on the ball, make sure China does not get out of control, and make sure China cannot take more territory and cannot take Taiwan. So that's where I'm at as of filming this video, but I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments below. Who do you think is going to win this war?
Yeah, I think China's just been pushing them. I think they're going to try to invade Taiwan in the coming year or next.
But now sources are telling Fox News that they have finally identified a suspect in the horrific Brown University shooting that left 2 students dead, 9 injured, but he's still on the loose. Now, we're seeing action right now in Salem, New Hampshire, where a search is ongoing. Boston 25 is reporting that it's related to the shooter and the investigation, saying that the FBI agents and members of state police are on the scene. So at this hour, we're still waiting for authorities to hold their press conference. They postponed it hours ago, and we knew there must be something big happening for them to have done that. We will bring it to you and any breaking coverage as this comes. And a new twist. After authorities declared this week that the Brown shooting and the killing of that MIT professor were unrelated, new reporting is revealing that police are now investigating a possible connection. Here to weigh in, live from Providence, Rhode Island, is Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor, former NYPD inspector. Also with me, Rob Chadwick, former FBI supervisory special agent. Paul, let's start with you. They have a name. Can we trust this time that they're chasing after the right person?
Well, it certainly seems so, Laura. I would mention that let's recognize they have an arrest warrant, which means they had enough for probable cause. They went to a judge and they got that. I can tell you also that in lieu of the press conference, they've set up a command center. Anybody who's ever been in the middle of these sort of interstate complex investigations and pursuits, there's a lot of moving parts. You need a central brain location to sort of synchronize the entire thing. The same people running a press conference are going to be running that situation room to keep the whole operation moving. So that's why they've canceled the press conference. A lot of moving part right now, but I would tell you that by far this is the buzziest day we've had up here, the most movement, and they do seem to be in pursuit of this person as we speak.
And Rob, it looks like they have found the suspect's car. It was abandoned near a storage facility. I'm from New England. I know Salem, New Hampshire very well. I went to school in New Hampshire. So this is not that far from Boston. It's fairly close. But they pegged that car. I think it had been located, it looks like, at the scene of the crime. We saw a lot of internet sleuths that were picking out, I think, that same particular vehicle over the weekend. What do you make of this activity in Salem, New Hampshire at this hour, Rob?
You know, Laura, Paul is spot on there. All of the resources are going to be either in the command center or deployed, you know, at where they think the subject may be. So at this point, I would say the citizens in and around that area need to take shelter, stay inside, wait for further communication from the authorities, because this is by no means over. But, you know, you had earlier, Paul had reported about license plate readers. I'm sure that played part of this investigation and be able to locate this vehicle relatively quickly.
And Paul, one thing that was very odd, I think, at the beginning of this was when we heard about the tragic shooting of the MIT professor. He was an expert in nuclear fusion. He was researching clean, unlimited, limitless supply of energy through nuclear fusion, one of the foremost experts in the world on this emerging technology. And almost right off the bat, authorities said, oh, this is unrelated. And before I'd known that on the show, I said Tuesday or Monday, this just seems really weird that within 50 miles and 2 days, prestigious institutions, there are these 3 people dead. And everyone was like, oh, no, not related. I didn't understand that at all, especially when we had no suspects.
Diva.
Yeah, I mean, your mind had to go right to that, right? We had these 2 unusual killings, and they're in relative proximity to each other, and there seemed to be some commonalities. There was an anti-Semitism overlay because the professor here at Brown was in the Judaic Studies program, and of course, reportedly, the MIT professor was also a strong and vocal proponent of Israel. And then, of course, we had all the things that happened around the world. We had Australia, we had our troops that were killed in Syria. And so the commonality seemed to be maybe Iran, maybe some kind of Islamist event. But right now, all of that is still up in the air, and I hesitate to speculate too much. You know, Iran is not going to use a low-rent person who wanders in and happens upon, I believe, just came into an unguarded building because the security was so bad. I mean, has it come to that's the kind of person they're weaponizing? I'd be skeptical, but that doesn't mean there isn't a link here. Very often these things end up being a lot more prosaic than they seem. So we're going to have to wait and see. I do think that we're going to get something going on tonight relative to an apprehension and maybe at a late night press conference.
Rob, how concerned are authorities on the scene that there could be booby traps, there could be explosive devices? If you're going to go to the trouble of casing a lecture hall or a classroom at Brown University, and if related, track down a professor at MIT at his home, then you're capable of anything. So these law enforcement officials have to be supremely careful of their own movements, correct?
There's no doubt, Laura. You know, this is actually reminiscent somewhat in that same region of the search for the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston Marathon bombing. You know, not sophisticated attacks, but very dangerous. And again, you know, lessons to be learned here on all sides. Certainly not, you know, the greatest handling of this situation with the public. But what it does hammer home, Laura, is the connection between understanding that evil does exist and that the police, no matter where you are, we saw it in Bondi Beach, you know, the police were there. They cannot protect you at all times. So you, as a private citizen, have to understand you're going to be responsible for your own protection, at least somewhat, until the authorities can get the situation under control.
Paul, of course, we're thinking of what may have happened, what could have been prevented after that initial shooting. It's coulda, shoulda, woulda, but they did have a person of interest in custody for many hours. And those were critical hours, in which time the suspect, perhaps, or a related suspect, connected suspect, moved to MIT. Again, we're going to learn more. But how important are those early hours in this investigation with interviews, locking down the scene? Looks like the suspect walked right by police at one point, which was really chilling. How critical is that?
Yeah, very, very chilling. You're absolutely right. Undeniably, that was a setback for this investigation. And look, the chief himself, Chief Perez, said it at the lectern that, and when that whole thing washed out, they had to start over. His words. You know, look, I get why it looked good, because they followed this lead. It was a tip that reportedly came from the hotel. They went to the hotel. The kid's in there. He's dressed in black, reportedly, when he checked in, and he has the 2 guns. And reportedly, one of them was a 9mm, as was reported to be used at this location. However, when they checked the ballistics, they didn't match. And the kid's story was that he never left the hotel room. And then they did the video in the hotel, and they did the digital key card access to his room. Lo and behold, he had not left the room, and so they had to wash that out. Well, that stuff takes time, but by the time they cleared that, you're 100% right. I think that they had, you know, taken their eye off the ball a little bit of things locally here, and they had to restart the investigation. Key hours that were undeniably lost.
Rob, new details are coming in right now. A Salem Police Department mobile command center is on the scene. It appears that law enforcement is either getting ready to enter the building, or, you know, they're actually talking to someone inside, from reporters that are on the scene there. Your take on that? This is how these things go. We try to say, you got to come out because you're surrounded. We're used to hearing that in the movies, but this actually happens in real life.
Yeah, that's right, Laura. So what will be happening right now is the tactical teams will be set up. They'll have what they call an emergency assault plan in case things break bad. They'll have to go in right away. Obviously, the preference, though, is to preserve life, including that of the suspect, negotiate. If time is on their side, they'll have plenty of time to talk this person down, talk them out, so that people aren't put at risk. But, of course, they're ready to react at a moment's notice if things change quickly.
Paul, do you believe that in this situation, they have already attempted to breach entry into that building? One of the, police commando types already in that building, not waiting for the individual to come out.
Well, not being at the scene, it's hard to say, but I will tell you this, Laura. The general rule in hostage situations like this, they call it a hostage barricade. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have another person. The point is they know who this person is, right? There's a very good chance they got the phone already. They're going to try to do this non-violently. They're going to try to get this person out without doing that, without having to go kinetic, as they say, breach the door, go in, flash bangs, everybody yelling. It's better to try to get the person to just come out, surrender. It's less risky for the officers and for the suspect here. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're still at this stage, depending on where we are here, with a phone call, maybe a megaphone, trying to get the person to come out. They know who the person is, so they might know some of the buttons to push to try to get him to come out. It's better alive because you can find out a lot more relative to motive and things like that. And most importantly, did he act alone? That's what you really want to know. You want to know that the danger is over.
Rob, we've seen in situations like this where suspects' family members are called to act as intermediaries to plead for a peaceful ending to this. But this individual or individuals, we don't know how many, I mean, presumably there's one person, but killed 3 people and grievously wounded 9 others. So they're capable of a lot of killing. And do family members even help in this situation? If they're local, if they're foreign, again, we don't know. But they presumably have any social media history and any recent text communications by this individual if he's not on a burner phone.
Yeah, so what you're going to have, Laura, is you're going to have a lead negotiator, if that is in fact the stage we're in right now, who's sort of, running point in contact, hopefully, with this suspect.
I'll have another blueberry bagel.
Had the younger Tsarnaev brother, remember, trapped in that boat. They knew exactly where
the
he
cookies
was.
you made?
It certainly wasn't a hostage in there. But again, they had time on their side. Negotiations worked, and he eventually surrendered peacefully. Again, to Paul's point, not putting anyone, especially the police or the general public, at risk. So they've got plenty of time, all the resources in the world. We want to get this guy alive so that we can determine who else might have been involved and really ferret the rest of that out.
And Paul, for the future of security on college campuses across the United States, frankly, any soft targets, it's really important to take him alive, to find out, if possible, what he did to breach the building, how he knew the security was lax, if he wasn't familiar with the building already. I mean, I think there are a lot of worried parents out there tonight about the safety of their sons or daughters going back to school after Christmas break to see if everything's
Cookies.
Don't eat my cookie.
Gabe said pizza. Here, helicopter. Sugar cookies.
Okay, but we've got this about your. Go look in the mirror. Oh, I can feel it.
going to be safe and sound for them.
What are they gonna do?
Yeah, I think that's a key takeaway. You're going to have a security assessment here to see what went wrong. You know, we already know a lot that went wrong, right? No key card access, the door potentially propped open. There was the alarm that went off late. Reportedly, the text message that went late. There was no security guard. You know, this was a very sort of half-baked enterprise here that really did not seem to take into account that this is the most forward salient of Brown University.
Yeah,
this is like the
they
outer
might have
perimeter
found
of it, and it
the
abuts
suspect from
a
the
residential neighborhood.
university
With all
shooting.
that lack of security, you know, forget an active shooter, which, by
5
the way,
days.
high schools are worried about in this day and age. Never mind a university like this that does all this kinds of engineering research. But,
Momo.
you know, with this kind of open building, anybody could have wandered in. A homeless
It's
person,
okay.
a person looking to do burglaries or something. So the security really was lax, and it is a larger lesson, I think, for the university system nationwide. They have to wise up. The cameras are necessary, and the fact that there was no ingress and egress cameras here is kind of inexcusable from where I sit.
Yeah,
That one I'm very
it
hard on.
absolutely is.
You can't do that, and it's unfathomable.
No, it's unbelievable. Rob, and finally, just to this point, this man was kind of casing the area, the person of interest casing the area for odd movements, odd stop and start. And it reminds all of us, when we see something that seems unusual, it's not a good idea to just brush it off. Your instinct really does tell you a lot about a situation like this.
Yeah, Laura, we have to learn to honor our, instinct, our situational awareness. The hair on the back of your neck stands up. Have the courage to make that phone call. Don't think I'm just being silly. Reach out for the authorities. Believe me, the police are glad to get as much help from the public as they can. Defund the police really did a lot of damage to our public safety agencies. A lot of lessons to be learned here.
Absolutely
Maybe
did.
painful lessons, I'm sure, but we can absolutely do better.
Great point about the defund the police. Paul and Rob, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Have you eaten the red one yet?
Hmm?
Have you eaten the red one yet?
You just ate one.
So, Dad, how are you doing? Hi, Dad.
Okay, what? Go fix your hair.
Now I have to. Oh,
You look crazy.
now I
What? Yeah.
He looked like the mom of Sarcasm.
Zombie. The zombie. The zombie. Look, it's big. Zombie. Zombie. You like it? You like it? Look, you like zombie?
I like turtle.
Dad!
Oh,
Oh,
no, no, no. Don't do that.
look it.
There you are.
Juno, step down. Comparing the holiday Reese's peanut butter cups are better than the originals. I made a video 4 years ago about it. I don't disagree, but
Farmers from all across Europe have begun to surround the EU headquarters in Brussels. As the protest eventually became a fiery riot, the Belgian police began to deploy their water cannons. To which the farmers responded with blasts of manure, somewhat similar to Dragon Ball Z, just crappier. And although this seems silly, the situation is quite serious considering the farmers are the only thing that stands between the citizens and starvation. So what exactly is making these agriculture workers from all across Europe revolt against the European Union? As yesterday, farmers traveled across the country to Belgium, arriving late into the evening outside the European Union building, eventually setting fire to the trees outside.
Take your boots off!
In early morning, local law enforcement began preparing for the protesters. Now, several farmers explained what they were angry over.
A little bit.
But not knowing French, apparently they're protesting competition with foreign farmers that don't have the same regulations as they do. And I'm all for the free market, but it's hardly free when local farmers have carbon emission standards and taxes, increasing minimum wages, and general quality expectations. And now the EU says local food is getting too expensive, so let's import cheaper goods from places that don't have those regulations we implemented. So maybe that's why angry farmers are dropping off potatoes to be tossed at the European Parliament building. And as they were tear-gassed, the farmers used tennis rackets to pass them back. Now this went on for quite some time, at almost a stalemate, until their tractors were used to tear down their barricades. Posting up a sign that roughly translates to, "Here begins the dictatorship" in French, as blue-collar protesters have no issue hauling away heavy planters.
This is just a
Then coming in with a automatic firework cannon, starting a large tire fire in the courtyard, then dropping off hay bales to make it worse.
Tires, sheesh.
As eventually, the riot police began to push back the farmers. The tractors did stage somewhat of a counterattack, pushing back the police. Even tossing rocks, or abnormally large potatoes, at the cops. But eventually, the water cannons prevailed, forcing out the farmers from the courtyard. And even whacking the stragglers with their crime-fighting sticks. Where the farmers finally fled the scene, and into the evening, local citizens began collecting the left-behind potatoes, which is just a subtle reminder that these aren't far-left Antifa protesters, these are the farmers that feed us. So what exactly has them so angry, and whose side should you be on? As the mainstream media basically has zero credibility. But let's just look at the AP's article on the South American Free Trade Deal, reporting the farmers believe the agreement will undercut their livelihoods, but there are political concerns that it's driving support for the far right, as the deal will make trade between the EU and several South American countries free from duties on almost all goods. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm an expert in import duties, but what I do understand is this is pretty much the exact opposite of what President Trump is doing for America, as Trump's tariffs get constantly slammed by the liberal media, writing, "The affordability crisis is real and Trump's tariffs caused it," which is exactly what the Democrats want them to say, complaining about the record high prices, despite the fact that this is mainly, if not entirely, their fault, completely ignoring the $200 billion tariff revenue it has generated. And the cash is a nice bonus, but it's not the intended effect of the tariffs. It's the bolstering of both jobs and national security by bringing manufacturing back to America, which the corporate media already has their lies ready and waiting, despite the huge investments into American manufacturing across several industries, totaling hundreds of billions of dollars. So although I'm not exactly certain of the specifics of selling out your local farms for cheaper foreign food, I completely distrust the mainstream media's pluses as to why it's good for us, as the AP's article again frames this as worrisome far-right rallies, saying this free trade deal will counteract China and the US's blitzkrieg. The mainstream media's false framing has become so insane, every article is basically, here's the racist, evil, misogynistic, mean to puppies, Nazi Trump policy, versus or equal rights, feed the needy, healthcare for everybody, globalism agenda. It sounds like a joke, but we just saw them literally do exactly that. Invoking Trump's tariff blitzkrieg is no accident, especially in a short article that suggests farmers as far right 5 times. It's almost like there's this preconceived agenda to get you against the local farmers, and just accept whatever genetically modified soy slop the third world will serve you. But the worst part about all of this is finding out exactly what is going on at the European Union right now. Apparently they're threatening them, saying money today or blood tomorrow, as they need more money for Ukraine.
Around about 137 billion euros. Europe should cover 2/3. And this is not just about numbers, but it is also about ramping up the cost of war for Russia.
With the UK's Prime Minister, to take care, explaining who their real enemy is.
Putin's appetite for conflict.
If only that would last for more than 5 minutes.
Is already there, and it will only grow.
Everybody begins to wander around.
Our skies, our waters, our streets, and our national security.
Preparing their citizens to sacrifice themselves for war.
It's absolutely clear that Russia's hard power is something to fear. Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play, to build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight. And more families will know what sacrifice for our nation means.
It's bad enough they've proven they just see their citizens as tax cattle to fund all their ineffective progressive nonsense, but now they're saying they see your sons as sacrificial lambs to a war that a majority of them forgot about, which brings up the bigger concern of all those foreign newcomers that already fled this war once before when Ukraine was initially invaded and have been receiving social benefits in the EU ever since. So if these European leaders think they can just send their citizens to be the first to fight their newest war to defend the men that refuse to fight it, I think their protests are going to become a lot worse than manure.
Oh no.
So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
What's that?
This is a rocket called Mach 2.
What are
I
you
named
doing?
it that because this is a rocket called Mach 2. I named it that because the rocket's
I'm
maximum
waiting
speed
for
is
this
Mach 2.
announcement or news,
My
whatever
goal is
it's
to
supposed
test
to be.
new control
update on the shooter, and they're just staking out or something. Hey, off the smoker. What?
Being able to give this technology a vehicle description. Sometimes it can be as simple as that. If it has that vehicle in a database, or it can reference it, you can tell it to find you a blue Chrysler, and it will find all of the blue Chryslers in.
Oh, they.
No, not really.
What?
Aimed of him.
And this Porky Boy is Hassan's biggest orbiter, literally.
My favorite part of Asmongold is his father's last message to Hassan, wishing Hassan a happy birthday. And for the rest of Asmongold's life, he'll have to know that his father was ashamed and he was a fan of Hassan. Not a fan.
What's wrong with that?
What are you doing?
What? Fan of Zach. Trying to get that.
Not a fan of me. Okay.
It'll never happen. Every time I see you talk about Asmon, you bring up his dead parents because it's relevant. It's relevant.
So let's see what Asmon's dad actually thought about these ghouls, shall we?
Oh, tell him what? Here, you can say it.
Saw that fat fuck asshole Central Committee with.
That's what my dad thought about him.
This little mustache and fat face, and who knows how fat he is if he gets up. And he's a major one. One more thing, because he gives you so much content, please wish Hassan a happy 35th birthday. Say,
He's only 34. Happy birthday, Hassan. Yeah.
Is that all you're going to show from Hassan?
He's talking about you every fucking day.
Hassan being trash.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say anything, but he shits on you all the time.
Yeah, I know.
If they would only allow me to shoot everybody on the fucking...
All right, so guys, All right, so guys, he really appreciates. I'm gonna go ahead and I will call you later.
And now keep Asmon's dad out of your fucking mouth, you piece.
Mike. I don't know why he does this. He's so weird. It's so cringe. And I think that it really goes to reveal how radicalized somebody like him is. Please show the Mike from PA clip.
I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention.
can I help you?
I think they want to go in.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. God, that was embarrassing. That's so sad, isn't it? Don't forget he lost a fist fight to a couch. I mean, how do you win? Really, how do you win a fist fight against a couch?
Literally me writing the title of this video. Victory.
Guy running around. A Jeep or something that they were searching for. What? Are you trying to get my attention more? Oh, wee! You squeaker. You squeaker. What are you doing, squeakers? Complaining about mom holding you. Nothing yet. I want battleships back too. I was just saying that.
Yeah.
Cool. No, you don't. You always put it like right at my nose.
You said I know. I said no, you don't.
No, I said.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, Japan's back at making boats, battle boats. First time in over 80 years. Yeah, since World War II.
I know I've made quite a few videos covering these degenerate streamers that go live while streaming and then crash their vehicle. And I'm gonna keep doing it because I think they need to be clowned on endlessly, and I really think they need to be permabanned from the platforms in which they are broadcasting this deliberately dangerous action that is jeopardizing not only their lives, but the lives of all the innocent people around them on the road.
Hi, you're welcome. Made that.
I can tell.
Now this one basically fills out an entire fucking bingo sheet of these degenerate losers. There's nobody typing in his chat. He is broadcasting this garbage to actually nobody, just crickets. There is one person that's not like a bot or a mod there that said a word probably like 15 minutes ago that's still on screen, and yet he is still too focused on streaming to pay attention to the road. He stops at the red light momentarily and then says, fuck it, we'll do it live. Goes forward and basically T-bones a car that's coming through. He runs a red light, blatantly filming his crime. Also, this corny bozo's got such a dog shit stream overlay, I can't help but laugh at it. He's got his kick name as a watermark in the top left of his stream, which has a logo.
Budged into my stomach.
This, which is something a 12-year-old might think was cool and edgy. And then on the top right, he has Plinko. Now, I don't know if he's trying to, like, promote some kind of gambling partner, but I find that hard to believe because he's not a very big streamer. I don't think he'd have, like, a contract to try and promote Plinko on stake or something like that because he wouldn't be driving a lot of traffic there. No pun intended, because this guy can't drive for shit, clearly. But I imagine that he's probably not actually contracted to do that, so maybe he's trying to fish for referrals to get himself out of the hole, maybe. Or maybe it's like Plinko as some kind of community building thing where, like, his chat plays Plinko with imaginary points, fucking Monopoly money. I don't know, but I just found that overlay to be extremely silly. And imagine it is actually like a community thing where it's not real money or something. I don't know why he'd have that. There is no community. Like it does.
It looked to be on the move. Going into the storage facility.
All right. That's why you don't start. Are you alright?
Eli, could you get me a soda?
Oh.
Okay, Gabe, could you get me a soda?
You're alive.
Empty. Why I need a new one, you goof.
That some more?
Yes.
Throw it out.
Not throw it up. Throw it out.
Eva, don't go under my desk. Oh, thank you.
Check in the drawer. Left. In the fridge. drawer to the left. There might be sodas in the back.
That probably is. One or two more. I figured you put them in the drawers. Said there was
it doesn't seem like there's anyone alive in chat with a pulse, so who would be playing that? It'd just be him dropping his Plinko ball by himself, just sad and lonely every time.
Oh my god.
Trying to do like
Astute observers may have noticed something anomalous in the chat there. This is right after a crash, a car crash, and chat didn't move. Not a single message, not a peep. Typically, in even the smallest of streams, when something happens, literally anything stimulating, even fucking jingling keys, while people going, oh, wow, 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 look at the wow, wow, wow. Here, nothing. There is literally no one here. It's fucking tumbleweed in this guy's chat rolling through. He gets in a car accident and still not a single message comes across. So there is nobody there. Not his mods, not someone that had this open in the background by accident. Maybe there might be a few viewers that fell asleep. It's probably botted, would be my guess. Why are you even streaming while driving in the first place? Nobody's even fucking watching, brother. This is so unbelievably embarrassing that you jeopardized not only your life, but the life of an innocent person who did nothing wrong, obeying the road rules, and you come out, run the red light, and fucking blast them. I can only pray that they didn't suffer any injuries at your absolute brain-dead lobotomite ass getting behind the wheel while trying to stream to an audience of nobody.
Oh my god, what happened, bro? Oh my god, bro. How the fuck that happened?
I'm fucking dumb, bro. I got him. I clipped him. I didn't know where I was. I just fucking went straight.
Damn, bro. Let me get off.
It's all good, bro. It's my fault, bro. I told you. Sometimes I was chasing you, bro. I was trying to fucking go.
What's up? Yeah.
Turn off the stream, dude. I don't want to come out in no video.
Oh, I can't turn it off. It's my job, but I won't have you on that stream.
Good news, another kick streamer arrives at the scene to try and milk this for as much content as he can now, so he can put his mouth on the nipple here and suckle from the titty. He is now broadcasting from his perspective here. He knows the guy that got into the wreck, and he was doing LA night crawls and got word about this, so he pulls up here. The guy that you see walking with the guy who immediately owned up to it being his fault is the victim that was hit. So it seems like not overly injured. He's walking around, which is good to see. He requests not to be put on stream, asking, can you turn it off? He's like, nope, can't do that. It's my job. What a saint. Rest assured, this is great news. This is like, you know, fucking Superman arriving at the scene now. We can all breathe easy and celebrate. Another kick streamer is here to make sure that nothing of value gets done here. And instead, just make sure to turn everything into content. So this poor dude, who was just minding his business, driving, who got blasted by another kick streamer who was busy streaming, is now, unfortunately, being forced onto another kick stream. And this guy lingers the entire time, even when the cops show up. He is still filming the victim here, even though he did request, please don't.
Blew the tire off.
How did he clip him, bro? He needs to turn on his hazard lights or something, bro. Oh no, this is the entrance, so it's all good. God damn, dog.
This is the vehicle he clipped here. It's fucking totaled. This thing got clobbered. Now, it seems like one of the headlights is out here, and I went back to watch the initial impact to see if it was out at the time of impact. It seems like it might have been, but there's only like a single frame where I could find it, and it's a little hard to tell, but I think it might have been. I don't think that would have changed anything because this guy blatantly ran a red light, and he has video evidence of it. He filmed himself running the red light and does openly admit to it being his fault, which I certainly wasn't expecting. I thought for sure he'd cross his arms and be like, nope, it wasn't me. Why'd you hit my car? What were you doing? Huh? Couldn't help but notice you were missing a headlight. You just came out of nowhere and fucking annihilated me. That was on you. I thought for sure there'd be something like that and him trying to bury the video or something, but no, he did assume responsibility at the scene of the crash.
You know what's fucked up? You can't see the red, so I can't see if it's red, yellow, green. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of saw it through the screen, but yeah, I know what you mean.
On the other side, bro. I didn't even know there was a light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Buster, if you can't see that this is red, you should not be behind the wheel of a car ever again, period. It couldn't be made any more explicitly clear. Like, Jesus Christ, does God need to put an invisible wall here like a video game developer to keep you out? Like, how can you not tell that this is red? Also, he starts coming to a stop. He comes to, like, a pseudo stop and then decides to go through. If you didn't know it was red, why did you start stopping in the first place, buddy? What are you talking about? Then he had the gall to say he didn't even know there was a light there? Are you driving with your eyes closed or something? Like, what are you doing? Letting the force try and, like, guide you around or something? What do you mean you didn't know there was a light there? Are you even lucid? Like, what, you pop fucking 50 perks or something, then drive? How did you not know there was a light there? Also, you were coming to a stop. You had to know there was something in front of you. What was making you put your foot on the brake? That is, like, the worst possible excuse when you have video evidence that you yourself recorded to the contrary. I think what happened is, when he was slowing down at the red light, he was probably too distracted looking at his stream. He did say, when he walked over to the other guy that showed up, that he was trying to catch him. I think he was probably watching that guy's stream in the car and wanted to get to him quicker so he wouldn't be left in the dust or something. So then he decided, fuck it, I don't see anyone else coming right now. I'm just gonna run this red light without actually doing a full survey.
Somebody came.
And then just ran the fucking red light and then clipped this guy. Now, driving with a headlight out is dangerous, obviously.
Very.
But I don't think that was a contributing factor to what happened here. He was unfortunately subjected to the natural disaster of a fucking kick streamer behind the wheel of a vehicle. That's like a terrorist attack. When you have a kick streamer streaming in a car, you best stay inside, because that is a disaster waiting to happen. This shit seems to be happening every week now.
So dumb.
Especially in LA.
Yeah. He's just waiting for a tow truck now? Yeah. I was doing calls and I got this alert on Citizen, so we came to check it out and it was your car.
It was me?
J-Foo says, the clip clearly shows 3 red lights.
10 minutes ago.
Follow me up.
A grim, sickening look into the poisoned mind of a clout goblin, using what could have been fatal accident as a plug for his content. Yep. Luckily, no one died here. Very easily, they could have. That guy's car was in terrible shape. It got absolutely obliterated. It is a miracle that he wasn't like actually seriously injured. And he, the streamer himself, also could have died too. But at the end of the day, since no one died, there's no one being buried. That's just fucking content, baby. Send it. So he starts plugging his shit. Just so despicably shameless. I really think that there's got to be some kind of crackdown on this type of shit, right? Like, it is just completely out of control. It is happening all the time with these degenerate streamers streaming while driving and inevitably crashing. Like, come on. It's so absurd now. Like, I really think when something like this happens, I think they should lose their license. Like, I think this guy should not be driving again. Full stop. Like, he can't be trusted behind the wheel of a car. Like, I think that's what I've learned. But anyway, just had to make fun of this asshole here. These driving streams, it's getting scary out there.
Follow, boo.
It's really about it. See ya.
Alert.
Welcome to No Fugazi Podcast, Andrew Wilson. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the chat, man.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm a political analyst, political satirist. I do debates all over the world. I appreciate you letting me come in. I did, but so I didn't even know this the stream was happening, but somebody came over and said I should probably jump on, so I've been kind of patiently listening. There's a bunch of things I don't actually understand here. Maybe you can give me some clarification on. The first is, I mean, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but I honestly don't think anybody gives a shit if brigade. I don't think they care at all. Like, well, who would? I mean, they don't. They like literally don't care. Whoever who cares.
Still nothing. Solution. They're in Salem, apparently. Already heard about the marijuana reclassification, which is, you know, I guess okay. See, 875 damage from the sling. I haven't played the new one. I do want to play the War Skills eventually. Oh yeah, there's a plane crash in North Carolina. It was a NASCAR driver and his family that passed away. I guess a retired driver. What's his name? Let's start with a B. Sorry, I don't follow NASCAR.
James O'Keefe goes undercover on a date with a professor.
Ever heard of the guy named, no, his name is James O'Keefe. You heard of that? Yeah. Yeah.
Once he realizes that he's actually on a date with James O'Keefe, he literally gets up and flees in panic. He's genuinely concerned. He's like, well, are you okay? Don't hurt yourself.
You want us to call an ambulance? No. Are you sure? Sure. I want to ask you, why did you call black people that work from the media?
And there are many ethical questions around using hidden cameras and what James O'Keefe does, and he acknowledges that. And I don't have the simple answer. I do think it's important to expose these things, especially when it's a professor, which I think is even more concerning than the fact that this guy is a news correspondent or works with NPR.
I wouldn't want to have like a hidden camera on me.
Undercover date with me is currently an adjunct professor at Georgetown University.
If this is the kind of stuff he's teaching, that's a little crazy.
So, is she another, like, what you said? Another yeah. Yep. She is.
She is. Yeah, so, he's using the C word, right? That ignorant black liberals use to describe black people that don't want to go along with the liberal agenda, right?
He makes it clear that his actual views could not be shared publicly.
You are a journalist, you know?
I'd have to stop being a journalist for me to say what I really want to say.
That's crazy, though.
To give y'all what I really want to say, I just have to stop being a reporter.
You have to stop being a reporter.
I would have to exit news.
This reminds me of the argument that Nick Fuentes is making, claiming everyone is at the individual racist in some way, some more extreme than others. This would be an example of that argument.
I have to stop being a reporter
that proves
to
his
tell you
argument.
what I really think.
Yeah.
But you don't have to do that. You can still...
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Like, but in terms of I'm like on the clock.
Well, that's interesting. Let's hear what he really wants to say.
He's like a Herschel Walker, like
Clarence Thomas,
the biggest of them all.
What do you think of Candace Owens? She sells out to like white people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Selling your soul to the Uncle Sam, the white man, and it's just assuming that aligning your views with him or with that point of view is going to get you ahead, but it's actually going to set you back.
He does make it clear, though, that his grudge is with black people selling their soul to the evil white man. Yet he's on a date with a white man.
He's ready to get in bed with white supremacy. But yet, at the same time, he's accusing black conservatives of selling out to white people.
Because I went with a bunch of stupid white people.
Stupid white people?
Yeah. Like, a spade is a spade. So, like,
I am ashamed, to be honest with you. I wrote,
no, you're fine.
I'm so ashamed of my race. So Candace is a too.
Yeah.
And he claims that many people share these views. They would probably internally be thinking, yes, you know, I agree with that.
You should say this publicly. I mean, like, it would be interesting, refreshing.
A lot of people would not like to hear my thoughts.
No?
I mean people probably would. They're probably like, you know what? Yes, I was thinking that.
Now we must ask ourselves the question of if the race was reversed and we had video of a white person working at Fox News in the exact same scenario, what would happen with this footage? Suddenly the ethics question would go out the window.
It's fascinating, really is. This stuff should be studied, right? Psychologists should write a thesis on this, okay?
I'm sure
So
they
if you're
have.
looking for a Christmas gift idea, this is a great one. The Extra Card Holder Pro. They have a variety of different materials. It comes separately, but you can purchase
For some reason that
tracker
card holder
device
made me want to place that.
you can use on your phone to locate it. You can put cash in here. It's really well designed. Nothing comes out. You just click this button and it brings out your cards. This travel vacuum, which is pretty cool. You get the pump.
But I heard talking. Guess not. Guess nothing yet. Nice garden. Still pretty blocked in. A lot of personnel there. FBI, please. Let's look at the reporter off to the side. Just monitoring for now, I guess.
Pump. So you can put clothes in here. Vacuum seals. Right now they're running a Christmas sale up to 54% off. Use the code WARREN10 to unlock an extra 10% off at checkout.
Jonathan Franklin's body of work while at NPR was focused on black culture, race, and justice, and here he is throwing around racial slurs.
Now, people that disagree with James O'Keefe are probably going to find this unethical. People that are concerned with this kind of ideology are probably glad that it's exposed like this. They will probably think it's fair game.
The guy named, no, his name is James O'Keefe. You heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't like him. What do you think of him?
He's alright.
He's alright?
Yeah, could be better. Could be worse.
Could be worse.
Well, could be better.
Could be, how could he be better?
Just, they'll be an asshole.
Is he an asshole?
I've heard people he's an asshole.
Oh. Well, he does like the undercover stuff and like exposes people, you know, and he exposes people, you know, telling people like what they really think, you know. What do you think about that?
I mean, there's a lane for that, but it's also knowing how to do it in a way that doesn't attack your integrity.
Yeah, because you have to use like hidden cameras and shit.
Right.
Yeah. You might be wondering why Jonathan Franklin didn't recognize me in the first place, being a professor, a graduate level professor on media and journalism, and Jonathan Franklin actually refuses to believe that I'm James O'Keefe.
And here's where it gets hilarious and it goes off the rails. The big reveal.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I actually am James O'Keefe.
Are you?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not James O'Keefe.
No, you're not.
I am.
Really?
Yes.
And then he panics and
Man,
literally
runs.
just makes a run for it.
You don't know that.
The way he runs, gee.
I mean, what are we watching? I don't know. I just want to have some fun today, you know?
Night Falls or something around the corner. Oh, he tripped on his shoes.
Yes, he falls, and James is very kind.
Are you okay? Are you okay? No. Do you want us to call an ambulance? No. Are you sure? Sure. Are you injured?
Yes.
What happened?
I fell.
You have blood? Are you okay?
Yes.
We don't want you to get injured.
Yes, I'm injured.
That's not our intent.
I'm injured.
Do you need us to call for help?
No.
Okay. Are you sure you're okay?
No, I'm not okay.
He's exposed.
You called black people, quote, you work for CBS News, you're a national correspondent. Whoa, whoa, whoa! He's attacking the cameraman.
Apparently he lied about working for CBS, I guess.
You work for CBS News, you're a national correspondent.
I don't work for CBS.
You don't?
No.
Yeah, you're a professor, which makes it worse.
I agree, that is more concerning to me.
You lied about that?
Yes.
Did you work for NPR?
No.
You're denying your own identity.
Yeah.
If this dude was white, right, and got caught saying the type of stuff that he just said, would he have a job? No, he wouldn't have a job.
He proceeds to take him to the pharmacy to help him get Band-Aids.
Some water?
Yeah.
Why don't you have some water? Here.
I'm fine.
You worked for NPR and you no longer work for NPR?
Yeah.
When did you leave there?
I told you December.
And where it went from there is anyone's guess.
Oh, is the news conference now? Minutes I heard.
Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing. Can you hear that one?
Yep, I got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
They're dollying something out.
Hello, everyone. We are giving you your 20-minute notice. In about 20 minutes, I'm going to have everyone come down here. We're going to have the same structure that we've been doing the past few days. We're going to start on the left. We're going to work our way to the right. Everyone gets one question, and then one follow-up question. 20 minutes, starting now. Likely
Okay,
longer,
20 minutes.
maybe 25 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, haven't got some time yet. Keep an eye on that more.
They placed a death sentence over me. I guarantee you that the vast majority of Muslims, they don't want me dead. But according to the Islamic law, because I changed my religion or because I renounced Islam, there is a death sentence over my head. So the Islamic law says, Muhammad precisely say, whoever changes his religion, kill him.
Hi guys doing, this is Sahar TV, and in today's video we'll watch Musab Hassan Yusuf on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show talking about the fact that people want to kill him, Islamists want to kill him because he left Islam and converted to a different religion.
Anyone who tried to criticize Islam gets accused with Islamophobia. I am one of them. I have been saying this for many, many years. And for the last 15 years, since the social media generation, many Muslims have been radicalized because they have access to radical platforms. And now the thing is, instead of trying to help the moderate Muslims to overcome their fear and criticize and try to reform Islam, what we have been doing, we have been censoring every attempt to criticize Islam. They placed a death sentence over me. I guarantee you that the vast majority of Muslims, they don't want me dead. But according to the Islamic law, because I changed my religion or because I renounced Islam, there is a death sentence over my head. So the Islamic law says, Muhammad precisely say, whoever changes his religion, kill him. This is the death sentence that my father validated over my head because I renounced the Islamic violence and the Islamic jihadism. So now, many people don't want to be in my position. It's not a good position because they would be shunned from their families or they would be shamed by the society. They could be labeled as traitors. And these are very dangerous labels that most people don't want to have to go through. But at the end of the day, especially Muslims in the West, instead of going actually against the values of the West or exploiting the values in the West to just criticize the West, they should be doing the opposite. They should be trying to help reform Islam. Islam was written in the 7th century. Judaism also was written thousands of years ago, but the Jews were able to reform it. There are violent verses in Judaism, but it has been reformed. It has been integrated. And today in the 21st century, we cannot take ideology or a belief system from the 7th century and try to force it into the 21st century.
But there are people,
so this is the responsibility.
Yeah, there are people. Just to add, Christians also have reformed their religion and have went through a Renaissance period. With Islam, they're still stuck in the 7th century. Their ideology is the same as in the 7th century. The fact that he has a capital punishment on his head for leaving Islam is just a living proof of that.
People who say that the Quran, for example, it gets interpreted and spun deliberately to look like it's inciting violence by those who want to propagate violence. In other words, they twist the meaning of the text to suit their violent intent. And the Bible, I'm a Christian, the Bible is full of violence, obviously. But the Quran, comparative to the Bible, is nowhere near as violent. You know, it's just a fact.
Shorter.
But it gets twisted and used in a sort of propaganda way, as if somehow it is
Did he say the Quran is nowhere near as violent as the Bible? What in the world is he talking about? 11% of the Quran is violent. Mein Kampf is only 9% violent, and look what happened to the Jewish community around the world. The truth is, you don't see Jews and Christians going and exploding themselves and bombing themselves because of their religion. With Islam, however, it's a day-to-day thing. People die almost every day because of Islam, because of terrorist attacks. What are you talking about? Misinterpreting.
An entreaty of violence. Isn't that part of the problem? That I agree with you about social media, that social media is radicalizing people all over the place, and they may be being educated via social media in a very deliberate, targeted way by those who are on the extremist edge of this stuff, who are saying, look, the Quran makes it crystal clear, you have to do this, 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 and this. Whereas most moderate Muslims I've talked to say that is not what it means at all. It's being twisted and used in a way to encourage violence.
That's what they say about the Bible.
Okay, so here is what I think. I think for all those, the peaceful Muslims who don't choose violence and still identify with Islam without understanding it, first of all, I invite them to study what jihad actually means. And many try to explain jihad as inner struggle, but it's not. In the Quran, it's obvious. Jihad is a fundamental pillar in the Islamic belief system. And it's jihad where a Muslim is required to sacrifice himself or herself, if necessary, to establish a khilafah. A khilafah is a global state. It's not the Islamic State that we saw these ugly images coming out of Syria and out of Sydney. It's a global Islamic State where there is only one Islamic ruler. Islam does not believe in diversity or multiplicity. They don't believe in other religions. Actually, what it really means when Muslims say, La ilaha illallah, it means literally there is no divinity but Allah. This means cancellation of Judaism, of Buddhism, of Hinduism, of Christianity, of all other belief systems, and consider Islam as the only and final belief. Well, this is very, very dangerous, but this is the essence.
But that is rejected, isn't it?
Muslims...
Again, I come back to this.
By the way, in the eyes of
matter
Allah, according to the Quran,
die.
the people who strive or commit jihad and kill themselves for Islam are ranked higher than the people who stay back. That is in their Quran. How can you misinterpret this verse? That's why a bunch of people do terrorist attacks in the Islamic community, because they know that they'll rank higher in the eyes of Allah. BS misinterpretation. That's what it says in the Quran.
So in the United States, there are about 5 million Muslims and about 5 million Jews. In the UK, about 5 million Muslims and 250,000 Jews. So very different breakdown. But the reality is, in both countries, that in the majority of cases, you would say there's been pretty good assimilation of both those groups of people into normal society in the United States and the UK. There have been some bad incidents, but there hasn't been, it's not like you've got thousands of people rampaging around all day, every day, committing terrible acts. In other words, it seems to me that the majority of Muslims in the US and the UK go about their lives integrated pretty well with the culture and society.
So why do they have their own Islamic courts?
Yeah,
why
they have
can't
their
they
own
go
courts. They're trying to establish their own
Why do they have
neighborhoods.
their own separate courts?
Trying to
determine
usurp
what needs to be done, whether it's marrying
the laws
a
of
few
the
women
United
and all
States.
these things. Why do they have that? If you go and ask Muslims in the United Kingdom if they believe in a Christian government to be ruling over them or Sharia to be ruling over them, what do you think they're going to say?
Sharia.
Assimilation is a vital part of Islam, trying to grow the population in Islam, according to Hijrah, to allow more people to move into the UK. And then once they're the majority, do you think they're going to be under this secular or Christian government of the United Kingdom? Of course not. They're going to try and build a Sharia government, a Sharia law system. They don't believe in this man-made thing. They believe only in the laws of Allah. Go and ask Muslims who live in the United Kingdom, the majority is going to say that they believe in Sharia.
They live in and don't want to pursue acts of violence. And so I come back to the fact that if you take that across the world with 2 billion people, the number of extremists is very small. Otherwise, we'd be seeing a lot more of this stuff going on. So
you don't hear
again,
about it.
I don't know what the
Middle
answer
East
is here,
much.
but I do know that it's not a case that the majority of Muslims support this or want any part of it. And that's my problem with how these, when these incidents blow up, I go on social media and all I see is appalling Islamophobia. I also see a lot of anti-Semitism. I see a lot of hatred generally spewing around. But it just remains clear to me that the vast majority of Muslims do not want to be violent.
It's funny how Pierce is trying to stay in the middle and not appear as a bigot, and that's why he's calling it Islamophobia. If you see a bunch of Islamists trying to blow themselves up or kill other people for jihad and for Islam, then this is phobia? This is irrational fear? No, it's rational to fear the ideology that seeks to destroy you and kill you, just like what happened at Bondi Beach or the 7/7 terror attacks or 9/11 or a bunch of other terror attacks that took place around the world on behalf of Islam. That's not irrational phobia to fear that.
And yet there is this perception amongst people that that's the inevitability of a growing Muslim population is they want to take over the country. Like in the UK, they want to take us over and they want to instill the Muslim culture over all others, have their own legal system, their own rules, everything else. And I just don't see that. I see bits of that. I see there are certainly some Muslims in the UK that feel that. But the vast majority do not seem to want that.
Exactly, and I don't blame you. I think your observation is accurate, and it is the truth. But the thing is, why identify with something that you completely oppose? Like, for example, Muslims who don't believe in jihad. It's very similar to meat eaters who identify as vegans. They are not vegans. And the Muslims who don't believe in jihad, basically, they are not Muslims. They are going against the Islamic law. They are going against all the Islamic...
Yeah, but that's the point.
The essence of Islam.
But Mossab,
it's not up to them.
Yeah, but hang on. That's the crucial point right there. Right there. So what your position is that if you follow the faith of Islam, then you automatically have to sign up to violence. Whereas from everything I've heard from my moderate Muslim friends, of which I have many, is that is not how they interpret Islam. They do not see Islam.
So they're not Muslims.
Yeah, they're not Muslim.
As easy as it sounds, they're not Muslims.
As a faith
some
that
other
necessitates you being
Mohammedan
violent.
religion.
It's the extremists that every religion has, and because there are 2 billion Muslims, there's going to be exponentially more, probably Muslim extremists in other religions, just simply on numbers, but that they do not see Islam itself as the problem. They see extremism and extremist interpretation of Islam as the problem, and they make a clear delineation.
The book reads
because it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong,
it's a confusing book.
but your position is
You understand
horribly
that
written.
extremism is such a weird term for Islam, because if you look at their prophet and the person they follow, Muhammad, he committed acts of terror back in Arabia, back in the 7th century. So if they don't believe in extremism, then why do they believe in Muhammad, who did extremist things, according to the definition that Pierce gave?
Yeah.
Why do they associate themselves with Muhammad? I get the point of Musab Hassan Yusuf. He's right.
Is anybody that follows the faith of Islam, 2 billion people right now do that they must all follow a path of violence, or they are reneging on what it means to follow Islam.
To identify with something that you don't understand and try to just manipulate it to suit your position, because your perception of yourself that you are a peaceful person, yet you give cover to the jihadists and to the bad guys, and you legitimize a belief system that does not believe in the other's right to exist. For example, the Prophet Muhammad, when a bunch of Arabians came to him and they said, we became Muslims, he said, don't say that you became Muslims. He said, لا تقولوا أسلمنا لا تقولوا آمنا قولوا أسلمنا ولما يدخل الإيمان في قلوبنا. Meaning that you only Muslims, even Muhammad himself considered Muslim is just a very basic level, entry level into Islam. But if you really want to look at a bright side, that's Sufism, Sufis. And there are so many Sufi masters in the West, in Europe, also in the East, that actually stay away from politics completely. They withdraw, like the Hanifs, like Muhammad when he went, abandoned Mecca and went up to the mountain in a long retreat, seeking spirituality, seeking God in devotion. I highly encourage the Muslims actually to do this, to look within and to drop the label, including the Muslim label. What's the point of identifying as a Muslim? Means that you are entitled for something. What do you want in return? And especially in days where the Muslim card pays. And what I say, that drop the identity completely. First of all, you're a human being. Be a good person. Be like Ahmed. When you see the hateful campaign against the Jewish minority, very productive, very successful people that actually have very good relationship with the Muslims. There are so many Muslims in Israel. There are so many Arabs in Israel, and they have equal rights. They have their mosques. They have even representatives in the Israeli parliament. So Israel and the Jewish people don't look towards the Muslims with hatred. So now when we see the waves, especially after October 7th, spreading hatred against the Jewish people, then I see 2 billion people, okay? Let them be even 7 billion people agreeing on barbarism. Then I will have to confront all of them.
I'll include the full video down in the link in the description, but I agree with him. Why would you associate yourself with Islam if you don't believe in the Islamic rules or Islamic laws? If you don't want to do jihad, then why associate yourself with Islam? If you don't want to die for Islam, then why associate yourself with Islam? Of course, in the Quran, it says that not everybody has to go and do jihad. Some can stay back, but they'll be ranked lower in the eyes of Allah. So he's right. Why associate yourself with a group you disagree with? Or maybe you're just doing taqiyya and you're pretending. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. If you'd like to watch more...
common, you know, there's manipulative people. 7 minutes to go. Let me go to the bathroom. Let's see if this comes up here shortly. You doing, Bubby? You want some tea? Where do you want to put your zombie picture? over here. Oof. I'm eating too many cookies. Alright, got 4 minutes. Hopefully 4 minutes.
University, and then you're going to be looking at any potential weapons found or discovered tonight in their search at this warehouse. You're going to take that weapon and the shell casings and see if that matches up to the weapon they found on the suspect tonight. Presumably, they find one. Moreover, you're going to be looking at DNA evidence. You're going to be looking at fingerprints. Somewhere on that university, he had to have made entry into that school. So they're going to, they've already processed the area of the shooting at Brown U, so they want to make sure that those fingerprints match the deceased, the dead suspect tonight. And then, the data dump. They're going to be able to triangulate, has he been held up in that warehouse since the shooting? We don't know. So if he has any type of device on him, they'll be able to download that device and hopefully come up with some clues and build a timeline after the shooting. And then you have the murder of the MIT professor. Does that device connect to the shooting suspect they have tonight? Does that connect to the travel and the timeline of the MIT professor? So but a lot of data evidence that's going to have to be combed through by the analysts.
So in a case like this, and by the way, Jamie Copenhaver joining us, being generous with his time tonight. I'm Austin Westfall. We are awaiting, for anybody just joining us in progress, we're awaiting a press conference from officials in Providence, Rhode Island. The Providence Police Department expected to give an update sometime shortly. We got the 20-minute heads up about just a little over 20 minutes ago, but they said it could be a little bit longer than 20 minutes. So we're going to stand pat. We're going to bring you the press conference in full as soon as it begins. Does look like we have our chopper vantage point back. WBZ bringing us a bird's eye view of this scene in Salem, New Hampshire. And then we've got in the top corner of your screen a ground view of the exact same location. Obviously, the press conference is what we're watching for in the bottom box on your screen. No telling exactly when that press conference will start, but we expect it to start pretty soon here. Jamie, in a case like this, where one incident is a mass shooting on a college campus and the other is a targeted killing of a professor at his home, are different investigative units likely brought in for each situation?
So you're going to have investigators and homicide investigators from the respective agencies. Here's the other caveat to that. You're going to have the FBI involved. You're going to have the Marshal Service involved with that. Because it was a acting out with a weapon. You're going to have the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF, involved for any firearm-related investigation. So they're able to trace weapons and find out who that weapon was presumably sold to. In terms of the one-on-one police work, I mean, the homicide detectives from Providence has already started their investigation, and now they're sharing information with this MIT investigation of the murdered professor. So all the above, and then you have the evidence collection. So, here's a good question. Dealing with the MIT professor's murder, are there any evidence that were located at that crime scene that can connect back to any of the crime scene at Brown University? i.e. the same type of bullets, the same shell casing? Was it the same type of round fired from the same weapon? So a lot of it's preliminary, but they're looking and analyzing all of the above by all the agents.
The motive is still unclear at this point, but how do investigators evaluate whether the suspect may have had a targeted motive against the MIT professor?
Yeah, data dumped from devices, any ledgers or manifestos that he may have written out. Unfortunately, Austin, we've seen these time after time, and after these suspects are identified, you'll always have a neighbor or a family member that will come forth and say something along the line, you know, we knew it wasn't right with this guy. Something wasn't right. We heard him talking. He was talking about violent acts. And, you know, this stuff needs to be reported before these people act out. So they're going to look at all of the above to come up with a clear motive. And I can almost promise you that you're going to hear something from a family or a neighbor that's going to come out and say, we knew something wasn't right with this person. We just didn't report it. So, you know, they're going to do neighborhood canvasses for additional witnesses at all the crime scenes to include the shooter's neighborhood itself. They want to identify the neighbors, interview those neighbors. They may be an intricate part building a timeline, if you will.
So let's just fill in some of the gaps in the timeline, if we can, while we await the press conference. From your perspective, what gaps still exist, and perhaps what are the most important gaps that still exist in the timeline between the MIT killing, the Brown shooting, and the suspect's arrival at the Salem storage facility?
You know, first and foremost, we've heard the leaders over in Providence come out many, many times. Please review your Ring video cameras to see if you have anything days leading up to the Brown University shooting. So, you know, what they're looking for, and that would telegraph to me that they're looking to see if the suspect may have been there casing out the university, right? To show a pattern, to get his timing right so he could potentially enter that school to avoid video cameras. Also, you're going to be looking, and here's something we haven't added, you're going to be looking to build that timeline on videos. Once they have this car, which they have it in their possession, presumably it's the shooter's car, they're going to look for any red light cameras, any pole cameras that may capture that car going up to the MIT professor's location for that moment to solidify the timeline of this shooter. So you're going to be looking and combing through all of that data, Austin. But, you know, I was talking to a local Fox affiliate yesterday about this case. We watched the 1-hour crime TV shows, and we see those crimes solved within that 60 minutes. And, you know, this is playing out. It's been since Saturday. It's starting to make progress and get solved, but these things take time. It's a lot of work. You have a lot of people doing different tasks.
Okay, Jamie Copenhaver, we appreciate the insight. We are getting movement at the Providence Police Department press conference. Let's listen into what they know. This is live.
Sure. We got everybody? Great.
Well, good evening, everybody. Tonight, our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier. In a minute, Colonel Perez will share the latest details on the investigation, but I want to thank the people of Providence for stepping up and coming together during an extraordinarily difficult time. I know this has been hard on all of us. Over the past 5 days, minutes have felt like hours. But the people of Providence have done what we're best at. We've leaned on one another, come together, and supported one another, and showed the nation what a tight-knit community looks like. It was because of the information provided to us by neighbors and the tireless work of our Providence Police Department, the Rhode Island State Police, the FBI, the ATF, and many other federal partners. The incredible prosecutorial advice and guidance that we received from the Attorney General's office, we all worked well together to be able to identify this suspect. I know we will have a lot of questions still, and we will continue to work to get those answers. But it is a great honor for me to turn this over to our Chief of Police, Colonel Oscar Perez, and I will say on behalf of the people of Providence, we owe him and every member of the Providence Police Department the deepest debt of gratitude. Colonel?
Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my deepest condolences to the families, the victims. It was for them that this work was put together to make sure that they get the justice that they deserve and to ensure that this person was held accountable. Second thing I'll tell you is that I'm extremely proud of this department, actually the officers, the detectives, the Real-Time Crime Center, the Community Response Team, the Intelligence Division, the Narcotics Division, the Task Force. This past Saturday, as you all know, December 13, Providence Police Department and Brown University Police Department responded to this horrific tragedy at Brown University 184 Hope. Our officers were there within minutes. That same day, Providence Police detectives immediately went to work. Looking for video footage to see who this individual was and who was responsible. A person of interest was identified from that video footage. The person of interest was observed down Hope Street, turning onto Waterman Street, and that was one of the first videos that we released. At the same time, every federal agency you can think of was reaching out to the Providence Police Department and responded to the capital city. Images were shared with media within hours. Persons of interest it was the same individual that has been the focus of this investigation since the beginning. All the new images that we received of this person of interest were shared with the media continuously over the past 6 days. This critical evidence was collected with the use of public assistance. As the mayor stated, I'm proud to be the chief of police of this city. I'm proud to be a product of this city for the reasons that the mayor stated. The community stepped up. It was all about groundwork, public assistance, interviews of individuals, and good old-fashioned policing. That is the type of police work that every police officer in this nation reminds themselves of, and that many do not understand. And that is critically important and often succeeds where technology alone cannot. We looked at financial records, we looked at video footages, and in the specific incident, it was actually a video that provided us with a description of a vehicle. That was corroborated through a tip that was received to the tip center. That room was packed with detectives, agents, receiving calls on a daily basis. We started early and left late. Then Flock and the LPR was able to provide us with this description of this vehicle. That vehicle was picked up by Flock, which led us to a car rental place in Massachusetts. Through that, the agents and their work as well were able to get us footage of this individual, as well as a copy of the agreement, which provided his real name. The video of that subject matched the description of that person of interest that this police department was desperate to put handcuffs on. That individual was identified as Claudio Neves Valenti, date of birth, and he was a 48-year-old man. He was a Brown student. He was a Portuguese national. His last known address was in Miami, Florida. And I will tell you that he took his own life tonight. We have members of the Providence Police Department up in Salem, New Hampshire. And we also have the BCI unit. Obviously, the FBI and their evidence recovery unit is up there. So the process is being conducted as we speak. And it goes without saying that I would like to personally thank the efforts again of the Providence Police Department,
Well,
the
that's
Rhode Island
not
State
closure.
Police, the Rhode Island Attorney General, the FBI, the ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshals, IRS, DEA, Secret Service, and NCIS. There is no way that we could have done this by ourselves. In this nation, when horrific incidents like this happen, law enforcement steps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. General Arona?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. You know, I would describe the emotions on the investigative team, including our prosecutors and the agents, detectives from both state police, Providence, as mixed. You know, there is a sense of completeness in terms of the investigation.
No, there's not.
An investigation that's, if not the hardest, among the handful of hardest investigations that I've ever been involved with. And the sense that we owed those 2 dead Brown students and the 9 injured Brown students and the students who were in that auditorium that weren't injured, and the Brown community and the Providence community results. The teams worked really hard. I think I mentioned that to you almost every night that we met with you. I wish they were all up here with us. That we wouldn't fit here, but it was remarkable to see the cooperation between the FBI agents, the ATF agents, the HSI agents, the Providence police detectives, the state police detectives, our prosecutors. And I will say that everybody brought a certain expertise to the table, but it is nevertheless a sad moment when you think about those young people who were hurt, injured, or worse, or 2 of them are now deceased. You know, to me, this was always going to be an investigation where something was going to break it open. We were going to pull threads. We were going to gather evidence that would lead us in a particular direction. And I will say that if we were with you less than, well, I guess now more than 24 hours ago, we had that picture of that second individual. And I would say within an hour, no more than 2, I think it was under an hour, that person came forward to 2 Providence police officers over on the east side and said he had information, that he was that person, and he had information that could help this case. And I remember last night watching his interview, and he blew this case right open. He blew it open. And that's how these cases sometimes go. You can feel like you're not making a lot of progress.
Audio
You can feel
Manuel
like you're chasing leads and they don't work out. But the team keeps going, because you know, those of us with experience know that you're going to pull a lot of threads, and it's not always the first one that's going to get you where you need to go. But when you do crack it, you crack it. And that person led us to the car, which led us to the name, which led us to the photographs of that individual renting the car, which matched the clothing of our shooter here in Providence, that matched the satchel that we see here in Providence. He was found dead with a satchel, with 2 firearms, and evidence in the car that that matches exactly what we see at the scene here in Providence. And so I know that you and the public have questions about how we got from a place yesterday where all we could share with you was a photograph of someone we wanted to talk to where we got to tonight. And so we got a state arrest warrant for murder today that was signed by a district court judge for this individual. There won't be a prosecution now, of course, but that affidavit is on our website, and you will be able to see more and read more about how this investigation unfolded. I won't get you all the way there because there are some things that happened afterwards which led us to this suspect's body in New Hampshire. But it will, I think, tell you give you a sense of the work that went into this by the line prosecutors and the line agents and detectives from the agencies that work so well together. So, you know, as I said, it's with mixed emotions. It is unimaginable, the pain that the parents and families of the deceased are feeling tonight and will feel undoubtedly for quite a while. But I hope that by bringing this person to justice, that we can at least give them the beginnings of some measure of closure. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me when I got a little testy with some of you. Those of you who know me from Rhode Island, you know that's my nature. So I really want to thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, General. As has been said several times, the partnership with the FBI was invaluable. And so it's a pleasure to introduce Special Agent in charge of FBI, Ted Dox.
Thank you, Mayor. And good evening. My name is Ted Dox, Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston. We got him. Shortly before 9 o'clock tonight, the FBI SWAT team executed court-authorized search warrants at a storage unit facility in Hampshire Road in Salem, New Hampshire. This is where we located Claudio Neves Valente, the individual who we believe was responsible for the Brown shooting. The latest developments in an intense 5-day manhunt and is a result of an incredible amount of work dedicated by the law enforcement teams.
So he was a student of Brown.
Every single agency brought their unique skills and expertise to this investigation. And we're motivated by the victims and survivors of this horrific incident. Even though the suspect was found dead tonight, our work is not done. There are many questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be processed. And most importantly, the victims and their families deserve special care and consideration. The FBI and our partners across Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire will continue to search for answers for the victims, survivors, and their families. To see what motivated this individual to carry out such a senseless act of violence. From the onset of this critical incident, it's been all hands on deck. The FBI deployed approximately 500 special agents, analysts, task force officers, and support personnel to assist our partners in this investigation. In addition to this extra manpower, all our specialty teams were activated, including Evidence Response Team, SWAT, Divert, and Victim Services Response Team, just to name a few. A special thanks to you, the media, as well as to the community. My sincere thanks to Colonel Perez, Colonel Weaver, AG Nerona, Brown University PD, and all of our partners. This was truly a team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Another critical partner at every step along the way was the ATF. I'd like to introduce Special Agent in charge of the ATF, Tom Greco.
Good evening. My name is Tom Greco, a Special Agent in charge of ATF Boston. From the moment 911 reports of the shooting at Brown University came through, there's been an around-the-clock effort to identify the perpetrator and to protect the community. The men and women of ATF, including our special agents, our intelligence research specialists, and our support personnel, have been proud to support and be part of that effort, leveraging our unique experience, dedicated investigators, canine handlers, and crime gun intelligence technology such as NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to compare ballistic evidence, and our other available tools to support the investigation, and to help identify Claudio Neves Valente as the individual that we believe was responsible. ATF's mission, first and foremost, is to protect communities from violent crime. Each individual in this country deserves to live in peace and security in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in the streets. The actions of Claudio Neves Valente stole that right and terrorized the community. I'd like to emphasize to the public, this was a highly dangerous individual capable of extreme violence. And we're happy to have been part of this investigation and proud to have worked with our partners to identify him and see this through. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. From the very outset on Saturday, from our first press conference in the fire station to today, Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee has been by Providence's side every step of the way. The city of Providence is incredibly grateful for the governor's support, the state police, not just their assistance with the investigation, but in supporting the broader community. It's a pleasure to introduce Governor Dan McKee.
Thanks, Mayor, and clearly your staff, I feel the same way with the team that you have, that we were happily able to assist. And as a former mayor, many of here in the audience know that I've been a mayor, some don't, but I empathize and sympathize with the position that you were in and the fact that you needed people to follow the lead of the Providence police and to partner in with some extraordinary people, whether it's with the FBI or the ATF, and of course our state police as well. From the very beginning, my thoughts as a dad was with the families who suffered from the shooting. The unthinkable happened in our state. The unthinkable happened in Providence. The unthinkable happened at Brown University. And we're going to be forever changed. But our commitment from the state level is to continue to support Providence, Brown, and the people of the state of Rhode Island in the recovery that's going to take a great deal of time. But I do say this. The professionalism that I saw in the law enforcement should make everyone that lives in our state and beyond our borders feel very safe. These things happen, but it requires some professional help in law enforcement to bring it to the conclusion that we've been able to bring it to. So, Colonel, thank you, everybody involved. And again, we will stand with Providence and Brown University and the people of the state of Rhode Island to provide the help that will be needed in the recovery in a trauma like this.
Thank you, Governor. Throughout the year, the Rhode Island State Police is an incredible partner to Providence, but during this investigation, their support was invaluable. I introduce Colonel of State Police, Colonel Weaver.
My name is Colonel Darnell Weaver, the Superintendent of the Rhode Island State Police. I want to begin by recognizing the excellent and exceptional efforts of the Providence Police Department and Colonel Oscar Perez. From the very first moments of this investigation, the Providence Police Department has worked collaboratively and relentlessly day and night on this investigation while protecting our capital city. Their detectives followed facts, developed evidence, and pursued every credible lead. Colonel Perez's leadership has been steady and decisive, focused on identifying the person responsible for this tragedy. As always, our troopers stepped up, working shoulder to shoulder with the Providence Police and our local, state, and federal partners. I want to give particular recognition to our detectives, whose diligence and dedication contributed to this investigation. Our detectives and division leadership operated as a unified team, sharing intelligence, resources, and expertise. This has truly been an all-hands-on-deck investigation, as virtually every trooper has taken extra shifts to help support the efforts in Providence, and I have never been prouder to be a member of the Rhode Island State Police. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the Rhode Island State Police, and this case stands out among one of the most challenging in our state's history. The sheer volume of digital evidence, the complexity of the investigation, and the intense public interest played an extraordinary demands on everyone involved. Despite that pressure, investigators remain disciplined, methodical, and focused on facts. We are grateful for the assistance of the public, particularly those who shared our information, provided tips, and gave us doorbell camera footage and access to their property. We are also thankful for the ongoing support of Rhode Islanders. We know that you have been with us through this entire investigation. I also want to be very clear about something else. Criminal investigations are grounded in evidence, not speculation or online commentary. The endless barrage of misinformation, disinformation, rumors, leaks, and clickbait were not helpful in this investigation. Distractions and unfounded criticisms do not support this work. They complicate it and threaten to undermine the justice we seek for the victims and the grieving families. Despite these challenges, good police work prevailed, and we have lessons that we can bring forward from these long days ahead. To the Brown University community and the people of Rhode Island, be
48-year-old man
that this case
from Portugal, I
reflects
guess,
the law enforcement community
but
and
speaking
what
at
we are
Brown.
capable of, and that we are committed to this state. We will continue
There are a
to
lot of
support the
questions that aren't
victims
answered
and
yet.
the broader community as the healing continues. Thank you.
He went for it.
Thank you, Colonel. Providence is so proud to be home to Brown University, and we are committed to working together with them in the future as they help heal their community as we do our broader Providence community. We continue to give condolences to the deceased and our prayers to those who are recovering. The leader of Brown has been a great partner through this whole process. I'd like to introduce President Christina Paxson from Brown University.
Thank you. You know, nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week, but this may allow our community to move forward and begin a path of repair and recovery and healing. I want to thank the dedicated law enforcement agencies that have worked so tirelessly on this case, really around the clock, as well as our neighbors and others who participated in giving tips and helping with the investigation. We hope that this outcome tonight brings an increased sense of safety for our community at Brown and in the surrounding area. This has been a period of great fear and anxiety for many people, and now perhaps some form of relief. Truly, this week has been devastating for our community in a number of ways, including the experiences that members of our community have had with being targeted by online rumors and accusations. And I hope that this development also means an end to this truly troubling activity. So we remain focused on the safety and security of our community and in support for the victims of this senseless violence. Now, we know the public and our own Brown community members will want to know more about the individual now identified by law enforcement as the suspect in last weekend's shooting. And we can confirm the following to the best of our knowledge, based on our review in a very short authorities made us aware of this development. And we provided this information to law enforcement as they build their case and wrap up the investigation. So Claudia Manuel Neves Valente was enrolled at Brown from the fall of 2000 to the spring of 2001. He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in the Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing effective July 31st, 2003. During his time at Brown, Nueves Valente was enrolled only in physics classes. The majority of physics classes at Brown have always been held within the Barris and Hawley classrooms. Now, detailed records indicating where specific courses were held Don't extend back to 2001. But we can say that physics classes typically require access to specialized equipment, including demonstration carts that are a fixed asset in some of Barris and Hawley classrooms. So I think it's safe to assume that this man, when he was a student, spent a great deal of time in that building for classes and other activities as a PhD student in physics. He has no current active affiliation with the university or campus presence. So again, we thank law enforcement and so many others for extensive work on this case, day and night, and we look forward to a sense of restored safety for Brown, Providence, and the Rhode Island communities. Thank you.
Thank you, President Paxson. The last speaker, and then we will take your questions, is the Chief of the Brown Police Department, Chief Chapman. Remember, his officers were the first to respond on Saturday, and we are so grateful for both their immediate and heroic response and their partnership over the last 5 days. Chief?
I want to express my ongoing prayers and care and concern for our entire community. I certainly also want to acknowledge and thank the men and women of the Brown University Police and Public Safety for their efforts. As you see, this was a Herculean task and required a lot of collaboration and work. And our officers and our public safety personnel were shoulder to shoulder with these assets. I do want to also thank all of you who have helped citizens and law enforcement. That partnership and collaboration means the world to us, and we couldn't have gotten there without you. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll now open up to questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What led authorities to link the incidents between Brown University and MIT?
I can be done.
And I can follow up to that.
Yeah, I'll start. I'll just tell you that a lot of the information and evidence that we ended up gathering linked us to a connection up in Massachusetts, but obviously at the MIT. But I feel a respect to the authorities in Mass as well as the FBI that's for them to comment. But I'll tell you that the groundwork that started in the city of Providence by our detectives, the detective division under the command of Major LaPayan, as well as the federal partners that we had in our room upstairs, and ATF, the FBI, led us to that connection. And so that was great work.
Special FBI, well, does FBI want to weigh in on that? And then I have a follow-up.
I think through that particular link that you're talking about, that case is being worked out of Massachusetts with the leadership of U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. I believe that they are having a press conference today as well, where they'll reveal more to the general public at that time. I'd be remiss to start and kind of talk on this, to let them kind of have first dibs to kind of be the ones to tell the public about those particular links.
And your follow-up.
But your follow-up, sir.
As for the second person who came forward, what did that person tell you, and did that person know the shooter?
So yeah, obviously I had mentioned at the last press conference that it was a person that we wanted to speak with. The work of the video collections that we had led us to identify that there was a person that actually encountered this individual. So it corroborated everything that we saw. We saw a person of interest. We saw that there was a vehicle involved. When this person came in, broke the case in the sense that explained to us exactly what we thought we had seen and put that individual at the crime scene. Obviously, that was the break, because we knew we were in the right direction to ensure that we were going after this individual. Obviously, took his life.
Colonel.
Go ahead. Steve.
Thank you, Mayor. Did Mr. Valenti act alone, and is there an anti-Semitism component behind this, do you expect?
As far as we know, Steve, he acted alone.
And is there an anti-Semitism component to this?
No, that we know of, no.
John.
Colonel, what was the events that led to the storage facility? So was he pursued there? Did he know authorities were going after him? When was he last alive? Like, how did that play out?
So it plays out in the sense that we obviously, I just stated, we collected all the evidence. We were able to learn that there was a rental vehicle. We learned about that vehicle. There was financial records that were verified by the FBI, obviously, and other agencies. I'm sorry, actually, to another agency, so multiple agencies that verified financial records that brought us to that site to know that he had actually rented a site at the storage unit, and then we ended up in Salem.
In a follow-up.
Yeah.
When he did that, did he know authorities were coming, or did he just go and, like, how long had he been in that storage unit?
That we're not aware of, John, in the sense that all we knew is that we were on a manhunt, and that's what he led us to. So.
Amanda.
Why wouldn't they have that information already? Foreigner should be able to tell you how long he's been dead.
20 years ago. His last known address was in Miami, but now he's here at Brown University, potentially also at MIT. What do you know about what brought him up here?
There's going to be unknown answers that we have no answer as far as that. Obviously, came up here and committed this horrific incident and this tragedy, and that's all we knew. Our mission was to ensure that we could find him and bring him to justice. But yeah, no. At this point, correct.
My follow-up is of the evidence that you've collected. Have you collected the handgun that you believe was used in the shooting? Have you collected any type of manifesto or evidence? Have you planned more shootings?
So as far as I know, that's the FBI evidence recovery team is up in Salem, New Hampshire, and they're collecting whatever evidence is up there. This happened just now, as before we came up here.
Bill.
Any criminal history, political affiliations, any social media?
Nothing that they're gonna
that you can report to us about Mr. Valenti?
Nothing that I know of, Steve.
Behind him. Go ahead, white shirt.
Is there any indication that Mr. Valenti was planning any future attacks?
Nothing that we know of, no.
In the way back.
Special Agent Docs, can you also tell us if the connection, I know you said you can't talk too much about the MIT, but the fact that it was a physics professor at MIT and then the physics building and he was studying physics, have you tied all that up, and does that leave, why target one person in Massachusetts and then a whole class here in Providence?
Yes, it is true that Mr. Valenti was a physics student. Also, we know that the MIT, the victim there, was in that discipline as well. I will tell you that there's multiple phases to an investigation. And so now, in a sense that we know the subject is deceased, now that investigation continues to find out all of those answers to your question, sir.
Did you go to school with Professor? Did you go to school with Professor who was killed? Can Brown answer that?
It is believed that in Lisbon, that those two individuals attended the same university in Portugal.
You have a follow-up in the back.
Muy poquito.
Go for it. Sorry, empiezo desde el principio.
Lo que nos pueda resumir acerca del caso, ¿qué fue lo que conllevó a que ustedes pudieran dar con el paradero del sospechoso y las conexiones que tuvieron? ¿Cómo llegaron a rastrearlo y más que nada a qué atribuye todo eso?
Can't get subtitles
The
for it.
question was if I can briefly explain how we got to this individual and what occurred. So, verdaderamente lo que pasó, obviamente el incidente del sábado 13 nos llevó a tomar evidencias, colectar evidencias de videos, de informaciones, y expliqué que es muy importante el trabajo de los policías, los detectives en el piso, haciendo el trabajo duro, recolectando videos, recolectando testimonios. En este tipo de casos recibimos información, obviamente, de los videos que colectamos. Nos dimos cuenta que había un vehículo de interés y una persona de interés desde el principio. Esto nos llevó a después informarnos de la placa del carro, la descripción del carro, y eso nos llevó a darnos cuenta de que esa persona había rentado el vehículo en una compañía en Massachusetts. Después de que fuimos a Massachusetts, cogimos videos de la persona. Esa persona era en la misma descripciones de la persona de interés de nosotros acá en la ciudad de Providence.
There's still too many questions around this person and potentially the MIT murder that he did as well. A lot of dots to connect yet.
En esta noche hay una entrada táctica del equipo del FBI.
I don't understand how they come up here with the information of how long that man's been dead.
Ahora estamos investigando más si hay otras algo que
Or
necesitamos saber más
usually
de él.
tell fairly quickly, give you a general time frame. They haven't found that yet, because they haven't looked at that.
Again, the FBI recovery team and forensics are up in Salem, New Hampshire. At this point, we don't have any of that.
Any indication of why now? What's the significance behind why this happened on Saturday?
that we don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think there's a lot of unknowns with respect
Yeah,
to
too many
motive.
unknowns.
I mean, I think that the real issue here is the key was to identify this person, as we talked about yesterday. I think there are other answers that are coming, but once we're able to identify him, thanks to that individual who came forward, who led us to a plate, which led us to a rental car, which led us to that he rented that car in his own name. That really broke the case open. But in terms of why Brown, I think that is a mystery. I think there may be something going on in Massachusetts that I'm not fully familiar with because we're working this angle, but I think the Massachusetts authorities may be able to share that. Yeah, I don't think we have any idea why now or why Brown, why these students, why this classroom. That is really unknown to us, and it may become clear. I hope that it does, but it hasn't as of right now.
Fox,
go ahead.
This is for the Colonel or the Attorney General. At 2:16, there was a surveillance video that showed the second person that apparently blew this case wide open, and also Mr. Valente. You see them disappear behind bushes. Was this second person following the shooter? Did he recognize him and confront him? What was that interaction like? And I have a follow-up.
That's a great question, and I'll be all explained in the affidavit that the general stated that it will be released. But I'll give you a brief sort of explanation about that. The person that we wanted to speak with had an interaction with this individual earlier in the day, then observed him later at that time, what you just stated, and decided that he was going to encounter him and asked him why he was inside Brown. At that point, the subject of interest, Neves, actually ran. He was caught up by our person that we wanted to speak with. There was sort of a conversation between the two of them, and Neves asked him, "Why are you harassing me?" And at that point, the person that broke the case walked away. And that information was critical to us because he was able to corroborate what our detectives were seeing on video, and he was able to provide a great explanation.
Close to stopping, and honestly, the guy's intuition was right on.
Right next to Brown University, and not the police. And also, how long was the vehicle parked where it was? And was it days, hours, minutes? What are we talking
It appeared to be days as far as the evidence. Why would a civilian observe that to be suspicious? It's a great point. And I like the fact that you're mentioning that and bringing that up. That's what we should all be doing, right? And it's just personality. Some people are more interested in finding out what others are doing. In this particular case, this person decided that he wanted to, and I'm glad he did.
Should the police be interested in that? Not citizens, that's what I was
In the back.
Now that the suspect, Attorney General, now that the suspect won't be prosecuted, can you explain what he yelled in the classroom to America tonight so people can
Sure.
feel a little more comfortable?
Sure.
Was it something, terrorist related? Was it something specific to the kids in that class?
Yeah.
What did he say? Can you now tell us?
Yeah, well, back to that question just for a minute, just to clarify that. They had a interaction in the bathroom in Barris and Holly. So, I don't know, the Providence Police is obviously not going to patrol Barris and Holly. That's a question frankly, for Brown and their police department.
Yeah.
So they had an interaction there, and then our citizen, followed him out because to him, as he explained it to us, this guy did not belong there. And so that's why he followed him out. In terms of what was said, I don't know any more today than what I told you yesterday. So, or the day before. There are some witnesses say he's annoying. There are some that say he made a barking noise. Don't ask me. I don't know why. And that's it. There is no other spoken word beyond that we are aware of as we stand before you tonight. And we have spoken to everybody that we have been able to locate who's been inside that building.
And just to the special agent in charge, my follow-up question is, can you just be clear to the people in Massachusetts, and I know you said the people in Norfolk County investigated the mass, but you did say a few days ago that you talked to the colonel of the state police and said there's no connection between Brookline and what happened here in Rhode Island. But now you're saying there was a connection, so are you saying that he shot up Brown University, then 2 years later he was at this house in Brookline to shoot this MIT professor, and then he just drove up to Salem, New Hampshire for no reason? How did he get into a storage facility?
No, I think that's a great question. My actual statement was that we didn't see a connection at that time. But absolutely, I spoke to the colonel. Right now, that case is being resided over by U.S. Attorney Leah Foley. They're having a press conference at 10 o'clock tonight, I believe. I think at that time they will speak to that particular case. I would be getting a little bit ahead of my skis if I spoke to that case without consultation with Leah Foley and her team, as we've been in the trenches working this up to the minute today, sir.
I guess 2 days ago you didn't know they were connected. Now you're saying they appear to be.
Yes, and that's how cases often go. I would say at that time, when that question was asked of me, there was no indication of a link at that time. As we've talked throughout this week, these breadcrumbs develop, and we'll see what she has to say today at 10 p.m.
Yeah, if I could I just want to jump in here on that, please. I just want to jump in here on that because it's a good question. It's an important one. So just to put everyone's mind at ease who's listening now, he didn't just drive to some random storage area. We found records with the help of the FBI and others that was his storage area. So he rented a car in Boston. He drove it. We were able to find that car in New Hampshire. We were able to find evidence in the car from looking at it from the outside that connected this individual to our crime scene here in Rhode Island. We were able to find visual evidence of him inside that storage facility, which, in my judgment, matches him to the Massachusetts scene. So you'll hear more, as the special agent said, but there is no question that was his storage unit, that he had a particular car, that we found that car because of this citizen coming forward and giving us a description of the car, and then our individual who came forward, we knew he was telling the truth because we could see it on the videotape. And so that was a series of things that broke this case, and that led us to Salem, where the suspect was found dead.
Staff.
Believed to be living in Miami. Did he fly here at some point? How long was he in Providence for, and when did he obtain the guns?
Go ahead.
Yeah, he did, like I said, it will be in the after day, but he did fly into Providence, I believe, earlier October, I believe. That's the right date. And what was the other question? I'm sorry, Steph.
Did he buy the guns here, or where did he get the guns?
So I'm sorry, I can't answer. Yeah.
We don't know the answer to that, Steph, as we stand here right now.
Okay, you can't fly with them, so assuming he got them sometime after he arrived.
Well, that's possible. What we do know is that he was moving around New England in that October, November, December area. You remember, we just we know that there's a body in New Hampshire. We know that there are guns at the scene. It still remains to be examined, comparing those guns to the ballistics evidence we have in Rhode Island, and I imagine they'll do that in Massachusetts, but again, that's somebody else's investigation. And then, of course, we want to make sure that we match the DNA. But we are 100% confident that this is our target, and that this case is closed from a perspective of pursuing people involved.
And Steph, just to add, I think Special Agent Doug stated, obviously we didn't know who he was. And so it's very difficult to know what a person did prior without any knowledge of who that person is.
Dan.
Can I just ask Special Agent this question? It sounds like from everything everybody's saying that the person who...
All right, I'm done. A lot of they don't know, they don't know.
The riverside right here. War News stream, and today was an action-packed day, considering that Estonia is always yapping about Russia potentially invading them, and meanwhile, right here is an unguarded section of the border right here.
It is a little bit wild, to be entirely honest with y'all, but we do understand that Estonian border guards are not incredibly large in number, so border violations like these actually do have a pretty decent chance of happening. According to the Estonian authorities, they actually stated that apparently, according to their information, I'll show you all what they have here. Today, the Estonian police and border guard detected an illegal crossing of a temporary control line between Estonia and Russia on the Narva River breakwater by 3 border guards of the Russian Federation. The Estonian border guard patrols responded to the border incident. After a short time, the Russian border guards returned to Russian territory. Estonia will request an explanation at a meeting of border representatives tomorrow, and the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs will summon the charge d'affaires of the Russian embassy in Estonia. Generally, this is quite a serious incident, and I've got to explain to you all why. An armed force of any country crossing into the territory of another without any official explanation, really even with an explanation, it is a serious provocative action. It is one that is generally showing that they are challenging the sovereignty of Estonia over the smaller strip of land that you can see right here. And generally, a lot of people would always think, oh, it's just a little strip of land, it's no big deal. But this is how countries start getting into border wars. As a matter of fact, the war in between Imperial Japan and the Republic of China, that generally some scholars say started the Second World War, was started over a bridge called the Marco Polo Bridge. The Japanese claimed that they controlled the entirety of the bridge. The Republic of China claimed that they controlled half of the bridge crossing the river. That then led to a border conflict between the two sides, and then that's what led to the Imperial Japanese Army going to war with the Chinese and pretty much starting off the Second World War within the Pacific. So it's clearly not a small deal. You can literally talk about half of a bridge, and half of a bridge can make an entire half of the Second World War a reality. So the fact that the Russian border guards crossed into this area, we're assuming armed, since all Russian border guards are armed, is something that is wildly provocative, and it is challenging the sovereignty of the Estonians and pretty much daring them to make a response to the ongoing violation of sovereignty that occurred within this area. As a matter of fact, I'd be entirely honest with y'all, this is even more concerning than Russian flights violating NATO airspace like the MiG-31s in the past, because manned attempts to go in on the ground and sit inside of another country's borders is clearly showing that they are trying to exhibit or exude some form of control over that small territorial region and pretty much attempt to absorb it back into the Russian Federation in some way, shape, or form. This means that we're probably going to be seeing in the future that there's going to be heightened tensions even further along the Estonian-Russian border, but for now, the Estonians are trying to play it incredibly low-key. The Estonians are apparently going to call up the Russians and at least have their ambassador, charge d'affaires, show up to the embassy in Estonia and say, why you cross border, and then see what their answer is. Clearly, their answer is probably going to be something along the lines of, oh, they didn't know. And that would be a little bit stupid, considering that border guards are trained on where the border is, especially in an area where there is some form of a border demarked within the middle of a river or within a body of water. They clearly know where the border is, so them crossing it is a clear provocation. If the Russians say that they didn't know that they crossed it, I think that the Estonian policy, or really the running NATO policy from that point forward, should be that if a Russian soldier or a Russian border guard clearly violates the Estonian border, they will be fired upon and neutralized effective immediately if if Estonian border guards or even if Estonian police are within the area. It's a clear violation of Estonian sovereignty, and the Russian Federation can't really make that much of a qualm about it. Considering that these soldiers openly crossed well on into the border area, this is where they were spotted right here. If we measure how far in that is into the Estonian border from where they had to walk from, they had made it about an entire 1,000 feet into Estonia. That's not something that you just mess up on. That's something that you deliberately do. And the fact that they also walked all the way back after wandering down this berm, they then walked right back into Russia afterwards, shows that this was some sort of a larger approved action or a plan, and they didn't hurry, from what we know, at least according to the Estonian statements, back on into the Russian Federation. They kind of just meandered their way back casually without even really caring that they were violating the sovereignty of an entire country next door. So it is showing
Also, it seems like, because I really couldn't tell where that video was being filmed from that we got from the Estonians, it clearly appeared to be maybe a border camera or some type of post that was aimed toward the border with Russia for surveillance. But, I really couldn't tell where that was being filmed from. Also, I did see some people in the chat mentioning, they said, well, at least if Estonia doesn't have border guards stationed along the entire border in every single spot, which in my opinion, they should probably have that because, Russia's threatening their sovereignty. But apparently they don't. But it's like, do they have drone flights or something? Like, how are they monitoring the border across the whole thing? I think that's what the Russians were trying to find out by sending those guys across. It seems like a probing attempt, but I'm kind of curious myself what Estonia's doing to actually protect themselves.
So to actually show you the angle at which they were filming from here, from what we understand, this camera was mounted onto a building somewhere around here or somewhere within this area bleeding into the marsh, and the camera was looking across the way towards the berm over here. That's generally where a camera POV is coming from. It appears to be on some form of a roof, and also that's why the quality of the video is incredibly low, is because the zoom on this video is incredibly high, or at least the frame that we're looking at is very zoomed in onto the specific point, showing that generally the resolution is low because the zoom was so large, or we're looking at a very cropped part of a larger frame that was showing the wider area on the camera. I would assume that the Estonian border guards probably conduct intermittent patrols throughout the border. Let me go and look at this really quickly. The Estonian
I thought they went up down the river.
Let me go look at the number here really quickly. And they currently have let's see here. They actually do not appear to have a publicized number. Let me go pull up the number of them. Numbers. Let's see. So the Estonian border guards has about 5,000 staff. So that's about a very large brigade, or a brigade and a half brigade, or basically a brigade and a couple of battalions worth of border guards. And that's to patrol the borders of their entire country. That would include border patrols in the Gulf of Finland. That would also include border patrols inside the Baltic Sea, and then along their land border with the Russian Federation, where we probably see the highest concentration. I'd assume that they probably use a lot of security cameras like the one we saw at Vestnarva that was being used to try and keep an eye on the border and then respond to incidents whenever they evolve. But generally, the Estonians wouldn't really have that much manpower to work with, especially to deal with the land border. Because if we measure this out roughly, including the lakes themselves and counting that into the border area, they have to cover about 170 miles of ground with about 5,000 men. So they're only going to be having maybe a couple of men or a detachment of men within every mile area, or probably a larger concentration around populated areas and border checkpoints. And then there would be a much sparser fielding of men within the more rural areas like that around Vestnarva. So it would be very difficult to deal with this, especially given the Estonian manpower situation in their border guards. They would probably have to start mobilizing their armed forces and pretty much use them as impromptu border guards. And even still, there really isn't a lot of manpower to work with there. They only have about 7,500 men in the Estonian ground forces, so that would only be adding about an additional 7,000 or so. With that, I hope that does address that, at least the best I can, in my opinion, on the situation with their border guards and armed forces. But a lot of people are actually talking about what the Russians were trying to do here around Vestnarva, and the reason why their border guards crossed over this area. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that
I
as
think
well?
it was definitely proven.
All right. So, believe it or not, this is a pretty big breach. I see some people saying it's not that big of a deal. It was only 3 soldiers. It's not necessarily about the number of soldiers. It's just the whole concept that Russian soldiers crossed over into a NATO state. That's crazy in itself right there, I would say, to be honest. So, I'm actually with the 48%. I think it was a border probing attempt. While I try to stifle a bad cough there, by the way, that dry air is getting to me again. But I would say it seems like a probing attempt. The Russians were probably trying to see if they were picked up on camera, which they were, but they were not confronted. That's a big distinction there. They were not confronted by border guards, but they were picked up on camera. So if the Russians were trying to see if they would even be noticed, I guess the Estonians passed that test, but that's a very, very low threshold to meet
the
right
Russian
there.
soldiers were
If
likely
the
drunk.
Russians, let's say they started deploying troops over the border, then Estonia would have been caught lacking at that point and in very big trouble. So I'm with the 49%. I think it was a probing attempt, and honestly,
Could
I
get
think
a good
Estonia needs to
foothold.
tighten up a little bit with their border security. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that this is a very serious attempt at a border provocation by the Russians, and it's also a clear violation and challenge of Estonian sovereignty. Now, I know that a lot of people make this out to be no big deal, or at least some people are. Not a lot of people. It's really a smaller number of them, is the poll showing that that's the case. But I got to say this for the folks who are saying that this isn't a big deal. So it's not a big deal when armed soldiers of the Russian border guards basically cross over into Estonia into another country. But when some dude crosses the border from Mexico into the United States, all the brakes have got to stop. It's a major ordeal. The guy isn't armed or anything. He's just jumping the border. But that's a humongous ordeal that we have to throw endless amounts of resources at. And I'll be honest with y'all, I look at everything the same. I look at stuff black and
both
white.
equal.
Anyone illegally crossing the border into the United States of America poses a major national security risk, as we do not know who they are. The same as these Russian soldiers, which even pose a greater security risk, considering that they're soldiers of the border guards that are armed. They're clearly posing a significant risk to the security of the state of Estonia and also their sovereignty. This was an attempt, by the way, because if you look at the geography of this area, this little sliver of the border is directly across the Narva River from the rest of the Estonian mainland. This is something that's a little bit interesting to note because the Russians walked through this area like they owned it. Now, that's important. It's detached by land from the rest of Estonia, and they're walking through it like they own it. They're openly challenging the sovereignty of the Estonians over the control of this little sliver of land. And where in the world does that end? Once you start to challenge sovereignty and you allow for that situation to pass without any sort of a qualm, then they can start pushing the boundaries to wherever they want. They can just have border guards start walking further and further into Estonia and practically exerting control over the areas until they start taking sizable amounts of land. This is a significant development. And also another thing that I gotta say is that a lot of people say, oh, well, they could have just wandered across the border. Maybe they could have. But the thing is, folks, is that the border through these areas are marked by border markers. It's not like it's a completely unmarked border. And that's something that a lot of people are also not considering as well. And also, another thing that people aren't considering is that for the Russians who have gotten on that berm where we saw them walking down it, they probably would have had to have taken a little boat hop or at least a crawl through the water to get there. And you would be thinking, now, why in the world would anyone have to crawl through a body of water to get to another part of the country that they claim is a part of theirs, or a part of the territory of the country they claim is theirs? They clearly did that deliberately. You don't see any Mexican border guards, mind you all, crossing over accidentally into the United States from time to time.
No.
And you don't see really any North Koreans, unless it was a deliberate attempt to start provocations, cross the DMZ onto the South Korean side, also unless they're trying to conduct a raid, which is once again a deliberate action. You never see, in any situation, for example, Pakistani armed forces just accidentally crossing the border into India. And you do not see, say, Hamas just accidentally cross the border into Israel from time to time. You literally don't see this anywhere. Whenever this happens, even if these guys did this by an accident, it is so rare and it's supposed to be so heavily drilled in where the borders are, especially in these border guard detachments as they're assigned to specific areas of the border. This is a pretty big deal, and I would say that it can only amount to a direct provocation of Estonian sovereignty, especially considering that the Russians are ramping up their warlike rhetoric against the West, and particularly against places that were formerly Russian according to themselves, which would include Estonia.
Estonia, Latvia,
Also, by the way, I was
Belarus.
doing some quick looking here to see what Estonia's border defenses look like. Estonia is in the process of building a layered, what's called Baltic defense line on its Russian border, which apparently is going to feature hundreds of bunkers, dragon's teeth, anti-tank ditches, barbed wire, and drone detection systems. And also they're going to pre-position supplies on the border, so that way troops can simply go man the trenches. So it appears they're building that, but it looks like they are not making very quick progress with
Yeah,
that.
they're
Because
probably
I
not
see
very
here,
quick with
19
that.
hours ago, someone posted a picture from Estonia, which seems like an OPSEC violation, but they posted a picture of one of the bunkers being installed on the border, and it looks like it's an ongoing development here. It says the bunkers are planned and being constructed, so they're a little bit behind the curve here. Maybe the Russians were going on that berm. They were trying to maybe look across the border and see if there were defenses being constructed, or at least get a better view of it possibly. Not really sure, though, but considering that Estonia is currently arming their border, that may be why Russia is doing this all of a sudden.
I would say it may be. They may be trying to conduct reconnaissance or see what they're actually going up against. There's a lot of things that they could have done this for, but I would say that the direct thing that they've done is attempted to violate the sovereignty of Estonia's control over this small little area here and attempt to pretty much absorb it into Russia unofficially by doing this. That's generally what I would say. So
yeah, I would say so. Also, it looks like 7 days ago. Here's an article from 7 days ago. It says Estonia erects first of 600-strong Baltic bunker wall on the Russia border, and it shows a bunch of pieces of assembly sitting at the border. So. They are certainly not making fast progress based on what I'm seeing right here. It's
Probably don't have
wild they
people
took
to
that
do it.
long to actually start getting around to finalizing this project. It's kind of wild. Also, the other Baltic states like Lithuania and the other ones, those are also doing the same thing, but they're a little farther ahead than Estonia. It appears that Estonia is the farthest behind of all the states.
yeah, it does appear honestly to be entirely flat out. Estonia and Latvia aren't really in the greatest situation militarily. It's not really due to them and their incompetence. They actually spend a great deal on their military per percentage of GDP. It's just that they don't have a lot of money to spend because their GDP isn't that large. So you'll see that in a country like Latvia, they have one singular contract only brigade, and that's the whole land forces for the country. Everyone else is a reservist, and reservists don't have a significant amount of training. And in the modern day, it's generally considered that reservists are not really the best thing to pull into active combat, especially in a major invasion. It's basically like a last ditch effort to just try and throw bodies at an enemy and try and slow them down a little bit for reinforcements to come in from an ally. The Estonians are in a fairly comparable position. They don't have the amount of manpower that Latvia has within the Latvian National Guard and also within the Latvian land forces, but they do make up for that in a slight increase in quality. The first division is a mechanized brigade. Well, the first brigade is a fully mechanized brigade, and the second infantry brigade is also a generally mechanized brigade, but it is a half and half brigade. It's made up of half conscripts and half contract soldiers, so it's considered to be slightly questionable, at least in fighting quality, due to that fact. Of course, going up against the Russians, anyone could give them a run for their money, but you generally want to be able to have the overwhelming advantage, and with conscript forces, there's a lot of questionability whether there would be some sort of a larger advantage. These two countries are doing the best they can, I will say that, as much as they possibly can to try and defend themselves or prepare for their defense, but they need a significant amount of help and support to be able to make that possible because they can't make it possible on their own. That's not degrading or demeaning their abilities or the nations at all involved in this. It's just to say they don't really have a lot of means to get this done with. So if we want to help them out, or if we want to make sure that they're going to be in a good position defensively, we're going to have to actively help them out. Otherwise, they're not going to be in a good spot no matter how hard they try. So with that in mind, I hope that does address the situation, at least in the northern Baltics and central Baltics, the best we can. But this is still a fairly major incident. And also, I see some people saying this isn't a big deal still. If you Google this, if you Google, is an armed force crossing into another country a big deal? Just type that into
Usually an
Google.
act of war.
Literally every answer is going to be, yes, it's obviously a big deal. It's challenging their sovereignty. And not only that, it's a major provocation diplomatically between the two nations. It's not like this is up for debate. I mean, literally on any other empirical level, this is a major provocation against the Estonians, no matter what the Russian border guards were wanting to achieve. And the Russian, some people think of border guards like you would here in the United States. They drive around in their pickup trucks. They maybe have some pistols, maybe some ARs, but that's about it. The Russian border guards are an actual paramilitary fighting force. In a war, like in the Cold War, the Russian border guards would have rolled right up onto the active front line, and they would have fought right along the Guards tank brigades or Guards tank regiments and other units of the Soviet army. Still to this day, the Russian border guards are still managed in that same metric. They have MLRSs, they have mortars, they have heavy firearms, small arms at least. They have heavy machine guns and light machine guns. They have anti-tank equipment. They are practically the Russian army without being called the Russian army. And it's the portion of the Russian army that is directed towards border defense. So it's a pretty big deal for these guys to cross. It may as well be a fire team of the Russian army wandering into Estonia. They're an actual fighting force. This isn't just like, the Border Patrol in America where they're basically the border police. These guys are the border army, basically, with how they're armed and equipped. So a fairly considerable ordeal, to say the least. Meanwhile, the Belarusians are trying to put more pressure on the West, along with the Russians, because Lukashenko has now announced that Oreshnik hypersonic missiles have now been deployed in combat service in Belarus, and they are now going to be there on a permanent basis effective yesterday. Here's the statement from Lukashenko.
Мы вернули в Беларусь. Кроме того, Первые позиции оборудованы ракетного комплекса «Орешник». Он у нас со вчерашнего дня и заступает на боевое дежурство.
He said, we've ironed out the kinks, and it turns out the Oresnik is kind of working a little bit, maybe 5% of the time. It's a good thing, combat duty.
So, we did a little test. We tried to launch one in Orotha, and it blew up. So, we have a very high chance of nuking ourselves if we try and nuke the West. Honestly, I think
It's like how they gonna put a weapon on combat duty that they can't even get to work in the test like most of the time. Like they can't even get the thing to work, and they're gonna put it on combat duty. Also, by the way, is it not on combat duty inside of Russia yet? Like, is it just inside of Belarus?
It apparently just is inside of Belarus.
Well, damn, I would
Russia's not
certainly not
comfortable with
agree
that
to
one.
that. Not that Lukashenko really has a choice; he does what he's told, as the old saying goes. But I would not want to be the one testing that shitty weapon out, to be perfectly honest, because, like you mentioned, I'm like, if there's a huge malfunction or something, and they have a warhead on it, that could be devastating.
It could be, and really, I see a lot of people asking the question: doesn't this violate a treaty? Well, maybe. We don't know. Because the big question that
Well,
we're never
maybe.
getting an answer to publicly is who's actually operating these missiles. It might be the Belarusians. It might be the Russians. It really depends on the answer. If it's the Belarusians, this is in violation of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, because the Russians are now involved in actively proliferating nuclear weapons to allied states, which would be in violation of that treaty. If they are operated by the Russians, then this means that this is nuclear escalation, not in violation of a treaty, but still escalating the tensions within the region. Once again, folks, I just gotta say, the West ought to meet fire with fire. Since the Russians are now deploying Oreshniks in Belarus, we should forward deploy nuclear weapons in Poland as a counter. That's what I would do. Like, if you ask me, what in the world would the enforcer do in this situation? I would move nuclear weapons to Poland. The Russians are more scared of us than we are of them. Not a lot of people really realize that, because the Russians put on a good strong face when they're in public, but they tremble at the idea of the West actually going to war with them or nuking them. So if we move nuclear weapons to Poland, we're going to obviously escalate the situation temporarily, but we are also going to get the Russians scared enough that they're eventually going to start backing off. So that's what I would do in this situation, instead of what we're doing right now, which is letting them escalate in a nuclear weaponry sense. And we're seeing absolutely no reciprocal response from the West, from any country, whether it be Britain, France, or the United States. We're not seeing a response from any of them as far as nuclear arsenals are concerned right now. The Polish, however, are trying to make sure that if a conventional war starts, not a nuclear one, that they will be in the best position possible. This is a picture that was published today by the Polish Ministry of Defense
Holy
showing
cow,
a
that's a
brand
lot
new
of anti-tank.
concrete rebar caltrops.
Wow, that's a lot of them too. They got a whole sea full of those right there. So that's really impressive, actually. So Poland's going to be putting the tank traps on the border here. They're going to be putting also the mines on the border. So they're going to actually have a very heavily fortified border, actually. That's going to be even well more done than the Baltic states.
And it is quite a formidable effort that the Poles are going under at the moment. Right now, we know that the Poles just started manufacturing anti-personnel mines. Well, they have lifted the restrictions to produce anti-personnel mines yesterday. They may already be producing them. That's a little unclear. They've also been producing anti-tank mines for a while, and they're now producing these concrete rebar caltrops, which are aka tank traps. The general idea behind a defensive fortification that would use these and landmines would be that the Polish are going to mine extensive portions of their border with the Russian Oblast of Kaliningrad and the Belarusian border with minefields that will include anti-personnel and anti-tank mines, most likely within the very same minefields. Then, right behind that, they will have these tank traps, and then behind that, they may have trenches or bunkers or other forms of defensive positions that will be manned by the Polish armed forces if need be. This is a very strong defensive tactic. Crazily enough, the coalition in the Gulf War of 1991 was actually stopped by this very same tactic by the Iraqi armies of Saddam Hussein along the Kuwaiti border and into the border of Iraq. Funnily enough, folks, if we had stopped the war right there and only fought it between Nasab and the Kuwaiti kingdom's borders, we probably would have seen that war would have gone on a lot longer. nobody really was able, at least until the very end of the conflict, about 5 months in and about 6 months in, were actually able to break through the minefields and the defenses that the Iraqi army had built in this area. Getting through a minefield and really a well-built defensive position is incredibly difficult. Because to do that, it takes a lot of time. And when we're talking about warfare, which generally revolves around conducting rapid actions at high speeds to be able to try and outmaneuver your enemy, because war is more about maneuvering than actually fixing in place and destroying the enemy, this makes it very difficult to do that. If the Polish mine, let's just take Kaliningrad as a hypothetical example, if the Polish mine and tank trap the entirety of the border, save for a few areas, this is what the Russians would have to do to try and make any sort of speed in an opening attack. The entire border is mined, so there is only a few places that we could go as the Russians, either down Highway 51 or down Highway E28, Highway 54 over here, or maybe Highway 63 over here. But we're going to have to pick one, or we're going to have to pick a couple. So, because of that, we send the Russian army out of Kaliningrad right down these highways and into literal kill zones, because the Polish army will literally be sitting there on both sides of the highway, basically, and turn the thing into a human gauntlet and wipe out the Russian army when they attempt to attack. If the Russians want to get around that, they have to send combat engineers, which are not really that numerous in the Russian army, out into these more isolated fields to try and break through those minefields. Once that starts to happen, that takes a lot of time. The Polish will just start flying drones through this area or have reconnaissance teams roving around this area, and if they see Russians trying to make their way through a minefield, you just call in artillery on that area, which either wipes them out or they're forced to retreat, and then try and engage your artillery and suppress your guns, and then come back into that minefield and try and clear it out again. It's an incredibly long and laborious process. It slows down offensives greatly, and it also creates a great amount of kill zones, especially along the areas where the Russians would have to funnel in and pretty much get stuck in the middle of a bottleneck. So that's generally the sort of defensive plan that the Polish are trying to go with right now by producing these caltrops, anti-tank mines, and anti-personnel mines, which is an incredibly good defensive action. You do not want to end up like the Ukrainians at the opening part of the war in 2022, when 2 Ukrainian generals actually ordered their units to take out the minefields at Armyansk in the Chanhar Gap, which is what allowed the Russians to rapidly speed directly into Kherson, occupying the city, and also directly into Melitopol and further on to Tokmak, which has made the southern front of Ukraine look a lot less, I guess you could say, fortuitous as it could have been if the Ukrainian minefields had stood around the area of Armyansk in the Chanhar Gap at the Crimean Peninsula. It would have been a lot harder and a much slower battle for the Russians to have ever even made it out of Crimea if those minefields had remained intact. But a lot of people are talking about the fact that the Russians have put Oreshnik missiles inside of Belarus. And a lot of people are wondering if the Russians are trying to see if the Oreshniks won't blow up and make sure that they won't blow up not inside of Russia, instead putting them in Belarus. Andy, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
So Putin put the good old Oreshnik, the missile that seems to really hardly ever work, at least according to reports. He's put that inside of Belarus. He's given Lukashenko his big break, and this could be a very bad break, a very unlucky break if this goes wrong. But what are your thoughts? 55% said Russia is using Belarus as a testing ground for the missile, while 24% said Russia is trying to checkmate NATO with these missile escalations, and 12% said Russia really actually didn't transfer the missiles and is likely all false. And me personally, I would say Russia seems to be using them as a testing ground. Once again, this missile has not really been proven in battle yet. It's still experimental to a large degree, and we've seen before that it's had its fair share of failures in the past. So I think he's given it to Lukashenko, probably in part to checkmate NATO to an extent, but also to basically let them see if it can actually be put on combat duty and not blow up, basically. So, Enforcer, what say you?
You have to understand that Oreshnik is a strong missile. It's a great missile.
Some rest.
Someone said false.
But beyond that, I would say that the Russians are most likely not really trying to use the Belarusians as a testing ground primarily. They're trying to conduct nuclear escalation against the West to put pressure on us primarily. They may also be hoping that if the missile is launched from Belarus and if it fails, it'll happen on Belarusian territory, not theirs. But I think that's more of a secondary sort of a mindset instead of their primary mindset, which is to start threatening the West with nuclear warfare. That has been their first go-to throughout the entire war, is to try and immediately escalate, at least verbally and through their actions, to nuclear warfare to some degree, either against Ukraine or NATO. So I would generally say that that's probably what they're trying to do with the deployment of the Oreshniks inside of Belarus. Once again, though, we don't know who's operating them. It could be the Belarusians or it could be the Russians. That actually means a lot, depending on the difference as far as the proliferation treaties are concerned. But at the moment, it would most likely be nuclear escalation as their main priority in conducting this action. Moving us on out of Europe, though, for a moment, and all of the major developments that have happened right along the NATO frontier today, we do have to move ourselves on over and into East Asia, because there's actually been some major news that has come out today from the Chinese government. Oh, what are the charges? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? And we're actually going to be getting into that succulent Chinese meal today. We're going to Beijing, and we're going to talk about all of the crazy stuff that the Chinese have said today. The Chinese have started off the day by, of course, whining that the United States is arming Taiwan. And according to the Chinese Foreign Ministry, they've warned the United States to immediately stop arming Taiwan after weapons announcements were made yesterday. We actually have the statement from the Chinese embassy in the United States, and they even made a little political cartoon about it.
I think they were giving Taiwan like the old-fashioned like Looney Tunes TNT like that, and we're not giving them barrels. Why does that look like those little Hugs barrels? Like, you know, those little barrels that you used to get as a kid, like with juice in it and stuff like that. It's got a straw on the top of them. But anyways, we're giving them stuff way more advanced than that. So I mean, that's a little bit of an understatement.
I don't know, man. I mean, maybe the Chinese subscribe to the idea that we're going to go to war with them with sticks of dynamite. Like, you chuck sticks of dynamite at them. Apparently, I guess that's what they're thinking. But beyond that, I will read y'all the statement, the official statement from the Chinese embassy in the United States. Also, I gotta say that their profile picture is one of the most Chinese-looking things I've ever seen. It reeks of communism. But beyond that, the United States blatantly announced its plan to sell massive advanced weapons to China's Taiwan region. Apparently, folks, crazily enough, a HIMARS system is a massive advanced weapon. That's not even close to what we could really do at our maximum ability. So, interesting. China's saying it's a massive advanced weapon. This move grossly violates the One China principle, and 3 China-U.S. joint communiques infringes on China's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, undermines peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and sends a gravely wrong signal to Taiwan independence separatist forces. China firmly opposes and strongly condemns it. The Taiwan question is at the core of China's core interests, and is the first red line, get it, they're communists, that must not be crossed in China-U.S. relations. No one shall underestimate the firm will and strong capability of the Chinese government and the Chinese people in safeguarding national sovereignty and territorial integrity. So that was the official statement by the Chinese embassy in the United States today, due to the announcement that we were going to be giving Taiwan artillery systems, not anti-ship or anti-air systems, which really would be the worrying one for China. We're giving them artillery systems, just self-propelled guns and MLRSs, and that's enough to get the Chinese into an absolute pandemonium. So I guess in a little bit, the foreign ministry of China is probably going to start lobbing death threats towards the United States like they're doing towards Takaishi right now in Japan, I would assume. Because if the Japanese response is anything to go off of, China will absolutely start tweaking, especially considering that they're already making huge statements like this at the moment. Taiwan was promised to them 80 years ago, so they're going to be trying to follow through on getting that little promise fulfilled. Beyond that, though, the U.S. has not made an official response to either one of these claims by the Chinese today about the U.S. provocations in arming Taiwan. And I think that it's a little bit more important to point out, or important to point out, if you want to put it like a Bostoner, that Taiwan is generally an independent country. While we don't officially recognize them as an independent country, we unofficially recognize them as an independent country. And we're also not going to let the Chinese get their hands on semiconductor production inside of Taiwan.
Yeah.
That cannot happen. that would be a doomsday scenario for us here in the West. Because you already see what they're doing with the rare earths. They're going to start doing that with semiconductors as well. Winnie the Pooh would be up there in Beijing going, no semiconductors for arms and weaponry, and then we've been completely screwed at that point. So not a good idea to have the Chinese in control of Taiwan in any way, shape, or form. I would actually say that we should be going to the 9 yards to arm the Taiwanese. What we were doing yesterday is great in at least a monetary figure of allowing them to buy weapons, but we should be giving them weapons for free. I mean, we are the United States of America, and what in the world says an American party better than free firearms? I don't know what would, but I think that we should be giving them some free guns, so that way they could defend themselves against the Chinese a little bit better. And when I say guns, I mean anti-ship missiles and air defense systems. And that really would be a war winner right there. And what in the world would not even be better than that? You know what would be better than that, folks? Is trying to get a little Ukrainian-Taiwan cooperation going and seeing if the Ukrainians could churn out a couple of hundred Sea Baby drones to give to the Taiwanese and train them how to use them. Those Sea Babies have a range of 1,000 miles. Just to put that into perspective, the Taiwan Strait, or as they call it, the Formosa Strait, is only 120 miles across. You could literally fling Sea Babies all day at Fuzhou, Guangzhou, and Xiamen until your heart's content. You could even send those things way off into the Pacific. And when I mean way off, I mean pretty much all the way to Guam nearly, like 2/3 of the way. The Chinese Navy wouldn't be safe anywhere within the region if Taiwan had Sea Baby drones like that, because no warship in the modern day has been refit to have the proper kind of weaponry to be able to get a massive firepower thrown at those drones to be able to try and deal with them effectively. So I would have to say, those two things together, well, those three things, anti-ship missiles, air defense systems, and not only that, possibly some drone-based sea bombs, basically, would be an absolutely incredible thing. You know, folks, honestly, you know, Matthew, what I'm thinking we should do, Matthew, is that we should be like that scene from The Lord of War, just land a C-17 in Taipei and have an American officer in the back saying, guns, ammo, grenades, everything must go. Like, you know, just do that.
Man. Honestly, though, we're doing that for them basically right now. I mean, $11 billion, that package that was announced yesterday and was approved by the United States government, that is the largest package in the history of supporting Taiwan that the United States has ever approved. So, I mean, I knew it was going to get China upset, but I didn't know how upset it was going to get them. So I don't think China's really had a chance to retaliate yet. But, you know, when the 100-acre wood starts rocking and Pooh starts getting real shiesty, I think they're going to start moving on a rabbit's tree hut and see if they can try to take it down. They might try to chop the trees down next.
And we are not going to let them. We're going to try our best, hopefully, to not let them do that. But also, by the way, we are actually going to be, crazily enough, using the East Asia segment for now to segue on over into the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow, because I have to cover a major development that happened in foreign policy today as far as the Chinese were talking. And I mean, they were talking a lot. But before we get on into that, I do want to make sure that we talk about the Chinese and their response to the United States announcement that we're going to be allowing the Taiwanese to buy about $11 billion worth of arms and equipment. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it looks like about 46% of the audience said China will limit escalation over the military aid package of $11 billion that was just approved for Taiwan, while 31% said China will likely lash out strongly, more so than they already are, on the United States. And 14% said it might spark an early invasion of Taiwan because China is getting a little bit frustrated, a little bit shisty out here. So, me personally, it's kind of hard to predict what China's going to do here because there's two very large escalations piling up at the same time. There's a situation going on with Japan, which is still escalating because Japan is now building missile enclaves right next to Taiwan. And now the United States has come in and said, here's $11 billion in equipment for you, Taiwan. Here, have some fun. And China is seeing that, and China was already agitated. And now they're thinking, our strength is being challenged here. We might have to make a show of force. So I don't know what that show of force is going to look like. So far, China really hasn't carried anything out. And I wouldn't say it's an early invasion. I wouldn't count on that. That's literally like the nuclear option. I don't think they'll go there, but they will fall short of it somewhere else. But I'm just not sure where. So I'm with the 45%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say I'll be with the 45% as well. The Chinese understand that doing anything against the United States would be very damaging to them as well as us. And due to the fact that it's basically shooting themselves in the foot, they're going to limit the escalation on this because they're most likely going to try and have the best runway possible up up to a perfect window to invade, which still will be in about a year or two from now. So I have a feeling that beyond provocative statements, which they're kind of already getting into the territory of doing, they're not really going to go a lot farther than there. So that would be my opinion at the moment. And I'd also have to say, folks, the Chinese are not our friends. Many people mistake that sometimes. The Chinese are our friends. The Chinese are not our friends. You know what the Chinese do? Well, they do a lot of stuff against the United States. You know, something that's crazy, folks, is that it's pretty much known publicly now that the Chinese pretty much provide the cartels within Mexico, especially the two largest ones, including the Sinaloa cartel, with all the fentanyl that they will really all of the raw materials that they would need to produce fentanyl or raw fentanyl. So, you know, if you ever sit there and think about, oh, those poor Americans, they 80,000 actually that have died from overdoses, it pretty much is due to direct Chinese involvement at this point. So, you know, how good of a friend is that if they're actively getting involved in providing substances that kill 80,000 citizens in the United States every year? That's more Americans that die every year that way than die in automobile accidents, which is 37,000. And even if you added all the homicides from guns on top of that, which is another 17,000, you're still about 30-something thousand short of the amount of people who die from fentanyl overdoses every single year in the United States, which can only be attributed to the People's Republic of China, because if it wasn't for the Chinese and their chemical factories and plants in China, the Mexican cartels would have no way to access fentanyl at all to be able to distribute it anywhere. So with that, I hope that does address that a little bit well. But now we got to get into the big one. We got to get into the real big one today. Not just Taiwan. China has weighed in on Venezuela, and they're getting really strongly worded with their statements in support of Venezuela. We have been able to hear that over the day, the foreign minister, or more so, the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of Affairs of China, Lin Jian, has stated that the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held a phone conversation with Venezuelan Foreign Minister Van Gil. China opposes all forms of unilateral bullying and supports all countries in upholding their sovereignty and national dignity. Unless if you're Tibet, Taiwan, Vietnam, Philippines. Let's see. Who else?
Japan.
Oh, yeah. India. Let's see here. Let's think of a few others.
Thailand.
Oh, yeah. Russia with the islands in the Amur. And, yeah, that's about all of them. But basically everyone that's directly borders China, they generally bully a great deal. But, of course, they stand against bullying, and they support countries in upholding their sovereignty, unless if you're not Chinese, or, you know, unless if you're not a Chinese-aligned ally. Venezuela has the right to independently develop mutual beneficial cooperations with other countries, aka China. And China believes that the international community understands and supports Venezuela's position in safeguarding its legitimate rights and interests. So now the Chinese are just getting openly involved in saying Venezuela is one of our allies and we completely stand against this action that the United States is trying to conduct. That's why we ought to go down there and we ought to deal with Venezuela immediately. It's not a situation that has to deal with drug dealers or any goofiness like that. This has to do with the Chinese building up a base of operations in Venezuela, which isn't just the cartels, which are an unofficial criminal underground syndicate. This is an official government of a country that actually owns sovereign land within northern South America. And the Chinese are openly building themselves a base of operations, basically, within our hemisphere. That should not be allowed, and we should make sure that we deal with this quite swiftly. Whether the U.S. administration is going to do that or not, I don't know. They might sit on this another 4 months and talk about bombing them and then never bomb them. But at this point, we pretty much have to go in there and overthrow the Maduro regime no matter what, because if we don't, we're going to be down there in the Eastern Caribbean, and we're going to be saying, China, you go! So, with that... Meow! Oh, yeah, I forgot, Matthew. We're actually going to be down there. China, this is U.S. Sheriff Guard. This is U.S. Sheriff Guard. You in water of American land, you leave. And then they're going to go, huh? And we're going to go, you go! Man, bro, dude, I like that. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's it.
Man, you got the little duck. They got ducks. They got the ducks. They got the cats. They got everything. They got everybody on the radio. I'm telling you what.
I got to tell you, they got everyone out there. Oh, man, I'm telling you. And speaking of the hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow, since we just talked about the Chinese statements on the situation with Venezuela, it's time for us, folks, to move on in to the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow and his band of 40 thieves. Y'all knew the segment was coming around because we got to keep tabs on this every day these days. Also, by the way, there has been a few statements out of Washington today about sanctions against the Russians, but we'll get to that here in a little bit. It's a part of the Venezuela segment, but it really doesn't have to do with Venezuela. Before we get into that, though, I do have to say that we are quite amazed at the amount of people who have been here tonight. There have been 10,000 people here at the peak, and 47,000 people have watched this show within the first hour. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to see that so many people are continuing to watch this channel and consider it to be their primary source of news. We did learn, though, tonight that doing basically the same title for the video and the stream may not be the greatest thing, because a lot of people are missing out on all the other major news that happened after that video went out, and so we are, of course, going to be working on that in the future. But for now, we are going to be getting on into the news for the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. But before we do that, I do want to make sure that we give everyone a little bit of a snack break to go get some snacks, maybe go to the restroom, and have a bit of a halftime show. We're going to answer 3 questions out of the chat and then get on into the rest of our news. And make sure to stick around, folks. You better stick around. We're going to be getting into the Venezuelan situation. We're also going to be getting into the Middle East, Southeast Asia with the Thai-Cambodian War, and the war in Ukraine. We've got a lot to go. But Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, folks, I think we're coming back around to another Manic Monday. I think the U.S. administration might be about to flip the script again when it comes to the relations with China and Russia. So stick around for that, too. We got some stuff out of Washington that you might want to hear about. Washington's getting a little bit crazy. It's getting a little bit confused again, but I think it's flipping back to a good way again. I think they're going to start making enemies of Putin again a little bit for a while, and also maybe making enemies of China. I think they've already done that at this point. But anyways, jumping into our first super chat here, this one goes to none other than Peace with War, who puts in a $100 super chat. A Benjamin. Thank you very much, Peace with War, for that massive support right there and helping to keep the channel running. And they said, hello there, enforcers. And is North Korea still sending soldiers to be trained and fight within Russia while also providing munitions? And is China doing the same?
And from what we know, a humongous thanks to you, by the way, Peaceful War, for that massive support and helping this channel to keep running. And from what we know, North Korea is still sending soldiers into Russia.
On Thursday, the president signed an executive order reclassifying cannabis.
Recently.
I'm Carla Sosa, your neighborhood reporter, but there's still so many questions surrounding this about what it could mean. Cannabis is currently considered a Schedule 1 drug, same category as heroin, but now it's reclassified as a Schedule 3 drug.
This reclassification order will make it far easier to conduct marijuana-related medical research, allowing us to study benefits, potential dangers, and future treatments. It's going to have a tremendously positive impact, I believe.
UCLA Center for Cannabis and Cannabinoids Director Dr. Ziva Cooper says this will help out researchers.
What this will do is it will be able to broaden the number of groups that will be able to study this drug for its therapeutic effects as well as its potential negative effects, which is an important aspect to all this. What type of cannabis? What type of patient? What type of symptom? What type of dose? Where is the patient getting it from? So there are quite a few unknowns at this point.
This executive action has mixed reaction. At least 18 Republican senators and 26 House members wrote a letter opposing the reclassification of marijuana.
Of course they did.
A lot of cops, a lot of people out there in the drug rehabilitation business are very concerned about it. Medical marijuana seems to have a lot of promise, but just, you know, I think it's a dangerous drugs, and I'm not so sure that's a good decision, but we'll see how it plays out.
But I've supported marijuana reform throughout my entirety in public service, and we welcome any opportunity moving forward to continue that work.
While the order to reclassify marijuana was welcomed by the cannabis industry, many think that this will bring a wrong message to young people. In Bakersfield, I'm Carla Sosa, your neighborhood reporter.
Still a scheduled drug.
And I believe I heard the Indian government trying to warn the Indian civilians to watch out for scams. They told them to watch out for scams because they're saying the Russians are trying to scam them into joining the military and not telling them the whole story when they sign up. So the Indian government warning of scams.
Man,
That's
the hunter
interesting right
becomes
there.
Of course,
the hunted.
okay.
Damn.
Man, I'll tell you what, they've flipped the script there. I tell you what, that's Russia's doing some hardcore scamming. If India's like, hey, watch out for that scam, it's like okay, it's like that's pretty serious right there. But it's not. What is very serious though is the Indians are now signing up to go fight as mercenary forces inside of Russia, and they're getting offered lots of money to go fight there. So a lot of Indians, which are in bad financial shape, are deciding to take the risk and go to Russia, not knowing really what they're getting into probably, and then getting thrown into the meat grinder. So that's another
Recruitment's
evolving
at like
situation.
I'm not going to lie, folks.
military.
Hearing the Indian government having to put out a scam warning is a little bit wild because, like
My life
no
would have been
joke,
totally
basically their
different.
entire
I would have
country
joined the military.
exists as almost a
Probably would have
full-on
died in
scam.
Iraq. honestly.
Like literally, you can watch any video, like a travel video of someone going to
Wild
India,
and
and they're
crazy.
basically assaulted by scammers every 10 feet. So it's
Like,
kind of
I
crazy
would've
that they're having to warn people about
went
scams,
on into
considering that there's a
danger,
scam every 10
but who
feet on the
knows?
street. So
I didn't do it.
that's
but,
wild,
yeah,
honestly. It's like, how good, man, the Russians got together with the best alcoholics in the country in Russia, and were like, how do we scam the scamming? And they said, man, it's a tough one. But they came up with something. Apparently, folks, if the Russians put their mind to scamming scammers, they can actually succeed at that. But if they put their mind to trying to win a
that's an
war,
hour
they
long.
cannot do that. That's beyond their measure. But beyond that, actually, by the way, Mandy, I have to correct you there. It's not 200 Indians that are fighting in Russia on the Russian side. It's 200 Indians that have died fighting for Russia, actually.
Oh, gee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was 200 confirmed fighting. So it's 200 confirmed wiped out, apparently. So that means the number of Indians fighting must be much higher.
Yeah, apparently so. And also on top of that, folks, getting back to Peaceful War's question,
North Korea
China
is
is
fighting
not
them,
sending
too.
any troops of their own. From what we know, Chinese citizens do volunteer. Some of them have PLA service in their background. Some of them don't, actually, from what we've learned over the war. But there are some Chinese citizens that have been involved in the fighting. But we do not believe that any active involvement is being conducted by the People's Liberation Army on the Chinese
Yeah,
government's
send our
behalf
people over.
inside of Ukraine, from what we would know at the moment. Although it's not completely out of the question, it seems unlikely given the information that we have publicly at the moment. But that might change in the future. But a huge thanks to you so much for the massive support, Peace with War, and helping this channel to keep on running. This is folks like you who go out of their way to support this channel, considering that nobody has to support it, that make this thing possible for everyone. You make it possible for people to be able to watch the short war video that went out today that has gotten 162,000 views. It's the best short war video that we've actually made in a little bit. And also, our streams are getting generally larger by the day these days, once again, in viewership. It's thanks to folks like you that we were able to soldier on through high viewership time and low viewership times, making sure to get the news out to anyone and everyone who either gets notified in the algorithm that we're running a show or cares about the news from around the world in support of Western American interest. And you're a big part of that. And a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, real quick before we get into our last two super chats right quick, we have gotten a very big piece of news. I want to go ahead and announce this because it's very, very positive news for Ukraine. It looks like the EU has approved a financial package for Ukraine of 90 billion euros of an interest-free loan. It's actually been approved, so it's a done deal at this point. Ukraine will get that interest-free free loan of 90 billion euros, which, according to Merz of Germany, he's saying that's going to send a clear signal to Putin to let him know that once again, Europe is standing behind Ukraine, and no matter how dedicated he is to fighting the war and trying to take the entirety of Ukraine, Ukraine will still get funded. They're not going to be left out to dry. So that's a huge piece of news right there. Very nice.
That's a lot of money.
I will admit, it's not as nice as hearing about the 200 billion frozen Russian assets being liquidated. We're still waiting on that, but at least they have a $90 billion interest-free loan that's sitting there at their disposal. That's massive. Also, by the way, another big announcement. The U.S. president is coming out again tomorrow for another nationwide address at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're not told what he's going to be talking about, and apparently this just came out about 4 minutes ago. So maybe he remembered he forgot foreign policy in his first speech, so he's coming back out for maybe the second one to address foreign policy. I'm not really sure here, but we'll find out tomorrow.
Or he'll make an announcement striking Venezuela tomorrow.
It was incredible. Goodbye, everyone. Wow, that was a great one. Mr. President, you forgot about Venezuela. The what? Like, get me back on air. We got to go talk about the Venezuelans. But beyond that, we'll see what's going on tomorrow. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I don't really tune into them that much. Because, you know, if I wanted to hear about how bad the last president was, I could have just lived through the last 4 years, and I did. Oh, man. And I could also see the current one because I'm living through this time too, so I don't have to hear about it from someone I lived through it. But anyways, with that in mind, we'll just see what's going on with that tomorrow. If something happens that's wild, we'll get on air and cover it. But you know, I'll be honest with y'all folks, I just don't put a lot of stake in announcements that there's going to be a national address coming out, because it could be literally anything and everything. It could literally be everything and anything that's spoken about in the address. And you know, so I just don't really put a lot of stock into being personally honest, at least on that end. But the fact that the Europeans are going to be providing $90 billion to Ukraine over the next 2 years, from 2026 to 2027, that's quite a lot of money within a very short time frame. So that's incredibly good for the state of Ukraine. So with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And also, a humongous thanks. Also, Mandy, did we get to that second question?
We haven't gotten to our second or third yet.
Oh, so let's get to that second one. So what do we got?
All right, so our second super chat goes to Mark Ead, and Mark puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Mark, for that generous support as well, and helping to keep the channel going. And he said, tag 'em, bag 'em, LSA, New Zealand.
Hey, and I'd have to say a big thanks to you for the support, Mark Ead. And I believe that should be the border policy on the native frontier. Tag them and bag them, you know what I mean? But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, all the way from New Zealand. All the way down there in the Pacific, in New Zealand. I got to thank you massively for the support and helping
I
the
like
channel keep running.
listening to them because they're more straightforward in the news.
Channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to make it a reality for years. So,
and usually I agree with them on forum posts and some of the bad choices that have been made, but sometimes they hammer.
And then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news for the night. So, what do we got, Matthew?
Also, by the way, folks, tomorrow's the release of
whining, it sounds like.
You might have heard about. So that's sort of an odd timing with that right there. We'll have to find out what's being said tomorrow. But jumping into our last super chat here, this one goes to Duck Goes Quack. And thank you very much, Duck Goes, for that $20 support. We do appreciate that. And he said, treat yourselves to some Yorkshire tea and keep up the good work. And LSA from the UK.
Yorkshire tea from Yorkshire. You know, Yorkshire it's Yorkshire actually, but Yorkshire is a really cool place in the UK. We actually went to the city of York one time in our lives. It was really cool. I like the city of York myself. Matthew, what did you think of the city of York?
Ah, yes. I see you know your York well. Good one, sir. And get your hands off my peppermint.
Get your hands off my New York! These people wanted to touch me on the New York people. Oh, how dare you, sir? What the hell's going on over here? Man, they've got some major construction work going on here.
Yeah,
what
there's a lot of
the world
going on.
Could it even be?
Station.
I think it's like a high-speed rail project or something, I think. But
maybe it's a new park for those ducks that go.
Man, that's his favorite sound on the soundboard currently. But beyond that, I gotta say, really cool city. If y'all didn't know, at one point, York was actually founded by the Vikings. And it was actually called Jorvik. But over the time, because everything in the English language eventually gets bastardized to some degree, it then became the city of York, dropping the Vic part of Jorvik. So, pretty cool little bit of a background story to generally the founding of the city.
A lot of England was run by Vikings.
Because the Vikings actually controlled this area of England for about 150 years before it was united under William the Conqueror, which many people will know from history because he defeated King Harold at the Battle of Hastings in 1066 and became the first king of England that generally his dynasty still reigns as the British royal family to this day. Although there's been a lot of caveats to that, and that isn't really the case. Still, technically, people say that. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best that I can. And also, by the way, if you live in the UK, folks, or going to the UK, I would say that York is one of the top visits. York actually has the largest cathedral within Northern Europe. That's York Minster. It's bigger than basically every other cathedral within, well, it is bigger than every other cathedral in Northern Europe. Really cool, really beautiful. They do charge you to get in. It's like everywhere.
Notre Dame?
You get charged to go in, but it is very cool and very nice looking. Also,
it is very nice, isn't it? Also, but real quick, folks, I want to address something I'm seeing in the chat right here. People are talking about that $90 billion loan that's being provided by the Europeans for Ukraine. I want to make it clear that $90 billion is going to be used to buy weapons from the United States primarily. They will be buying some of their own weapons to give to Ukraine, but it'll be used to buy a lot of more weapons from the United States companies to then send to Ukraine. So a large portion of that $90 billion loan is going to be
Coming
money
over
pretty much
here.
flowing directly to the United States from that loan right there. So that's a pretty big injection of cash right there. You don't see the United States ponying up cash like that. I think over the next 2 years, the United States is ponying up about $800 million, which is only a drop in the bucket compared to $90 billion. So it's pretty much all on Europe at this point supporting Ukraine. I would say it's a complete shift.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, really, and also a wonderful thing to know that it'll be used on weaponry. And also, just to give you all a few more things before we move on, there's also this really cool place in York right below the cathedral called the Shambles, which is basically a collection of medieval buildings from about the 14th century, which still stand in their original condition to this day, which is very impressive. And the city is still surrounded by its medieval wall. All of that is incredibly rare, especially in the modern day and age. So if you're ever going to York, make sure to take a look. Or if you're going to Britain, make sure to go to York and take a look. It's an incredibly cool place. But with that, I hope that does address it well. By the way, we're not sponsored by the York Ministry of Tourism or the UK Ministry of Tourism or anything like that. Just saying that because we went there and it was cool. But with that, I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the last question in this segment, and then we're going to be getting on into the rest of the news. What do we got, Matthew?
That was our last one.
Oh, heavens, it was?
It was our last one. That was our last one.
Oh, great heavens. I tell you, I get so distracted sometimes, with how to flow the questions and everything. But anyways, with that, folks, it is time for us to move on into the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow. It's the long-awaited segment of the night. We're going to blow right through it because not really a lot happened today. We were able to hear that there was a decent amount of air activity by the U.S. This is becoming fairly common. There was a U.S. E-3 call sign Grinch. Funnily enough, it's getting close to Christmas. The call sign was Grinch. That was joining a coalition of other U.S. aircraft in the area, including 2 Hawkeyes and a Super Hornet. So that was generally the air activity that we were able to report for the day. We also been able to hear.
I mean, if we're going to send so many assets down there to Venezuela pretty much all the time, like every day, could they at least draw some sky art for us or something? Like, could you imagine if they drew an obscene symbol down there, or something like that? Like, for example, maybe I don't know, like maybe something representing how we kind of feel about the Maduro regime right now, like a little, you know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say the word. A wiener. Maybe they should draw something like that in the sky. That would make it worth the billions we're spending.
Watch out, man. Hot Dog Man's going to go down there with his iPhone and start filming them.
Oh, man. It's like the bat symbol for Hot Dog Man. He's like, I got to show up down there. I'm telling you.
Man, bro, he'd sit there. If they did that, man, as soon as it was completed, you would sit there and see him, like, almost like fall to the floor, and everyone would be like, what's wrong? He'd be like, my people, they need me. He'd just like take off and start flying down there. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to hear that Venezuela approved the departure of 2 VLCC oil tankers bound for China. We've also heard that another Chinese tanker, maybe one of the 2 VLCC tankers, which is a very large crude carrier, that's what that stands for, is apparently going to be escorted out of the U.S. blockade by the Venezuelan Navy. So there's a possibility of a confrontation here. We don't know if one's going to happen, but we'll see. Meanwhile, we've also heard that in the Americas news today, the United States has successfully launched its first one-way attack drone from the back of an Independence-class littoral combat ship.
Yeah, I think I saw this earlier.
And it was a very original design. There's the launch, and what do you know? It's a rip-off Shahed.
Is that the Anduril thing?
I don't know. It looks just like a Shahed, though. The design is very uncanny.
It kind of is. Let's see the rest of it.
There it goes. There goes the booster dropping off, and there goes the drone.
I'll be honest with you. The one I want to see demonstrated are those mesh drones. You know the ones I'm talking about? They're like drone swarms. They're like meshed together. Anduril's making some of them. There's some other companies I think working on them as well. And it's like they can all coordinate. There's like a central control panel for them. One software that controls
they can all
them all.
coordinate with
and you can
Raptor,
literally like launch drones from all over the place, and they're all meshed together in one big attack net.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't heard of that one, but that would be interesting to see tested. But it appears, folks, that everything that is a one-way attack drone, it just is designed to be a Shahed. The Thai have
It's
a rip-off
cheapest,
Shahed.
probably.
The Russians have a rip-off Shahed. The Chinese have a rip-off Shahed. Now we have a rip-off Shahed. Even the Ukrainians have that. Like, basically, the Iranian Shahed design, crazily enough, has pretty much become the most copied one-way attack drone design on the planet currently. So I'm guessing that it must be a wildly successful and easy-to-implement design. But moving on from that,
Sure,
and
it can be
on out of
improved
the
upon,
area,
and it will
it's
be.
time for us to move on up into the capital of the United States, because we have been able to hear that there's been a little bit of a manic Monday, as Matthew put it earlier in the stream, that's happening within the U.S. government. We were able to hear that, let's see, I forgot the name of this guy. I think he's the guy who wrote the book The Shining. What's his name?
Wait a minute, his real name is Scott Besson, but you're talking about the guy who wrote The Shining. It wasn't a Stanley Kubrick.
No, dude, that was the guy who directed it. I'm talking about the guy Stephen King. Stephen King.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure?
Let me go pull up a picture of him.
No.
They've got that
Sure
same.
this guy really looks like that. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm gonna put it this way. They got that same Whoville-looking appearance going on. Like they're both whining that the Grinch just stole Christmas. That's what I'm trying to get at here.
Someone just got dirty with this angle too, by the way. Like they should have told him, like, lighten up a little bit or something. Don't look at the camera like that. Why are you looking at me like that?
Well, it's not as bad as that.
Oh my god! He said, "I'm writing a book."
Man, I'm not gonna lie, folks. These two guys, I don't know what it is, but they both give off this look like they came from Whoville.
Different
and
noses.
They bullied the Grinch and turned him into what he was. Like, I'm just not gonna lie, folks. I get that every time I look at both of them. I'm like, Whoville dudes. But beyond that,
it's like their face is like those like disguises like in Mission Impossible. It's like they stretch their skin out and like clamped it to their face or something. It's like, is that really their skin? It's like, why is their skin so elastic looking? Like it's been stretched. It's like, I don't know if that's like a facelift or what that is, but it's like I've never seen skin that taut before like that.
Yeah, I would have to say, it's interesting, but the mayor of Whoville has announced that they're preparing new sanctions against Russia. He has stated that they will be ready to introduce them as early as next week. The decision will depend on how the situation develops further. So if Russia does not accept our peace deal, the mayor of Whoville is going to be implementing new sanctions against the Russians, aka we're not going to let the Grinch steal Christmas. So good on them for that. We're probably going to get burned somewhere for making that comparison, man, but I'm fine with that. That was honestly worth cashing in, getting burned somewhere on the internet in some place somehow. But moving on from that, and out of the United States, speaking of the Russians and the Russian government, we've got a lot of news.
They didn't click on that plane that was down in the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, goodness. Thank you. Bless me. Oh, no. Beyond that, moving on from that, we were able to hear that the Russians claimed today that U.S.-Russia ties are in ruins. I thought that they respected the United States. Apparently that's now changed. But Moscow hopes they can start to be restored as the United States gives in to the Russians on the Ukraine issue. That's basically what the Russians are saying. Meanwhile, we also are able to hear that there's a little run on the banks going on. A little run on the banks.
That's crazy. Back in early December, like around, I think the 3rd or the 4th or something, we actually ran a stream about this and said we could be seeing a big bank run start soon because the news broke that there was a massive amount of overdue loans on the Russian books at the banks. And once the Russians get word of that, it could cause some panic. It looks like the word has reached the Russians and they are now trying to take their money out and stuff it under the mattress like we were talking about.
Look at this. They've literally gone into the negatives. Like on this graph, they're actually
negative 400
in the negatives.
almost.
Honestly, though, I'm not sure, like, in Russia, does it really help to stuff the money under the mattress? Because, this is the same discussion we had, like, 2 weeks ago. You have to stuff so many rubles in the mattress. Like, you might get $50, 50 USD worth of rubles in your mattress before it's overstuffed at that point.
No. You're thinking about it all wrong, Matthew. You don't stuff the mattress. You make a whole new mattress out of rubles.
Yeah, that's exactly what you'll need to do.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Mattress.
You make your wallpaper out of rubles. You make the bed out of rubles. You make the mattress out of rubles. You make everything out of rubles. That's how you get the rubles out of the bank, Matthew. You just build a damn house out of them, and then eventually you'll have enough money that you got most of it out of the bank. You might also be able to build a small guest house as well with all your rubles when you withdraw them from the bank because they're so worthless. But, it's a possibility.
remember back in the USSR times when they would like the rubles were so worthless back then that they were literally like shredding them up and trying to make like borscht or like stuff out of it. Like there were some people I at least heard. I'm not sure if it's a rumor or a myth, but there were some people allegedly eating the rubles and making soup out of it.
I think that was also, let's see, I think it was, let me think here, Reichsmarks as well, in the German Weimar, that also happened with as well. I think you might be thinking about the German Weimar, actually, because I haven't heard of rubles having that done with them. I've heard of Reichsmarks having that done, though.
I heard they were using them for, cleanliness, too. They were using them as, like, the ruble wipe.
I mean, honestly, man, I could definitely see that. I mean, at this point, man, a ruble has got to be better than a nice, good piece of toilet paper. But probably cheaper, really. But anyways, it does appear the Russians are having a little bit of a bank run. That's not going to produce good results. We talked about that a lot in the short war video from today. Why don't you take a look? I'm just kidding, by the way. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear that according to reports, more than 200 Indian citizens recruited by Russia have been recruited by Russia for the war in Ukraine. Apparently, by the way, folks, I misquoted this to Matthew early. He was actually correct. 200 were serving, not dead. 26 of them have been killed, and 7 more are missing. Currently, the Indians are negotiating with Moscow for the repatriation of about 50 Indians, having already secured the return of more than 100. India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka have called on their citizens not to fall for scams after it became known that hundreds of residents of these countries are fighting on the Russian side in Ukraine. So, at the moment, it does appear that the hunter has become the hunted and the scammers are becoming the scam. Very unfortunate for that, and we will watch that develop with great interest. Meanwhile, we've also heard that apparently some people are alleging, according to a new CNN investigation, that Russia's shadow fleet is not only skirting around sanctions, they're apparently skirting on into a little bit of espionage. Now, that's something. You know, that's quite something indeed right there. Something to consider. They didn't really give a lot of proof as to why they would say that, but they just generally threw that out there. Also, we were able to hear that according to the great and mighty Valery Gerasimov, who is looking like more and more like a giraffe these days, he might start eating from the tall trees. His neck is growing, and his face is also growing a little bit longer. Before long, he might actually join Lavrov in the stables. But the Russian military... what?
I said, oh, man, I was laughing.
Oh, bro, it literally came in as an echo. It literally sounded like that meme where that guy went, ah, and then, like, it faded out while he was screaming. Literally sounded just like
laughing. I was just laughing because I was thinking of the barnyard of animals that Russia has at this point for, like, their government staff. The Lavrov, the horse. They got Gerasimov, the giraffe. They have the deceased lion, Prigozhin, or deceased nutsack. Prigozhin, and then they had that loony that was with him too, Utkin, that nobody really knew really much about him except he was loony. So they got a barnyard going on here, and also they have that rat too. Don't forget the rat, the Kremlin spokesperson. They've got every type of species.
Man, and they even had the nuts. Like, bro, they had everything, including human anatomy. Also, by the way, I do have to say, for those who are very keenly eyed, like spring fauna, this jacket is like 2 sizes too large. Because look at the shoulders here, dude. Like the shoulders poke. This literally is like a Romulan fit from Star Trek: The Next Generation at this point. You know, with like the oversized shoulders.
Yeah, it really is. I think he might have shoulder pads under there.
Mm-hmm.
Or a lack of. I mean, it's one or the other. I don't know which. But we also were able to hear that Gerasimov stated that the younger Russians are too stupid and fat. I'm sorry, that actually wasn't him. Correction, everyone. That's actually a U.S. official that said that about Americans today. But apparently, Gerasimov stated that the Russian military is focused on capturing the whole Donbass region, as well as the Zaporizhia and Kherson oblasts of Ukraine. The chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces, Valery Gerasimov, said this Thursday. So it appears that they're still saying they're not going to be giving up any ideas of taking all of the territory of Ukraine that they can, and that they're going to try and take all of it. And that's including the rest of Zaporizhia and the Kherson oblasts. So, you know, keep that in mind. They only control half of those oblasts at the moment of Zaporizhia and Kherson. So they're demanding the rest of it now as well, not just the rest of the Donbass. So with that, we're going to be moving on out of the Russian governmental news, and we're going to be moving on into the endless blackouts that happened today throughout the entirety of Russia. Oh, by the way, before we get to that, though, I don't want to skirt over the European news. We are going to cover it very quickly, though, because we still have a lot to go. There was another drone sighting that happened over Germany today at the Fossberg Air Base, or the Fossberg Air Base in northern Germany, where helicopter pilots are trained. That's an NH-90 right there. The drones flew off. Nothing really came of it. Not a big deal. And when I say it's not a big deal, obviously it's a big deal. It's been happening a lot. And because it's been happening a lot and no one's ever going to address it because everyone is the cowards, it's basically no big deal in our coverage. There's not really a lot more to add. We've talked about that endlessly. We also been able to hear that apparently Russian intelligence is threatening the Belgians. And Russian military intelligence is running an intimidation campaign aimed at preventing the transfer of frozen Russian currency reserves to Ukraine. The assets in question are frozen in Belgium, where Euroclear, the key financial depository holding the bulk of Russia's reserves, is based. Earlier, Belgian Prime Minister Bart de Wever said that Russia would not be defeated and that frozen assets would ultimately have to be returned to the Kremlin. According to the Guardian sources, the pressure campaign is being carried out by the GRU. That means that he shows up and he goes, "You better not let go of the money." But beyond that, the targets reportedly include Euroclear CEO Valerie Urbain and the senior Belgian officials. Assessments of the severity of the threats vary, but as one European official put it, intimidation tactics are clearly being used. And the floor is
Bart said, "Oh my God, I can't be threatened. Oh my, I can't do it."
Man.
It's like, well, if you can't handle the pressure, it's like obviously Russia are sickos. They're going to go around threatening people. That's what Russia does. If you can't handle the pressure, then resign and get your ass out of there. It's like what a cowardly approach. Now, I do understand. There are some Belgian folks that listen to our channel. They're like, well, you guys don't understand. It's actually more complex than that. It's as simple as this. Belgium controls the funds, and the entirety of Europe wants to give those funds to Ukraine to let them fight and win the war. And this guy right here is holding it up, basically. So, I mean, it's really ridiculous at this point. It's really extremely cowardly. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it.
Well, Matthew, you do have to remember that this guy has more important things. Like, for example, he does have to talk to his brother on the daily, Stuart Little.
Oh, damn.
Man, I'm not going to lie, man. This guy kind of does have that Stuart Little kind of look to him, you know? The round glasses, the coat, the jacket, how it fits.
I like the round glasses. This guy, I don't know what about it, this fella here, but for some reason this guy does not look confidence inspiring to me. For some reason, like I don't know what it is. It might be the glasses, like the round glasses, something. I don't know. I think also I may be projecting my feelings a little bit here because the guy is really aggravating as hell. Because he's holding the whole thing up. And also, folks, it's like if you can't handle the heat, it's like nobody's forcing you to stay there. It's like you can resign and leave if you don't want to handle the heat. Like if you're like, listen, I can't put my family in jeopardy. The Russians are threatening us and stuff like that. Then I'm going to step down and walk off and let someone else who has a spine handle the situation. You could do that too.
Man, Harry Potter and the Legend of the Frozen Assets, like. This guy's got to get to it, though. He's got to resign or he's got to get with it, one or the other. And also, I would have to agree with Matthew's frustrations on this. This is an incredibly annoying sort of a situation to be in because the guy can't take a death threat or two. Like, everyone gets death threats when you're in the public. It's a part of doing a job in the public. Like you're going like we've gotten death threats from every corner. We're technically on a Russian hit list with a lot of other people right now. It's like you just got to get on with it. It's like technically we could end up seeing our last day today or tomorrow. It's like that doesn't stop us from doing anything. We still go trucking on along on here. And we don't even have the protection of bodyguards or anything like this guy would have. It's like you got to take the threats and you just got to roll with the flow and keep doing what we got to do. You can't let them freeze up the whole government and stop them from doing something. And that's ridiculous. But anyways, with that, I hope I have addressed that well, at least the best I can. And we've also heard that apparently no deal was reached earlier. And then a deal was reached. So apparently that news was a little preliminary, and it actually appeared that that the details or the plan had failed. But then $90 billion was approved, so that was incredibly good to hear. So now it is time for us to move on into, actually before we get to Ukraine, because that's our biggest piece of news left, we're actually going to drop on down into the middle of the East again. But before we do, I do want to talk about the possibility of the U.S. leveraging new sanctions if the Russians don't accept the deal. Matthew, are people believing that that's going to happen, or are they thinking that's a load of hot air?
All right. So just for context, by the way, there currently is a bill that's been introduced in the House. It's a bipartisan bill, which does introduce this new round of sanctions on Russia. It has not been voted on yet, but it will be voted on. And also we're hearing as well from the top officials in the administration that new rounds of sanctions may be imminent. on Russia because they won't agree to a deal, even though they just came out today and said something along the lines of Zelensky's holding it up again or something like that. Like I said, Manic Monday moment again. But Putin's now warning of consequences if they do that to Russia. They're saying, don't do that or there will be consequences, which Russia says that about literally everything. So what happens? 43% said the United States is just bluffing Putin yet again and will not sanction him, while 40% said USA will sanction Russia hard, while 8% said it's completely false and not true. And it obviously is true. The talk of sanctions is a real deal because there is a bill in the Congress about it. So it's a real talk. But is the USA going to follow through with it? They're going to hem-haw around with it. I can tell you that. They're going to try to drag it out like usual. They're going to try to stall on it. Eventually, they'll probably end up sanctioning Putin later on down the road again, but it won't be immediate. Don't count on it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, yeah, the U.S. is probably bluffing again. We've said this before, and it doesn't really amount to much of anything. They'll shoot down the peace deal, and then we'll pretend like that never happened, and then we'll work off of the fact that we're pretending that it never happened. So that would be my honest assessment, folks. I don't really think a lot's going to come out of this. I'll be entirely honest with y'all, not trying to sound political here, but I have completely lost any faith in the current administration having a backbone whatsoever. So I would assume that whatever is going to be the worst course of action to take that's going to portray America in the worst light possible in foreign policy is probably going to be the action that's taken. Because whenever there's a clear and obvious answer to something, we usually take the completely opposite answer than the one that we should be taking. Like, for example, when we start escalations against Venezuela, you bomb them now. You don't sit there for 4 months hee-hawing around. It's 4 months later. Now the Chinese are getting involved. It's like we're losing our window. We have to act now or later. And like we have to act now or we'll never act. And we just keep hee-hawing around down there and talking about we're going to bomb them tomorrow, and then we never do. We just got to get to it. And also on top of this, we're going to sit there and say if the Russians don't accept it, we're going to sanction them into oblivion. I can promise you, folks, that the Russians are going to shoot this thing down like normal. Or they're going to come up with some stupid statement like, we need to have talks because we love America. And then the president, oh, okay. And then we're just going to completely forget about sanctions and go through the whole loop of insanity for the 12th time this year. It's going to be one or the other. But I don't have
that's all
any
it
high
takes to derail something like sanctions. All it takes is, like, number one, Putin can say, we want to restart talks again. Let's have talks. Let's have talks. Or number two, he can say something like, what if we have like business relations, like a business deal or something? How about we reopen like the Arctic or something? That's all he has to do. Like if Putin says something like that, that's like the instant pause button on any type of consequences that Putin deserves. It instantly pauses it, and all of a sudden it turns into, well, you know, Zelensky, what do you have to offer? It's like, well, we're not trying to get them bidding against each other. It's not like we're trying to make, you know, money here. We're trying to support our allies. So that's the only thing that derails it every time is something that simple.
And also someone said, I think you're starting to get brainwashed. Okay, tell me when in the world that has not happened. I'm literally going off of the pattern that we have over the whole year. If we were getting brainwashed, we would just say something that wouldn't be true. This is the pattern that's been going on the whole year. We get to the point where we say the Russians are the ones holding everything up. We're going to sanction them if they don't agree to the peace deal. And then the Russians pull out this move. The president is a very smart man, and smart men keep talking to Russia. And then we go through the whole process again from square one just because of that statement. Or they say, we would love to talk about peace because we love peace. We are people of the dove. And then we stop and we go back to square one. We've done that so many times this year. This is a literal repeated pattern. It's not something that I'm just coming up with to sound biased. This is literally what's been going on at least 10 times this year. We've gone through this 10 times over now. And I'm betting you money that when it comes around to Monday, we're probably going to see it start over again. I will be absolutely shocked, and they'll have made the completely right move if they actually see the Russians shoot this down and we move forward with sanctions. I'll say finally they broke the cycle, and that was the right move to make. But for now, going off of how the last 10 times have gone, there's literally no other way to analyze it than if the last 10 times went this way, this next time is also going to go that very same way because the pattern's never been broken.
Yeah, and also don't wash your brain. Like washing the brain, use the dry cleaners, folks. Don't wash the brain.
Yeah, I would say do not wash your brain, folks. You should actually more so allow it to dry because that's better. But moving on from that, we are going to be moving down to the Middle East. We did see that the Russians are apparently providing armored cars to Iran. In the middle of an armor shortage in Russia, they're shipping out armored cars to Iran. You can't make sense of this stuff. Apparently, they're still trying to help out their allies with whatever scraps they can scrounge out of the country. Meanwhile, ISIS appears to be taking larger control in Syria. We're now hearing that they are controlling the highways around the city of Idlib, and they've even set up checkpoints along the Aleppo-Damascus highway, which is the M5, which is the artery of the country, conducting searches for members of the military and the security forces. If they find them, we assume that they execute them. Right now, ISIS is controlling the major highway to Aleppo and all the way down to Damascus right here at Idlib. So I gotta be entirely honest with y'all. It's not looking good. We're not doing anything to them on top of that either. Like, I kind of want to point that out too. We pledged that we were going to make a response to the 10 U.S. soldiers who were slain in Palmyra in the ambush, and we haven't seen a single U.S. attack yet against an ISIS stronghold in the country. Not a single one. We've seen shows of force, like F-16s and F-15s and A-10s flying over, but we haven't seen any direct armed action being made at this point at all. And they appear to be expanding in their control and their abilities, because now they're controlling the highway in Idlib, which means they have to control a populated center somewhere nearby, which most likely is Idlib. And that's also another important thing to point out for folks, is that the HTS, which al-Jilani still controls technically, started in Idlib, and it was a radical Islamic faction that was an offshoot of al-Qaeda, but got its approval to be created from al-Jilani, who is the leader of ISIS. So while a lot of people were trying to say a while ago that the HTS and ISIS hate each other, there is enough of an ideological overlap that if people started to become disillusioned with Jilani, the clear step would be to just hop over from the HTS right into ISIS instead. And it appears that that might be what people in Syria are doing, that affiliate themselves with radical Islamic ideology. We need to do something faster. This situation is going to devolve wildly out of control, just like it did in the mid-2010s. Sadly, we'll have to wait for this poll to marinate. I was actually hoping that we could have it right now, but it was just put up. So we're going to give that a minute before we get around to talking about that. But the situation is not progressing in any sort of a fruitful way. Moving on out of Syria, and now back into the war in Ukraine, it's time for us to go over a couple of Russian strikes before we get on into the big ones down at Rostov and Sevastopol. In Oriol, we were able to hear that there is a limited blackout. Ukrainian drones did hit some of the substations within the area. We can see that from that giant blue glow that was shown on the security clip right there, which shows that a substation was hit by a Ukrainian drone and knocked out within Oriol. It mostly will be back online within the next 2 days, but it is still costing the Russians a lot of money and also a great deal of wasted potential and electricity that could have been used by the citizenry when these substations are hit. In Voronezh, something similar happened. There generally was just a larger attack on Voronezh, but here's the clip. Oh!
Oh my god.
Man, someone sent a text message. Man, shit's blown up. Like, it's like, yeah.
Hey, yo, it sounds like the ops are spinning the block. Get out of here and post up.
West side Voronezh split. But anyways, moving on out of Voronezh and on further down and into the area of Belgorod. We actually got the clip, folks, of that S-400 battery that the Russians said was targeted and destroyed. We finally got a clip of it from a Ukrainian drone showing the destruction of that air defense unit. There goes the drone. Right onto the missile. Oh.
Oh.
That thing be cooking.
Money down the drain. Flush it down the drain.
Oh, and they're getting the second one, too. What a surprise. That's why you don't violate OPSEC, folks, when you're in the military. That's why you don't film your movements when they're happening. Meanwhile, down in Belgrade, there was another attack on the city of Belgrade, which we saw in this clip here. Oh, do you hear the sound of the drone?
Look at the lights.
Oh my god!
The lights really turned on, man. They turned on all the lights.
Man, people started turning on their lights around here going, what's going on out here? Bro, they didn't know that Hiroshima was about to happen like a couple of blocks away. Oh my god.
It shook the place like an earthquake.
I don't know what
look
they
at
had.
this disco ball. This thing's crazy. Also, by the way, someone was watching a movie up there in that top left corner. That TV turned off quick after that explosion happened. They shut that movie off and ran away.
Right here?
I know it's that one up there to the left right over here.
This one?
Yeah, it's like I saw the TV like turn off like when that explosion happened.
Let's take a little gander here.
Obliad.
Dude, someone's got a red alert going on downstairs, bro. Like the lights turned on and they're flashing. Like, dang. Honestly, though, this explosion was crazy. Honestly, what makes it even crazier, man, is that the sound beat the actual video here. This looks like it's literally out like a nuclear explosion test clip. Like, my God, man. That's crazy.
It's shaking the whole place. Like the commie blocks are getting rattled.
Bro, the commie blocks are getting blasted.
Yeah, seriously.
Hellfire, it seems.
That's
like,
crazy.
Let's see. Nuclear test footage. Let me go see if I can show y'all one of the images.
We can't show any of that, by the way, like unless it's an image.
Yeah, it's going to be an image. Let's see.
Can you show nuclear test footage?
Test footage, buildings. Let me see if I can get. Oh yeah, this is what it. Bro, that clip right there looks just like that.
It really does, honestly.
Honestly, man, that is insane, the explosion here in Belgrade. We don't know what it hit at the moment, but we're going to be trying to figure that out in the next day when we get more information. Moving on out of Belgrade, though, I do want to take a little bit of a moment to address the ongoing situation in Syria. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so let's address the Syria poll, because we just covered that big news out of Syria that ISIS is starting to control some major roadways and highways inside of Syria, which is a terrible change, by the way, and indicates that Jelani's a little bit behind the curve in keeping control of his territory. Right now, we're seeing that Syria reports ISIS has set up checkpoints in the country to check for Jelani's forces, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen after they find them, but you can only imagine what a group as nasty as ISIS is probably going to do. It's probably going to be horrific, but what are your thoughts? 36% said Syria will likely fall under new control because Jelani can't keep his country under control, while 24% said Syria will fight ISIS away soon and keep the country, and 30% said Syria will need to rely on the USA to fix the situation. And I'll be honest with you, it's starting to look like Jelani is not coherent enough to actually keep his territory. Also, it's not really just about coherence. It's about having a military that's basically consolidated and everybody's on the same page. It seems like there's so many different factions within the Syrian military that he really can't keep control over his territory. So, to me, it looks like, unfortunately and very terribly, that ISIS is actually more consolidated than the Jelani regime. So that's going to be dangerous. The USA will have to step in if it looks like ISIS starts taking over Syria. That group cannot be allowed to take charge. I think pretty much everybody's on the same page with that one. So I'm with the 30%. The USA is going to be relied on by Jelani to fix this whole situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
To be honest with y'all, I think that I would really have to go outside of the poll options. I'd have to say that this is definitely going to lead to basically a second Syrian civil war, and this is also going to lead to the rise of ISIS again. The U.S. is not dealing with the situation at all currently, and this is one that they can't really contract out to other people, is the rise of a terrorist faction. They're clearly rapidly rising within the area currently, and they're basically unopposed at this moment. The Jelani government doesn't really appear to be effective at trying to combat them. So this is most likely going to lead to a large part of the Syrian nation once again falling under the ISIS flag. Not a great situation to be in. And I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, I really don't know where America is. We've already seen that 3 American soldiers died in Palmyra due to an ISIS attack, and it's been about 5 days now, and there has not been a single U.S. bomb that we can account for or have been hearing about from the U.S. Department of Defense that has been dropped on an ISIS soldier's head because of what they did to the U.S. soldiers in Palmyra. Not a single action taken in 5 days. As a matter of fact, they're acting like it didn't even happen now. They don't even make any statements about that anymore in the U.S. government about what we're going to do to them. We're basically...
They already said there would be retaliation.
What this is, folks, like, not to make this sound political, but I gotta draw the comparison here. This is exactly what the Obama administration did in the earlier 2010s when ISIS was starting to form in the region, and if the U.S. government went, oh, they're no big deal, it's not really that big of a problem, I'm sure they'll come to pass. And then they ended up becoming a huge threat in the region that we had to deal with. We're basically doing the same thing again right now. Some U.S. soldiers got killed. We went, not that big of a deal. Just a couple of Americans. Who cares? You know, Americans don't really matter for anything. So there will never be a response. And we're literally letting them grow. I mean, we're literally hearing about them growing within the region. This is as ineffective a response as what we saw in the early 2010s, and is going to lead to the same sorts of results we saw back then. There's going to be an increase of terror attacks here in the Western nations, including the United States. There's going to be a rise of their ability to fund their operations within the area. This is not going to end well at all. It's going to end poorly. And I've got to say again, folks, why in the world does U.S. foreign policy become so disjointed these days? You can look at the last 15 years, and all the wrong actions are made endlessly in foreign policy. It always ends up resulting in the worst possible outcomes. If we went in there right now and we got heavily involved in conducting counterinsurgency operations, we could put this thing down before it becomes a big deal. But we're going to sit back and let it turn into a big deal, and then dozens of Americans further will have to die inside the United States from these terrorist attacks for us to finally go, oh, now we have to go over there and deal with it. But we will be a couple of dozen Americans short, because they'll be 6 feet under at that point when we finally say we're going to go and deal with this, which is absolutely ridiculous. We should be dealing with this right now before Americans get killed, any more, at least in the 3 that died, unfortunately, in Palmyra. But anyways, with that, we're going to be moving on from the Syrian news and on into the major strikes that happened inside of the Russian Federation. The Ukrainians hit the Belbek airfield overnight, and this was one hell of an attack that was conducted. The Ukrainian armed forces have hit Belbek many times over the years, and last night was no exception. From what we understand, in Belbek, the Russians lost an entire MiG-31 with a full armament on board, along with a Panzer S-2, 2 Nebo long-range radars, and a 92 N6 radar for the S-400 air defense system. Here are the stills or pictures from the drone attacks that the Ukrainians conducted, confirming that they did destroy a MiG-31, a Panzer S-2, also the Nebo long-range radars, which were 2 in number, and also a 92 N6 radar for the S-400. It was a wildly successful night. They knocked out at least 3 air defense radars, possibly 2 to 3 air defense batteries as a result, and also knocked out a short-range Panzer. So it was a very good night. And they also got a MiG-31, which is an incredibly rare aircraft loss for the Russians these days. Additionally, we also were able to see, at least to cover this clip, that the MiG-31 was destroyed. I put this in earlier, and I didn't cover it in the short war video, but just to show you what the duplicate was, it was just the still of the singular MiG-31. Meanwhile, the Russians are bringing in missiles into Crimea as much as they can. Pictures did emerge today from the city of Kerch, showing them moving in more S-300 missiles or S-400 missiles to try and improve the amount of available munitions for their air defense, possibly around the Kerch Bridge. Up in Rostov-on-Don, however, the situation was very much exciting, much like it was down at Belbek. At Taganrog, which is kind of a suburb almost of Rostov, there were ongoing attacks tonight. Take a listen.
Excuse me.
I hear an angry mosquito.
Oh.
Oh, a dog.
Bro, why in the world is it always when like light machine gun fire happens, no matter how close it is, there's always a dog that starts running somewhere. Look at him go.
He's getting up out of there.
Oh, there was an explosion.
The flash
to
in the back.
Dang!
Вот такие вот дома. Вот такие вот дома. Вот прямо над домами летят. Прямо над...
Moving on from that clip, we also have a second one. You hear that air defense fire again, the snap, crackle, and pop.
They're just firing.
Sounds like pop. Oh.
Whoa. What the hell kind of voice? Man, what the hell is he talking like? As you can see, is the drone in the distance. Oh, wow.
Opa.
I like that soccer coach said, very erotic voice you have there.
There's a sound from it.
What the hell is that? Dude's got a shipment pulling up in the middle of this attack.
Let's see, Rossiyski Prime for Vadim. That is me. Bring it in. I don't think I will. Like, man, like,
would you like to come in here and deliver the package? Please come inside and let me sign off for the package.
No, I think I'm good, man. You can just take it here at the doorstep. I think I'm just going to take a picture of it and leave now.
You can take a picture of my package.
Okay, man, I'll see you.
Whoa.
Like, it's I'll see you around, buddy. But anyways, we also get to see that rest of Nadano was actually hit not by drones last night, but by missiles. Listen and learn. That was
definitely. What the hell was that? Is that a dog or a person back there going, like going crazy?
Could be a rush. Like, oh! Kind of
that person sounds like a dog, man. That person, I think that is a person.
I think it's a werewolf, man, because it was like half man, half dog. Yeah, man. Like it was going, rah, 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 and then it blew up and went, woo! It's like, okay, might be a person. But moving on from that, and out of that clip, we also were able to see that Rostov did go into a blackout as a result. Power's out. Except for on the other side of the river, they still had power. Also, we were finally able to get to the bottom of the mystery, gang. Who in the world was the masked boat that got blown up in the Don River? Like, what is it, Scoob? Well, hang on. Gee, Shaggy, who was it? Like, Zoink Scoob? It was Valery Gorchakov! Raggy! But beyond that, the Valery Gorchakov was blown up in the Don River near to the port and sank right at the mooring. It's currently sitting on the bottom of the river by the stern, and it's been completely knocked out by a Ukrainian drone attack. So there you have it. That was the ship that was hit that we didn't know a lot about yesterday, but we now know about it today. There it is. Look at it and witness. It was sunk.
Witness me.
So the Russians have lost another ship, and also Taganrog and Rostov-on-Don are assumed to be in
Train's hitting pretty hard.
Now it is time for us to move on.
They're getting really good with their drones. No, they sank a sub.
I just realized we haven't even covered the Thai-Cambodia war. We have to get to that too after the Ukraine news. There's so much news, folks, that happened today. It's really hard to even keep track of it all. But moving us on into our location unknowns, we did get to see a Russian working on their new supply vehicles.
Давай быстрее.
They're like a scooter.
What is this, the crackhead special?
Man, this is that crocodile special. Man, that right there is when you know your nation's cooked. It's over. Like, it's just over. Moving on from that, we also were able to see the Russian casualty report for the day. Oh! No Bobcats, but Ms. Decent Keeper of the Record stated that drop in troop losses, but December on track to beat prior month. AFVs is actually 0. Total is correct. Same as yesterday. And over the course of the past 24 hours, 950 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 119 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 27 artillery pieces, and actually, correction, folks, the AFVs is actually 0. 330 drones, 2 MLRSs, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. All in all, today was a pretty decent day, all things considered. Moving on from that and into the front line of Kupiansk, we were able to hear that Gerasimov stated that 19 battalions of the Ukrainian armed forces were surrounded and destroyed in Kupiansk. I think he's living in the Twilight Zone or something, because right now the Russian army is surrounded and being destroyed in Kupiansk currently. So I don't know where in the world Gerasimov's living, but he's apparently living in a whole other world. I don't think that's that hard to say.
Fantasyland for Russia.
You know, folks, he kind of looks like that stop-motion dude from that Rankin Bass movie, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. You know, the postman? He's like, Santa has his sleigh. You better watch out. You better not cry. You know who I'm talking about, Matthew?
Yeah, this guy is soulless looking right here. Like, he looks like he's in need of like a blood transfusion. Like his skin is so pale, and look at his eyes drooping like that.
Very pale.
Even his face is kind of drooping. Like, this guy has nothing left. Like, he's no energy.
Man, I got to be honest with you, man. This guy, he might already be dead. They might just be lugging around his corpse at this point. Moving on down to Lehman. Speaking of that, we also got some Russians getting slammed in the area by the 63rd Brigade, nonetheless. Oh, Ukubata! Obliterate the races. We see the Agoza and the Pobelny Dreva. Oh, there they go. Ding, ding, ding. Jackpot. Look at that number 300 right here. Look, this guy's trying to make a breakfoot. I think he was actually trying to break it down. Look at him. He's not really going anywhere.
Yeah,
Like, he's just kind of spinning around in circles. Well, they're going to have to end the jiggy. And there it goes. The dancing's over now. It's finally it. Moving on out of that area of the front, further on down towards Konstantinivka, we also were able to see the 8th Special Purpose Regiment taking on some Russians. Is that a Tranchikon ACOG? Wow, that's classy.
It does. It looks like it. I mean, so this is the multi-purpose unit, you say?
This is the Special Forces. Oh, wow. See, they got the whole camouflage
Camo.
and everything. I mean, they really got it going.
Leak suit.
As the ghillie.
Заберіть ліво, нахуй. Хтось справа, один, нахуй. Давай, крию, нахуй.
As the Ukrainians move in, they yell out to the Russians, "Chili boy." Oh.
Пішли до кабінету. Пацики, крийте, нахуй.
Man, that chili bowl was vile. Apparently, Matthew went, "Oh." I was like,
it scared me there for a minute. I was like, what was that?
See them moving on in. Gunfire in the distance.
I hear bullets.
Oh, they contact. Oh, contact.
А другий де? Півішка, пацани. Один сібать, давайте вчора.
Oh, and we can see here a backpack. And another, just a couple of backpacks, of course, folks. That's why they blur them out. Sometimes there's sensitive equipment on them, and, you know, they don't want to show that to everyone. But moving on from that and down into the Novopavlivka area and the Pokrovsk area, we also got to see some more Russians, apparently getting theirs from the 225th Assault Regiment.
Beta is not activa. Only alpha is activa.
Man. Oh.
What color is your Bugatti?
Oh my God. The Russians are in inflatable boats in the middle of a lake. Wow.
The dumbest place they could possibly be.
Oh no.
This is their navy at this
Goodbye.
Point. Honestly, this is actually more seafaring than the Russian Navy is at this point. The inflatable boats didn't really pay off.
They fit 2 guys into that little thing too. Oh, look, he was smoking too. He didn't even have both hands on his rifle.
Man, he was just trying to give it like a token resistance, honestly. I don't think
he was trying
too much. Moving on from that,
push it back a little bit.
We also got to see the 68th Jaegers using their drones to clear the Russians out of some of the buildings that they had occupied in the southern area of the city.
While the Ukrainians must be getting shorter on cash, they're leasing their fuses now. It says lease fuse.
Man, you have to call the warranty department to get it replaced. Oh, man, it's under warranty, you see.
Gotta make sure you follow the terms of the lease. People love the Russian Navy joke right there. Honestly, the inflatable boats is pretty much all they have left at this point. Everything else is trapped or destroyed, sunk, leaking, breached. I mean, pick your adjective. It's screwed.
Derelict. That's another one. Derelict.
Crappy, shitty, bad.
Absolutely effed up.
Screwed.
And the 155th was also doing their part against the Russians today, too.
Drones are like crazy.
I've seen about 3 comments of this in like the past 5 minutes, so I'm going to take a little moment. People are like, these are human lives. And yeah, they are, but this is a war, and we're in it to win it. Like, if you want to take the whole human life thing, the Russians can scalp you, not me. I'm rather be here for trying to make sure that the Ukrainians and our side continues to protect our people. And because it's a war, and you can't fight a war without breaking some eggs to make an omelet, that's just a part of the breaks, I guess you could say. Them's the breaks. If you don't like it, maybe you ought to not be paying attention a lot to war. Maybe go watch football or something. You know, maybe that would be better for you. But that's the end of the clip right there. And with that, we're going to be moving on out of that clip, or out of the clips from the battlefield of Pokrovsk, and we're going to be moving on and out of Ukraine for a moment, and all the way down into Thailand and Cambodia, because we actually forgot to cover this a little bit earlier. So we are now circling back to Southeast Asia to get to this.
Yeah, I've been wondering what's been happening down here in Cambodia.
Still going at it today, and crazily enough, folks, we got to see something that I would have to say is purely exquisite. Matthew, try and take a guess at what this vehicle is while I try and pull it up on the second screen. One guess.
Well, I mean, I really can't see much of it, I'll be honest with you. But if you give me enough time, I can scroll through our Twitter page and find the post.
Well, that is incorrect. That is wrong, Matthew, wrong. It is an M42 Duster. And you know what they're dusting? They dusting them O's, because this thing's got a dual Bofors gun, and this thing was in service in the U.S. Army in 1952.
Oh, nasty.
This one was in Nam.
Damn, that's what they doing out here rolling on wheels like that.
Man, it's just, honestly, man, like the Thai are way better off than the Cambodians, but they also kind of have like a rolling museum themselves in some ways. So quite interesting though. They're actually using an American Duster. And
also, by the way, I like the way they named this stuff. They literally called it the Duster. Like, there's no bones being made about that name. They're going around dusting. It's like they weren't shy about the names on some of these things back in the day.
Man, like back then, man, they said when this thing was going into service, man, what should we call it? Man, honestly, this might be an anti-aircraft gun, but this thing would be pretty good at wiping out some North Koreans. We'll call it a Duster. It'd be dusting them away with them dual Bofors. And this thing,
man, they said this is the M42, the faster effer-upper. It's like, damn, okay. It's like that's pretty bold right there, I must say.
Man, this thing also, by the way, this thing is dusting some infantry. It has a dual Bofors gun. It's a dual-mounted 40mm gun on this thing. So while it is technically a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, what it really is an anti-infantry machine. And this thing can lay some infantry low pretty quickly and keep them low. So pretty interesting little vehicle. We think the Thai are going to be using it against the infantry of the Cambodian army. But here it is going down a
because they don't have any aircraft to use it against.
Also, another thing that's an antique is this Browning 1919 air.
I was going to say that's a Browning or something.
At the back of the Duster. So, I mean, this thing is literally a rolling museum in every way. Oh, damn, they got those
Tokyo Drift music.
Man, they rolling down here, getting down, man. They dusting them down and they getting down.
They had the bongos going.
And also another clip, well, actually a few other clips that we got. Let me zoom this out so that way we can show you all the word. A few other clips that we got. We also got to see a Krongpoi pet. There were ongoing airstrikes again by the Thai. Take a little look. There's the smoke rising in the distance.
Cambodians.
They're all just looking out in the distance at that smoke.
Airstrike, probably. Kingdom of Cambodia will fail.
What a fascinating language.
It is a very fascinating language, I will admit. They just kept looking at the smoke rising from the explosion, by the way, so that's pretty much the whole clip. We also got to see near O Smack that the Thai smacked the Cambodians again, really living up to the pun. Oh, there was the boom. This one guy's about to lose it. There he goes. He's off. This guy was fishing, apparently. Like, I guess you're on a fishing trip and there's a giant airstrike that happens about a mile away. I guess that is pretty unnerving.
he thought the carp were fighting back.
Bro, he sat there and said, "Damn, these bash be like going off today." Like, he's gone.
He's got that cigarette in his mouth, too.
ក្នុងកង្វះភ្នំប្រូនៅខាងសេរីសុផាន់
I don't even know, man.
ផឹងហើយសូមរមើលចារកម្មផងបងប្អូនវាមិនដែលណាសុកសុកវារស់ច្បាស់ប្រទេសបើវាកវែលត្រូនឡើងមួយថ្ងៃហី
I felt that one in my soul. I don't know what he said, but I felt that one.
I gotta be honest with you, folks. Like, I can generally pick up a few words here and there in most languages. Most Southeast Asian languages, I cannot even begin to wrap my head around how that actually linguistically
nowhere
works.
near.
Very interesting sounding language. Very, well, basically language family. Very distinct sounding, but I don't think I'll ever be able to really even get a good wrap around it. I can get a good understanding on Mandarin. Like okay enough to pick up words here and there, and on Russian and Ukrainian it's gotten pretty good, and on a lot of European languages it's pretty decent, but on Cambodian and Vietnamese and also Thai, that's a miss for me. I don't think I'll ever.
What is the saying?
What, like, is it different languages in all three countries, or
China number 2 with all the Chinese hackers?
Well, I don't think they're speaking Vietnamese. Let me go check. Let's see here. We've got a map of the languages. So here we are. These are the languages. So the Kra Dai is the language of the Laotians and the Thai. Both the Vietnamese, they speak Khmer and Vietnamese, but they're both generally a part of the same language family. The Sino-Tibetans speak Burmese and Mandarin, which is basically a part of their language tree. And then everyone else speaks Austronesian. So that would be Bahasa Indonesia, Bahasa Malayo, Filipino, and Tetum. So that's basically the language families of the area and all the different languages. So basically every country within the area has a different language.
Yeah, there's no hope in hell of figuring that out. That's too many dialects, too many different languages. That's a diverse like language set for that one little area.
And here's another map of it. Good God. Yeah, I don't think
too much. My God, how do people come up with this many languages in that small geographic area?
I guess it's
there's
like
language named Karen.
Highly populated, very centralized populations that didn't really travel around a lot for centuries, so they developed their own languages. That is wild, though. That is about as varied and diverse as European languages go. So I think, folks, we're going to be heavily amiss at understanding hardly anything that they say, because that it would be a lot to wrap our heads around. Basically as much that we would have to wrap our heads around in Europe, we'd have to do that for just Southeast Asia. Pretty impressive, though, that they have that many languages. But the Thai, in their own words and in their own language today, have put out the conditions for a ceasefire. Honestly, it was quite simple. These are the conditions. Cambodia must publicly announce the ceasefire must be implemented and maintained, and Cambodia must fully cooperate in demining efforts. Those were the three only terms for a ceasefire to go into effect.
Yeah.
Very easy to meet those terms.
Simple.
This is basically what ceasefires are supposed to be. It's just a cessation of conflict, again, to see where they're going from there. So this should be pretty easy for the Cambodians to meet. So the casino war might be coming to an end within the next several days, possibly, or it might not. We'll have to see. But that's all the news out of Thailand and Cambodia and the ongoing casino war. And with that, folks, we're now going to be moving on into Ukraine for one last piece of news. We do not have a speech for tonight. Zelensky was once again busy on national affairs, but we did hear that Zelensky did make statements today stating, and we cannot play that video, that without funding in the spring, Ukraine will reduce drone production several times over. He also stated that Ukraine's long-range capabilities will decrease, and the president also added that there's already no missiles left for some of their air defense systems. So funding was desperately needed, and luckily the European Union is going to be providing $90 billion in funding. So that should avoid the crisis that was going to develop in the spring if funding did not coalesce. Funding is coalesced, so this situation will now be completely avoided, and Zelensky's words now mean nothing, thankfully, at least within this particularly grim scenario. But with that, I hope that does address our last piece of news well, and it's time for us to move on into our second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And it's an incredibly fun segment.
Alright, that's enough of them. University shooting suspect reportedly also murdered a MIT professor, authorities say.
Including information that led us to today's search of the storage locker in New Hampshire. This is what we learned during this multi-jurisdictional investigation. Neves Valente studied at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island on an F1 visa around 2000 to 2021. He eventually obtained legal permanent resident status. Previously, he attended the same academic program as the MIT professor Nuno Loureiro in Portugal between 1995 and 2000. Although Neves Valente appeared to reside in Florida, between November 26 and November 30 of this year, he rented a hotel room in Boston. On December 1st, he rented a gray Nissan Sentra with Florida plates from a car rental agency in Boston. That same day, he drove to the vicinity of Brown University, where his car was observed intermittently between December 1st and December 12th. On December 13th, Neves Valente entered an auditorium on Brown University's campus during a study session and began shooting at students, killing Ella Cook and Mohammed Aziz Umarzokov and injuring 9 others. Between December 13th and December 14th, Neves Valente returned to Massachusetts. On December 15th, he murdered MIT professor Nuno Luriero at Luriero's home in Brookline, Massachusetts. At some point while he was in Massachusetts, he switched the plates on the Nissan Sentra to an unregistered plate out of Maine. Immediately following Professor Luriero's murder, Neves Valente drove to a storage facility in Salem, New Hampshire, where he had rented a storage unit in November of this year. Since the December 13th shootings at Brown and the December 15th shooting in Brookline, state, local, and federal law enforcement officials have been working hand in hand around the clock to identify the shooter and prevent him from inflicting further harm. I have said this before and will continue to believe when law enforcement agencies work together, crimes are solved and the public is protected. The information we provided to you tonight would not be possible without the dedicated men and women of law enforcement in multiple districts throughout New England, including the FBI, ATF, HSI, the U.S. Marshal Service, Massachusetts State Police, Rhode Island State Police, Providence Police, Brookline Police, and the Brown University Police. In addition, prosecutors from the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and federal prosecutors from Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts all contributed to this result. I also want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi for her support in coordinating the federal response.
Can you tell us anything about his motive and the 2 sets of victims and how they might be related and how he might be related to them?
That is not information that we can share right now, but as soon as that information becomes available, we will share that with the public.
Are you able to say anything of what led you to link the 2 crimes, perhaps initially?
Can you repeat the question so we can hear you now?
Yes, the question was how were we able to link him to the 2 crimes? So investigators identified the vehicle that he had rented in Boston and then drove to Rhode Island. And he was seen, the vehicle was seen outside of Brown, and there was security footage that showed a person who resembled him. There was financial investigations that were going on in the background that linked him not only to that car, but also to the hotels that he had rented and the car that he had used to not only drive to Rhode Island, but then back to Boston. And then there was the security footage that captured him within a half mile of the professor's residence in Brookline. And there is a video footage of him entering an apartment building in the location of the professor's apartment. And then later that evening, he is seen about an hour later entering the storage unit wearing the same clothes that he had been seen wearing right after the murder.
So you have an extensive video canvas as part of this investigation. That leaves you no doubt.
This is the evidence we have right now. We are coming to you tonight because the federal complaint was unsealed, and we wanted to provide you with the information and to assure the public that law enforcement collectively believe that we have the person, that we identified the person, and that person is dead, and that he was the person responsible not only for the Brown shootings, but for the Brookline shooting.
Can you speak to...
I don't like that coward took his life. He deserved it. And then have his life taken at somebody else's hand. State's hand. I mean, he saves money, yeah, but
No, when investigators went into the storage facility tonight to execute the federal search warrant, he was dead.
Do you think he entered there this evening?
No.
He entered an hour after what happened in Brookline.
Yes.
And do you know how long that storage was? Did he rent that? Like how long?
Our understanding from the financial investigation is that he had rented a storage facility at the location in Salem, New Hampshire in November.
Can you confirm whether or not he used the same weapon in the Brown shooting as he did in the MIT shooting?
Ballistics investigation was ongoing and has not been completed at this time, so we're not going to comment on that.
Can you give us any sense of when you started to recognize perhaps that he was the
So many questions. Activist judge who obstructed ICE just got brutal. All right, George.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's a little bit of a late night stream, but for good reason. Some major news, some amazing developments from the state of Wisconsin. Accountability. A lot of us have been asking for the system to be fair. We don't need the system to favor us and disfavor the other side. We just want a degree of fairness, a system that we can trust. A few months ago, ICE agents were at the Milwaukee County Courthouse to arrest an illegal alien who's in the United States, presumably illegally. And something absolutely unbelievable happened. An officer of the law, a judge in Wisconsin, a circuit court judge, decided to impede federal law enforcement. And one of the things Tom Homan, the border czar, has been saying is if you're going to impede federal law enforcement, consequences will be dire and swift, justice will occur. And we've kind of just seen that be words and no real action. A lot of bad actors who have done this time and time again have seemingly got away with it. But prosecutions have come. LaMonica McIver, a congresswoman in the Democratic caucus in Congress, got arrested. She's currently facing charges of assaulting federal law enforcement agents. The mayor of New Jersey, also had his run-in with charges that were later dropped because, for whatever reason, the Department of Justice just didn't want to be bothered to go through with the case.
It should have been.
Ladies and gentlemen, this time around, we just got a conviction. Judge Hannah Dugan in Milwaukee County, who obstructed federal law enforcement, just got found guilty by the jury. Take a look at this video right here.
For the first time, we're seeing Judge Hannah Dugan outside her courtroom April 18th, wearing her black robes, appearing to confront several federal agents there to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz, a Milwaukee man and Mexican national charged locally.
A Milwaukee man and Mexican national. Okay, that's how you know the media
illegal.
Is fake. How is he a Milwaukee man while simultaneously being a Mexican national? He can only be a Mexican national occupying space in Milwaukee. He's an illegal alien in the country, but here he is.
With 3 counts of domestic battery. This video, released by Milwaukee County through an open records request, is part of the evidence in the case against Judge Dugan, who's charged with obstructing a federal investigation, concealing Flores Ruiz, allowing him to leave her courtroom by a different door after sending the agents to speak to the chief judge. Flores Ruiz, dressed in black with his attorney, is seen in several of the videos leaving by that other door, one prosecutors say was used by jurors and not open to the public. As he leaves, though, he is seen in the hallway, followed by another agent. As Flores Ruiz gets into the elevator to leave, the agent slips in as well. According to the criminal complaint against Dugan, that agent followed them down. The agent seen here following out of the building downstairs, and once backup arrived, they tried to arrest Flores Ruiz, who another video shows ran north in front of the courthouse for nearly a block before agents caught up with him and arrested him. Federal agents arrested Dugan herself a week later.
Eduardo Flores.
So she tried to pull off the greatest stunt ever, and it just failed on her. Completely failed. Distract the ICE agents.
Activist judges.
And then have this guy access this door on his way out. She tried to do it, ladies and gentlemen. She tried to do it, but it failed, and now she has been convicted. She actually pled not guilty, which is crazy because we saw the video, like we saw that in 4K. And what's interesting about that conviction is they found her not guilty on the count 1, which was a misdemeanor, but on count 2, the felony charge, she is fully guilty. So let's take a look at that.
This is WYSN 12 News with when we first started the trial up until now, which is now 8 months of coverage with this entire case, and we have a lot to get to, including live.
Go the distance tonight, and obviously with the breaking news, they have. A verdict has been reached. At this point, our crews are gathering to bring you full coverage, but before we get to all of that, I kind of want to walk you through the day of events leading up to this, because it cannot be emphasized enough. The jury has been extremely busy today. They have heard a lot and they have seen a lot. Getting here early this morning, defense took the stand, and they didn't take much time at all. In fact, they only called 4 witnesses to testify: 2 Milwaukee County judges, a public state defender, and former mayor of Milwaukee, Tom Barrett. The defense rested their case without ever calling Dugan to testify. After that,
they probably regret that now. Your person, as a judge with a law license, is about to go to jail for breaking the law, and you don't want to call them to testify?
Yep.
If anyone would know how to testify on the witness stand, it would be a judge who has ample amounts of experience dealing with trials, testimonies, and depositions. And her defense didn't let her get on the witness stand, which is hilarious to me, because she's now going to jail. Clearly, she did not convince the jury of anything. They saw it with their eyes, and they made a ruling. And this is what I say about juries. People might think, okay, it was Milwaukee County. In federal court, the jury would have been liberals. You're probably right. Half that jury, at least half of them, would have been liberals for sure. Not less than half. Yeah, they looked at the evidence and they convicted her because it's the way that these courtrooms work. If the evidence is obvious and the defense or the prosecution has overwhelmed the burden of proof, there's no answer from the jury and no universe where they obstruct the prosecution's desire for a guilty verdict. It doesn't happen that way. The judiciary system still functions. This kind of restores my trust in the system. Because even in a city that's blue, they can prosecute and convict a liberal judge who did something as protecting an illegal alien from ICE. That alone sounds like, oh, you know what? They're probably going to side with her and say she did it for a good reason. But no, the jury instructions were crafted so these jurors would only weigh the evidence. They would leave all the bias out. And the jury selection process clearly worked because we got impartial people. And now look, she's going to jail.
Presented time for closing arguments. Prosecution went force, saying a courtroom should be a place of neutrality. When a judge uses her position, her robe, her courtroom to evade the law, that is when it undermines the entire justice system. Then it was turned for the defense to go, saying that they're trying to make an example out of Hannah Dugan, saying that they have a different version of facts than the prosecution. And now, because this is the federal government's case, they were then allowed to give a rebuttal. And that was before the judge was then giving them jury instructions before they could begin that jury deliberation process. And as we mentioned, look, it's been about 6 hours. Fairly quiet outside of the federal courthouse throughout the 6 hours of the jury deliberations. There's been about 3 moments in time where the jury has had several questions for the judge. Now, the first question revolved around ICE policies and whether or not how they can present a warrant, what policies they have to follow before and after that warrant is presented.
That's what we're calling it.
You mentioned that early on in our coverage, noting that's kind of what led us here. Another question kind of had to do with Eduardo Flores Ruiz and whether or not he was given his name and if that mattered in the case. And so a lot of those questions, it did bring the defense and prosecution up at one point kind of going at odds. But those are the only moments we heard from the jury up until this moment right now, obviously with the verdict coming in. Again, we've got a whole crew of people here at
That's huge, ladies and gentlemen. Credit to that jury. I did not see this coming. I'll be honest. I thought, okay, this is happening in Wisconsin, in a blue area. So I was kind of skeptical, but this is great. So this is a federal felony charge. So for anyone thinking she can get off and not go to jail, it's before a federal court. And I believe the Trump Justice Department will be seeking the maximum penalty. And I think it's up to 5 years in prison. And also, I think it's a $250,000 fine, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right here, $250,000. So they plan to fight the conviction, which will fail because it's in the federal court system. If it was in state courts, I'd be really nervous. But thankfully, ICE is a federal agency that was obstructed. So 5 years imprisonment and a $250K fine. It should be both. That's up to 5 years, not that she's going to get that. She might get a year, you know, but she needs to get prison time because there needs to be an example made out of this lady. She obstructed federal law enforcement.
Prison with those that put behind bars.
It's gonna suck for her. I don't know what the misdemeanor was, but I think they just tried to tack that on, which was probably a smart strategy because if you do two different counts, a misdemeanor and a felony, you might be able to get the felony conviction but not the misdemeanor. But if you just do only a felony, then you make it really easy for the jurors to go, let's say no. So you give them an opportunity to demonstrate some degree of mercy by giving them two options. It's like a buffet. I was on a jury. We had a similar verdict for our defendant. We declared that it was like a domestic violence case where the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he beat on that woman. And if it was a kangaroo mob court, we would have said, crucify him, guilty. But the jury instructions to us were very clear, which is, has the state overcome
any reasonable doubt?
All your reasonable doubt? Have they proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty? And it was two charges, one misdemeanor and one felony. We found him guilty of the misdemeanor, but not guilty for the felony. And it's like you walk out of the courtroom and it does, in a way, make you feel good. Because that's how the judicial system works. That's our legal system. It's strong. It works. Most of the times, right, when they're changing laws to go after Donald Trump for folks' felonies, 34 felonies of falsifying business records, which was never a crime. And if it was a misdemeanor, but they upgraded it to a felony just to get Trump. So the judiciary or the legal system doesn't work like when it does that, but when it does like normal things like put judges in jail who are clearly, my niece is screaming again. Look, I told you guys, my niece is over for Christmas, my 2-year-old niece, and she's gonna scream. That's what the young ones do. I didn't kidnap anybody, and like people were thinking I kidnapped somebody. But if she screams, she's gonna owe me. She's gonna owe me a $50 super chat, man. Because she's taking time away from my valuable brain being able to cook this crooked judge who's going to jail. But anyways, in that courtroom, the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And they certainly did that in this case. But you have to weigh everything. And in our court case, we had a guy who was like adamant it was guilty. And I was on the fence. Because I wanted to hear more and see more evidence, because you can call in evidence and they can come present it to you closer. And you're waking up at 7 a.m. in the morning and going to the courthouse and straight to that jury room, and you're talking for hours, and it feels like there's no progress and no end in sight. Half the people were like, no, not guilty on both counts. The other half were like, guilty. And then there was one guy who was like super guilty. He was like, it's like he took it upon himself to go after this defendant. But eventually you talk it out and emotions change. Logic becomes the leading voice. And you just come to the conclusion that based on the law, we can't make this decision, but we can make this one. Because that makes sense. They proved that one, but not this one. So that's what went on in this courtroom. And we got exactly what we needed, which was a beautiful, magnificent, guilty verdict on the most important felony, obstructing federal law enforcement, which carries up to 5 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to throw a party, okay? It's time to celebrate. The good times are here. Prince sent a super sticker. Once again, you guys love sending super stickers with no messages attached to it. It's like, it's crazy. I just saw a comment here about Brown University. Oh, the university shooter? What happened? Is he... Huh, interesting. Just read that President Trump will be making an announcement to the nation at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is he going to trick the mainstream media into broadcasting him listing out his accomplishments again? That would be hilarious. That would be funny. Maybe that time he's actually going to go, oh yeah, we're going to start striking Venezuela. Maybe that's what he's going to do. After announcing all these wins, we're going to war. We're going to war. My fellow Americans, we're going to war. We're going to be fighting. Okay, but that would be hilarious if he goes and I forgot to mention this, and then he just finishes the rest of his accomplishments in office so far. That would be genius. He would have gotten the media twice in a row. Anyways, this is great. I think we need to see more accountability, and it does give me more hope that even in the blue areas, if we do bring charges against crooks, we're going to be able to convict. I'm very, very happy about this. Juries across the country.
Funny how violence by a Christian is called not an illness or not job, but violence by a Muslim suddenly becomes an Islam problem, even when the act goes against Islam. He keeps calling them Christians when they're not Christians. Timothy McVeigh was agnostic. Brenton Tarrant is a white supremacist fascist who never considered himself a Christian. Said he thinks that anyone who was white is a Christian. Pretty racist. Agreed. Pretty racist. Did think of his work presenting on our show 4 days later without comment from Erica. Always the most rigorous investigative work from Candace. Yeah. She's a joke. This is an absolute joke. Target employee who was harassed over Charlie Kirschert speaks out, says she does not want the woman who harassed her to lose her job over it. Two wrongs don't make a right. I really wouldn't want to see her lose her job over it. That's nice. Zero due diligence uses the words of some random guy who
say Daniel stepped up when it mattered most, while others believe the situation deserves closer scrutiny. What would you have done when danger strikes? Is stepping in the right thing to do, or should there be more hesitation?
People killed more. But Darwin's theory of natural selection will definitely come into Michaela Ponce. A bunch of jerks. Got it. I doubt that. Hope so too, although Ponce feels she had a right to say what she said. She felt understanding to use her protected class, especially in the workplace. Clearly, the employee was just trying to do her job. She was not the instigator, Ponce was. Lengthy apology. Kind of read like a lawyer wrote it for her. We can hope she learned from it.
Not let fear of audience deter us from telling the truth. We must not let fear of other hosts deter us from telling the truth. So, for example, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk So, if Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk casting aspersions at TPUSA and the people who work here, who worked with Charlie every single day, his best friends, to cast aspersions at Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvin and Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer, and yes, at Erica Kirk, and to imply or outright claim complicity in a cover-up over Charlie's murder, to spew absolutely baseless trash implicating everyone from French intelligence to Mossad to members of TPUSA in Charlie's murder or a cover-up in that murder, then we, as people with a microphone, have a moral obligation to call that out by name.
I agree.
Erica Kirk and TPUSA never should have been put in the position to have to defend themselves against such specious and evil attacks, particularly in a time of mourning.
Yeah.
And the people who refuse to condemn Candace's truly vicious attacks, and some of them are speaking here, are guilty of cowardice. Yes, cowardice. The fact that they have said nothing while Candace has been vomiting all sorts of hideous and conspiratorial nonsense into the public square for years is just as cowardly.
Yeah. Who's this?
We're calling you out. You want to debate face to face? To all of you Islamophobes out there, I've had enough of you yapping. We're calling you out. You want to debate face to face? We'll set it up. We'll fly you out. We'll do it with Eddie at the Dean Show in Florida. If you want to do it online because you're afraid to face me face to face, like you, Sam, who ran from me face to face, if you're afraid, we'll do it online. December 24th, that is 6 p.m. West Coast time, 9 p.m. East Coast time. We're going to do a live stream on OMF.
Of course they do it on Christmas. The same thing. They always have their ugly beards, like do that mustache shave, half shave. And he chose Christmas for a reason, not a parody. I mean, from Hyundai and Kia for failing to protect their cars from theft. What? Shouldn't forgo basic related to car thefts with deadly consequences. Now the companies must take measures to protect their vehicles from theft. Yeah, they just probably won't sell them. What a ridiculous. Slaps cop as she's getting arrested. Cop retaliates. That knocked her out. Alright, we're calling it here. Oh, alright, everybody. Thank you for stopping by and checking out the stream while you could. God bless and have a great night.